let's go to it. We're going to go to it here, man. We got all night long. We're going to do it. We're going to play some Fallout 4. Thank you very much for those who are not much into Fallout Shelter. I did say yesterday, I did promise that I would play a little bit of Fallout Shelter so everyone could see my vault in Vault 45. Oh, that music. I made music. We're going to play some Fallout 4. We are going to have an awesome night tonight. Tonight is building. You're going to see all my best tips. Oh, that music. In Fallout 4, I'm going to show you all my best stuff. We are going to be building all the settlements up. I'm going to show you how to do cash. I'm going to show you how to equip your dwellers or your settlers. All your settlers. I'm going to show you how to work on your provisioners. I'm going to show you how to make a lot of money in the game. Tonight is the night. If you only watch one night, you are in the right place right now. You are at the perfect spot to be because I'm going to show you a lot of awesome stuff. Also, I'm going to extend the stream by an extra hour tonight because we did get a little bit of a late start. I was playing some Fallout Shelter, so we're going to be going until 6 a.m., maybe even longer. Maybe we'll mega stream. Maybe we'll go for 7 hours. Maybe we'll go for 8 hours. Who knows? We're going to just go tonight and have a great time, all right? We're going to do a lot of building. We don't want to stand around and talk. We want to go to it. Let's go to it, everybody. Boom. There we go. Let's go to it. We're going to load in. Top of your overlay covered up the food and water. Yes, that's right. I'm actually revamping that overlay too. One of my mini. I have like literally a list that's like, I can't even fit it here on the stream. That's like that long of all the things that I'm working on simultaneously. And I kind of jump back and forth to try to progress different projects at once. Like my logo. I'm just progressing. It's taking like a month plus to get it done, but got to just stay at it. So, Jaden, don't worry, man. I'll be playing some more Fallout Shelter on a different day. Typically, I will not play it at the same time I'm playing Fallout 4. I'll usually play it earlier in the day. Or I may play for like the first hour, like between 12 and 1. Especially when it drops for PC, then I'll be playing it a bit more. All right.
That's a lie.
Uh-oh.
I'm no synth. It's nothing but paranoia. He's just as human as the rest of us.
He's a goddamned Institute infiltrator. He may look human, but he's not. I've been watching, and there's something off about him lately.
Please, don't let them do this.
The provisioner. The provisioner doesn't like it. Get out of the way. Let him go or interrogate. Let's interrogate.
Look, if you're a synth, you'd better admit it. I can help you.
I'm not a synth. What else can I say?
It's your call. I don't want to get involved.
Then I say you die. There. The Institute will
Oh, my provisioner owned him.
I can't believe you actually.
Now let's see if he was actually a synth. He was not a synth. He was not a synth. He got owned. Now here's the great thing about this when you just saved and you load in. I'm just going to back up. I don't want to lose my settler. I want to lose my good guy there. So he was not a synth. He was not a synth. There we go. Hey, Doodle. Thanks for hanging out in the stream. Doodle. Or Dude. Lesp. I guess I could say that. Or Doodle SP. Thanks for hanging out. How long will I be streaming tonight? I just answered that question. I will be streaming all night long, and we will be going extra. Who knows? Maybe even longer. If you're going to start Spectral Island, can you go to Sanctuary and then work your way down? Major Pain, you and I are right in sync with each other. You're totally in sync. That's exactly what we're going to do. Exactly what we're going to do, man. Hello, Noah! Make sure to show lots of love for Noah in the chat, everybody. My legendary Patreon supporter. Let's go ahead and show some love for him.
Most folks are just
there we
looking
go.
for a hand.
Thanks
All
for hanging out. After you do Spectral Island. Well, I'm already done with Spectral Island for right now. I'm not going to be doing any more mega building here at Spectral Island. Let's take a look. For those who have not seen my build here at Spectral Island, I have, of course, my trade centers, and I got my buddy hanging out over here. Dog meat. What's up, bro? What's up, buddy?
Everything okay, boy? Everything okay, boy?
Yep, everything's good. All right, never mind.
Don't worry, dog meat. Just saying hello.
That's exactly what I was doing. Just saying hello. Aw, little buddy. I'll take you out eventually. I got to build up all my other settlers first. All my other companions first. Now, we also have a thing that I invented here called the Mega Sorter. That's right. Oh, there goes a bucket. Get rid of hey, bucket.
Make sure you don't leave anything useful behind.
Bucket went flying there. You see that bucket? Got a tea kettle that came off of there. Now, in the Mega Sorter, sometimes what happens is a little stuff falls off the sides, like you just saw. But you can see here, it's sorting some power armor, some robo armor for sale, companion armor, which we're going to use today, and for sale, food, other ammo for sale. Look at all this ammo I got in here. And then, of course, this one here, which actually makes ammo, makes 308 ammo for me. And then all my normal loot that I use, including my fusion cores and whatnot. And you're like, what do you mean Mega Sorter? What is the Mega Sorter? The Mega Sorter, notice this right here by the workshop. It actually pulls stuff out of the workshop. Look, it's pulling the circuitry out right now. It pulls it out of the workshop, and then it runs it along this giant conveyor, and it sorts it all. Now, the stuff I want to keep or sell, it sorts. Yeah. And then all the other random stuff, it will then take and run it down the way here. Now, occasionally this happens. Your stuff falls out of there. Or like this happens where you have mole rat meat that's knocked out of there. You have to pick it up from time to time. No big deal. Or you have some money that's down here. Typically this happens from lag or something gets stuck in front of it and then knocks it out of there. Yeah, sometimes you have to go around. But most of the time it works pretty great. Especially if you're standing here. If you're standing here watching it, it works great. Now, one of the drawbacks, though, is that the fact that it will take all your resources and put them in right here. Splooge Mage! I love that name, man. Thanks for dropping the Dragon Hammer, crushing the follow button, and becoming part of the Kismet team. I used to play mages all the time. Mage used to be my favorite class back in the day. Back in the day. We're always the first to die, aren't we? We're always the first to die. The mage are always the first to die. By the way, if you've never seen that song before, go Google mage song, or maybe it's druid song, always the first to die. That is a very, very funny song. There we go. You're welcome, Noah. Kids, do you have YouTube bib for the contraption sorter? Yes, I do. I actually do. You can actually see me in the actual moment that I actually think it up. In the very moment, it's on my YouTube right now. Go check it out. Go check it out. Or actually, I'll make it even easier for you. All right, make it super easy on you here. Hold on. I will make it super easy. You guys want to see me invent the Mega Sorter? Boom. Actually, that's one of my favorite videos, too. I love the beat in that video. One of my favorite videos. Sadly, boom, right there. There you go. There's a link to it. Go check that out. The contraption sorter, if you want to learn about that. Eventually, I'll make another one that also includes that one is from Sanctuary. This one I will include from Spectral Island here. Now, one of the things that I'm doing now that I wasn't doing before, that I got working, was the fact that I can record in 1080p. Now, I'm not partnered yet. Hopefully soon. I love you, Twitch. Come on, partner me, buddies. Partner me. I love streaming. This is my favorite thing to do. And usually I'm #1 in Fallout 4. So eventually I should be streaming enough where they can give me the partnership. But I'm just going to keep working on it. Not only do I work harder on it now, I work longer and I stream longer than I ever have trying to get that partnership. But again, thanks to all you guys hanging out in my stream. I'm just one step closer every single night. Thank you so much. I appreciate every single person that's donated, every person that hangs out, all my mysterious strangers that just chill out in the channel every night. I appreciate all of you. Appreciate everybody who does. All right, so you can go ahead and check out the Mega Sorter. A bunch of videos coming on all of that stuff, including Fallout Shelter, by the way. I have a video going on that as well. Just kind of getting some starts and something to do in the very beginning now with all the changes and so on. All right. So that is what we have done here. Now, we're not going to work on Spectral Island tonight. Now, Spectral Island is pretty squared away because what it's doing is it's mega sorting and mega collecting. Now, up here, you can see that we have a little bit of food for just the people we have. Now, you're going to ask you this question at some point. You're going to say, Kismet, holy mackerel, how do you have 46 people here? Well, I don't have 46 people here. I have only about 6 people here. And I'll show you right where they are. Not counting my companions, by the way. So right there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There they are. Those are my 6 people. My 6, like, settlers, right? And all the rest of them are robots. And you're thinking, if you got that many robots, where are your robots? I go, I'll show you right now. They're all in here scavenging like crazy. Look at them all. Now, they're all named after some people in my stream. I did run out of resources to do that. Don't ask me. I'm not taking anybody else on the robot list for right now. Eventually, I will, though. But right now, you can see I have a massive amount of robots, and I also have these giant robots, which are my delivery bots. Now, we may be using these guys a little bit just to deliver some food and whatnot to the various places we're going to go. And I'll show you how that works, too. I call that the Kismet RDS, or Kismet Robot Delivery System, which is pretty cool. It works awesome because I'm in the survival mode, the new survival mode, which is incredibly difficult. It's about 10 to 100 times more difficult. If you like a challenge, I would definitely do it, though I'd probably play in normal or hard mode first if you want to get down to play the game, and then just go survival mode. Go for it. And I started all over again every time I restart. So I played 1,250 hours almost in the game. I think it was at 1,248 hours. That's right. That's how many hours I've played. I played 500 hours in normal mode. I played 440 hours in the previous survival mode, which I did restart in the previous survival mode. And then when the new survival mode came out, I also restarted again from scratch because it is a lot more fun to try it from the beginning, because it's a lot more challenging in the beginning of the game. You use different tactics totally in the survival mode than you would use in normal mode. Like, I cannot fast travel. I cannot just save wherever I want. I have to save in a bed, and I have to actually physically walk somewhere. Or if you're with the Brotherhood, you can take the vertibird, which you'll see me do tonight. Because we're going to head back, and we are going to work over all of our settlements. Now, also what we're going to do is equip our people. Right? We're going to equip them so they can better defend the settlement when I'm not around. Now, this is my primary settlement, so they're going to get the best stuff, right? So I'm going to go ahead and start equipping them just for a little bit here. And then what we're going to do is travel back to Sanctuary, and we're going to work our way down across all the settlements and rebuild them all. And we're going to build them at different levels, right? They're going to I'm going to do most of them as what I call a super build. Super build is where they generate profit. So this basic build, you just throw down some, mute fruit, you put down some water, you put down a little bit of defenses, and then you slap down some sleeping bags until you have enough for them, and they're fine. They're fine because they only got 3 dwellers anyway, right? They only got 3 settlers, I mean. They only got 3 settlers anyway. And then you put up a beacon, and then when they get about 10, 15, 20 dwellers, or 20, I got to get that out of my head now. I go into Fallout Shelter, I get it out of my head. 20 settlers, then you can then start to build up your settlement. Otherwise, there's no reason to build up your settlement to this level when you only got 3 people, right? So that's what I suggest. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and start equipping these guys up. So now right over here is my companion armor. And it automatically sorted that out of the workbench for me. And what I'm going to do is start with some military fatigues down here. Way down here. Because that is the first thing that I usually get out of here. Now, I really only need 6. But I'm going to grab just chunks of them out at a time. Now, I could really go in here and modify everybody's armor and do all this really advanced stuff to do that, but I'm not going to. I'm going to just do a basic equip of them just so you guys get an idea. I'm sure a lot of you already know how to do that, but that is what I'm going to do, and I'll show you how I do it. I'm going to go ahead and take 6 of those, and then same thing here, 6 of these. And what that does when I only take 6 of these out is it tells me how many if I need to give that item to that person. That's what's really nice about taking exactly the amount out that you need. So I'm just going to give it to my people here, not to my companions yet. I will do that later. Okay, so that's all I need for that. Oh, I accidentally got out. Now the next thing I'm going to do is give them some helmets, right? So I've got some alloyed metal helmets, which are 13.7s, and I've got army helmets, which are 10s, right? Lord Winter says, Kismet and team, you rock. Keep up the awesomeness. Thank you, Lord Winter. Hi, Darwich. What's up, man? Thanks for hanging out. Oh, thank you, Noah. Oh, that's right. I got your back, Noah. Thank you for having mine. I appreciate it. That's what we got to do around here. We got to watch each other's back. Kismet is starting out at #1 for Twitch on Fallout 4. Awesome! Well, thanks to you guys. Thanks to all of you hanging out in the stream. I'm going to show you how to equip all your people. I'm going to show you how to build up your settlements to make tons and tons of cash. Now, again, I do not use third-party mods. I do not cheat. I do not shortcut. I do not glitch. I do not pay to win. I do not do those things. Now, again, it's your game. You can do whatever you want. But for me, it cheats you out of the journey. Now, my journey, 12,000 hours, is like this. But if I cheated, if I shortcutted, if I glitched, if I did all this stuff and rushed through the storyline as fast as possible, that would have been my journey. This tiny little thing. And I would have paid $60 for this tiny little adventure. But I like to have a massive adventure. So my goal is not to be the highest level, to be the fastest person to get done, to do all of the challenges and say, look, I did it with just a butter knife. I totally conquered the Commonwealth with a butter knife. Nope, my goal is to be the person who got the most enjoyment out of this game for my money. That is what I love to do. That is how I play games. But again, your game, you can do whatever you want. All right? So that's what you'll find here in the stream. Nothing but having a fun time. All right? And you'll also find some amazing people hanging out in my stream. There are some incredible people hanging out in the chat. Feel free to say hi or not. Or you can just lurk away. We are super lurker friendly in here. You can come in, chill out, eat your dinner, work on your homework, whatever you need to do, and just chill out in the channel and watch all this mischief I get into. Okay, so we also need helmets for them. So we're going to go ahead and get 6 helmets out of there. Boop. And we've got a full set of combat armor. We've got helmets for each of them. I always save the helmets. The helmets are typically the rarest thing that I come across. Now, I could give them heavy combat armor if I wanted to, or I can give them all these modified things. But that takes longer. I'm just going to show you the basics of what I usually do. And when we get into the detail of it, we'll come back and really go to town on them, all right? Plus, we also need to do some of the railroad quests to get ballistic fiber and all that stuff, which we'll talk about another time. All right, so this guy is first. Now, this guy has a problem, and that's why I'm going to show you this guy first. Where is the trade? I feel the dragon hammer coming on. I sense it. I sense the dragon hammer. There it is, Wastelander 97. Thank you so much for dropping the dragon hammer, crushing the follow button, and becoming part of the Kismet team. Also, Jedi Master Piglet. Hey, great name. Thank you also for dropping the dragon hammer, crushing the follow button, and becoming part of the Kismet team. Now, anytime anybody hits that follow button, drops that dragon hammer, make sure to show them lots of love in the chat, everybody. Also, anytime someone says, Kismet, I love what you do, man. I've learned so much in your stream. I want to support your stream either on Patreon or via donations. They want to sub to my channel through Gaming for Good. Whatever they like to do and how they like to express it. You can also donate to charity, by the way. You don't even need to donate to my stream. You can donate to Save the Children through Gaming for Good. You can even DJ the stream by putting in a link of the song that you want right through Gaming for Good, which I think is super cool. So not only do you donate to charity or to the stream or to both, you can also put a song in there and listen to whatever song you want to listen to on the stream live. So very, very cool stuff. Now make sure to show those people, like this person right here, Lel, I think that was. Thank you so much for dropping the dragon hammer, crushing the follow button, and becoming part of the Kismet team. Make sure to show all my donators lots of love, not only when they donate, but also every time they come in the stream. All right? All right, awesome. So this guy has a problem. We cannot trade with him because he is the medic vendor. The medic vendor, when they are in the middle of being a medic, you cannot trade with them, which is a bummer. So I'm going to go ahead and just back away from this guy. I'm going to come and do this guy last, and I'm going to show you how to do that guy too. All right, so we're going to start with this girl right here.
This ain't.
That's right, it isn't.
Hey.
Let's talk.
I'm sure I have something you need.
It's a lot easier than the people sleeping outside in the thing over there. You got defenses, you got walls. I mean, what is this lady complaining about? I mega built this whole area for her. She's in the best settlement in the Commonwealth, and she's complaining. Look at that. I'm going to go ahead and take everything she's got. Give me all that stuff. That's my stuff now. That's my stuff. I'm taking her Wazer waffle. Wazer waffle. Taking it. All right. And I'm going to go ahead and give her one of each of these. Like so. Now notice, see, they're counting down, so I know I have 5 more to go. And it also kind of tells me which ones I haven't done yet, right? Because I've done 5 of those, and I still have 6 of these. It's a really great way to organize what you're doing beforehand. And I just gave her my glasses. Hey, give me them glasses back. And I need to get him glasses, speaking of that. And I'm going to give her this army helmet and then a military fatigue. And I forgot to give him glasses. I can't believe that. Okay. Now, how do I put it on him? Well, right here at the bottom, you can equip with T. Now, I like to give him combat armor. You can find a whole bunch of combat armor as you get higher level. I just save all the combat armor. I sometimes also buy it from the vendors and just give him that. Now, I can give him sturdy combat armor. I can give him heavy combat armor. I can give him all sorts of awesome stuff that are even better than that. But this is usually what I use for most of my people. So there we go. I gave her the military fatigues. And now I'm going to put this over the top of the military fatigues. So not only does she get the benefit of the military fatigues, but also all the pieces over the top. So there we go. Good gaming. Thanks for hanging out. What's up? Thanks for hanging out in this stream. Hi, Bucktown. Thanks for hanging out. Jaden says, when is the PC update coming to Fallout Shelter? This week, buddy, this week. And Kismet, while I was watching the replay of you sending your dwellers out, I noticed you were using the plus and minus to give your dweller stim packs, so I thought I'd give you a tip. You get faster, just click the stim packs above the plus and it automatically gives the dweller to it. I did not know that. I love when I get to learn something too. I did not know that. It did not used to do that. In the old days, you had to tap it every single time. You couldn't just instantly do it. So they must have added that feature. That is awesome. Let's show Jaden some love in the chat for giving Kismet a tip. That's awesome. Thank you. And then, of course, you now shared it with everybody else. So when they start playing some Fallout Shelter for PC, they'll also, hopefully it'll work on PC where you just click above there. I'm going to try that after the stream tonight because after the stream, I usually play some Fallout Shelter before I go to sleep. I try to get all my stuff queued up. I'm going to try that definitely. Or actually, I'll have to try it in a different vault because I've got that one maxed, but I'll try it. Bucktown, thanks for hanging out. Kismet, my iPad is full charge and won't start. Uh-oh. You know what you do, Lord Winter? You hold down the home button and you hold down the power button for a little bit, and then it should force reboot itself. Give that a try, buddy. Give that a try. All right. All right, so we've got that going on. So she's got that going. Now, there is some things we need to give her. We need to give her some glasses and a weapon, right? Now, of course, I don't want to give her my best weapon. But I noticed also that some of these people came in here and they took all my Gatling lasers out of here. Like my provisioner, which is okay. You know, I give it to my provisioner. But I'm going to pull this Gatling laser out of here. And I buy these Gatling lasers from the Pridwin, which just happens to be over there. Over there. Right there. It's way over there. So I travel over there and I get the Gatling laser every single time I can. Because the Gatling laser is awesome, especially for super mutants. So I'm going to give this girl right here, she's going to be the lucky one.
Looking to buy?
To get the Gatling laser.
I
now,
just want to trade a few things.
Your Gatling laser takes fusion cores, right? So you can go ahead and give her the Gatling laser, and then I can go ahead and equip it, bloop, like so. Then she'll go ahead and use the Gatling laser. Now I can also give her a fusion core. Now here's the thing. I have heard that they don't need the fusion core. And also that they don't need more ammo than just one. But I like to err on the side of caution. I'm going to give it to her, though I do know that it actually works without it. But on settlers and on provisioners. But again, I try to play as legit as possible. I'm going to give her a fusion core. All right. Now you only have to give all of your companions or all of your settlers one ammo for them to be able to shoot it. Now, well, you're only settlers and provisioners. At least that's the way it used to work. I have not tried it lately, and that's what we're going to try out tonight. Now, in my original playthrough, what you have to do also, I mean, in your companions, you have to give them the full amount of ammo. Because they'll use just as much ammo, in fact, more ammo than you use as well. So companions, give them as much ammo as you can, as much as they can, use and still carry stuff for you. And then settlers and provisioners, give them just the bare minimum. Give them one. I give them two because it looks weird when you give them just one, which you'll see me do as we go along. Okay, so I'm going to give her the Gatling laser and the fusion core because that's the way I roll. That's the way I roll. So there we go. There we go. How do you sew the neon lights? How do you make the neon lights? The neon lights are in your decorations. You go to decorations. Then you go over here to wall decorations or actually that's the other decoration. Wrong one, sorry, that's under lights. You go under lights and then you go under here. I'm so used to using the other one. You go under lights and then you go under neon. There you go. And then you can go ahead and put those down. Now some of these items are from the different DLCs. So if you're in there and you're looking for an item that I'm using, I have all of the DLC. I have the Automatron, I have the Wasteland Workshop, and I also have the Far Harbor. So if some of the stuff in here is not in yours, it's probably because you don't have the DLC for that. That's from the Wasteland Workshop, by the way. So I would definitely get that. I think the DLC is the best DLC in any game that I've got for the value that you get out of it in Fallout 4. Hands down. Hands down, every single one of them home is run for me. Because I love building, I love making robots, and I love Far Harbor because they did a great job on the storyline, and it was very, really that scared feeling when you're over there because you're like, looking around every bush. And those mobs are actually really tough. They're a lot tougher than the ones over here. Especially when you're lower level. Like I started at like level 40 and they were owning me sometimes. They come, especially in the new survival mode, they come around the corner and I'd be dead. Just like that. All right. So now we're just going to rinse and repeat, right? Next lady.
If you need a weapon, you've come to the right place.
Well, cool. I'm going to give you a weapon.
Just wanted to trade a few things.
Go ahead.
All right, and again, she's got a Gatling laser too. She's already got one. She took one of my Gatling lasers. So I noticed also they take stuff out of the workbench whenever you get attacked, by the way. They will actually go take your stuff out of containers and use it for themselves. So if you all of a sudden say, where did that gun go? Where did that stuff go that I had in my container? I've noticed they started doing that now. I've never seen them do that before the new survival mode. But now they do. Now they will go and they will grab weapons out of the workbench or out of the containers and actually start to use those weapons. Like she grabbed it. I didn't give it to her. She grabbed that. And she also grabbed the fusion core from my from my container. Now the cool thing is I've only got so many people here. So my robots didn't grab them, but my settlers will. All right, so she's already got a Gatling laser and already have the fusion core. Let's go ahead and give her one of these helmets. Now, notice when I've got below, now that I'm at 5, I don't have to actually use the dialogue every time. That's what's nice about only doing about 5 at a time. In this case, I'm doing 6. But if you do only 5 at a time, another Kismet tip for you. If you do only 5 at a time, it's much easier to very quickly, look at this. Look how quick we can do this. Very quickly move that over there, right? Now, if I have 20 or more than 5, look at the military fatigues, then this little quantity thing comes up. And then I have to manually do that. Now, I did that on purpose, by the way. I pre-thought this out so that I could show you the example I just showed you. All right? Then I'm going to take the military fatigues and I'm going to put them back into the thing. That's how far I think I hit. So there you go. I hope you guys like that awesome tip. And again, same thing here, right down across the combat armor, and we're good. All right. So that shows you kind of that particular trick. Now I'm going to go back here and I'm going to go ahead and put some of these fatigues back in here again. There we go. So I don't have to actually do that dialogue over and over again. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and put 14 of them in there because I only need 4 more. And then one of the things also I'm going to do is get the glasses out. So let's go ahead and get some glasses out of here. And I like the wraparound glasses. They're pretty cool. They're way down here at the bottom. Right here, wraparound goggles. I think they look cool. I'm going to go ahead and grab those out. But oops, I grabbed them all out. I don't want to grab them all, right? I only need 6, right? And then when I get below 6, when I get to 5, then I don't have to do the quantity dialogue every single time. So I'm going to go ahead and just put enough in there where I only end up with 6, right? So that would be 16. 16 I'm going to put back in. 16. There we go. And again, we're going to double back my weapon away so I don't actually shoot somebody in the face.
I hope.
Oh, yeah, I'm always
Hey
looking
there.
for trouble. That's
You
my
want to
job.
do some trading?
My job is to look for trouble. Buckman says, for what I understand, several pretenders only need enough to actually fire the weapon. Certain weapons, like the minigun, require several bullets. Do one shot. Several prisoners do not get unlimited ammo for things like missile launcher, Fat Man, etc. That is true, Buckmans. That is exactly true. Exactly true. Thanks for that info. I did already know that, but hey, I don't mind hearing it again. By the way, if you already know something and somebody says something that you already know, the most disrespectful thing that you can say to them is, I know. You just say, cool, and roll on. Because if you say, I know, it makes the other person feel bad for spending their time telling you something. So just say, thanks, and go on with your life. Why do you got to tell them that you already know that? It's okay. Okay, if you already know. Just say, thanks anyway, right? That's what I do. That's what I try to do. Though I did say I already knew that. But I did say, thank you for telling me. So there you go. So I was respectful. Hello, Half. Thanks for hanging out. Since you said that your next playthrough most likely contain mods, you should look out for certain mod that boosts your contraptions. DLC has more builders and stuff in there. Yes, I will definitely check that out. I will be asking everybody what mods they think are the best, right? And then I will download those and we will try those out on the stream. All right. Thanks for that tip. All right. Welcome, Domino. Thanks for hanging out. Welcome, welcome. Hello, he says. Hello to you. Boom. Okay, so again, we're going to trade with
Let's
this girl.
trade.
Okay.
We're going to gear her out this time with some apparel. And we're going to go down here to wraparound goggles. Now, the first time it's going to ask me quantity because I have 6. But when I get down to 5, it won't ask me again. And we'll go ahead and give her some wraparound goggles. And now look how cool she's like. Yes, up. You want something? You want something? I got some general stuff to sell. And again.
I'm sure
Now, you can give them whole themed outfits, by the way, if you want to really get into it.
I want to trade a few
Give them
things.
all mechanics outfits, or give them all, like, one of those little bowler hats. It's really up to you. You can do really some hilariously funny stuff with your settlers. Now, I'm more practical. I give them the stuff so they can survive longer and kill off all the bad guys. That's why I do that. Now, again, notice there I did not have to do the quantity dialogue. She's good to go. Now, the next bunch of people, right, I'm going to need more weapons, right? Because I don't have all the weapons. But I'm going to see if this guy actually has a weapon.
Hey, can I get you a drink?
Let's trade.
I just need to trade gear with you.
Okay.
I need to put my thing up. Look, he's got one of my Gatling lasers, too. This dude, all these people have been ripping off my Gatling lasers. Been stealing my Gatling lasers. Little thieves. Now, I'm going to speed up a little bit here because you guys are getting the idea. Watch how fast you can equip your settlers here. And just hit T as we're going along. And there we go. Goggles. And then I'm going to take his thing he had back. Look at him. Now he's looking awesome. All right, next thing.
If you ain't been
Now I'm
up
going
to
to come
see
back and give him a
Grey
weapon
Garden,
in
you
a
should
second.
go. Whole place is run by robots.
If they don't have a weapon,
Step
by
right
the way.
up. All the clothing
Those
fit your way.
guys had a weapon. Let's trade.
Just looking to trade a little.
Go ahead.
Again, I didn't put mine on. Now, this guy only has a pipe pistol. He has a short assault rifle, but he obviously ran out of ammo. So that's why he probably grabbed that short assault rifle from me. I'm going to take all that back. Now, I can give him some stuff and some ammo, but I'm going to do that in a minute. I'm going to explain about all that once again. And let's see, military fatigues and wraparound goggles. By the way, if you don't want him standing there naked, you want to make sure that you don't do this first, right? If you go in there and you give him the wrong item, it'll make him standing there naked. Damino, thank you so much for dropping the Dragon Hammer, crushing the follow button, and becoming part of the Kismet team. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're having a fantastic evening. Let's show him some love in the chat, everybody. Show him that love. All right. Boom, let's go ahead and hit this. Sometimes they will stand there with no clothes on. There we go. Look at this guy. He looks like Sheffield a little bit, doesn't he? Like Sheffield's cousin.
Hope
And-
one of them synths here to spy on me.
My provisioner? What's my provisioner doing down here?
Need armor?
What you doing, bro?
Can we trade a few things?
Go ahead.
That's weird. My provisioner's right there. That's pretty odd. Now, it might have been my provisioner from somewhere else. But there we go. Notice how he took some of my weapons out. Took several weapons out of my thing. And there's a way to prevent that, by the way, which we'll talk about probably on a different stream. Not tonight's stream, but on a different stream. All right, there we go. And one more military fatigue and one more wraparound glasses. And again, he's already got the Gatling laser. It was very nice of them to pick up the Gatling laser and save me some effort. Now, the reason why these guys pick up the Gatling lasers, I've only got 6 people here. So there we go. We've got them all geared out. Now, all of my people have Gatling lasers. Isn't that nice? That's why I've been collecting them over this time, is so that they'll have their Gatling lasers. Now, how do we do this guy down here?
Let's get a look at it.
Now, normally, by the way, I would give this guy a vault-tec suit. Let's see if we actually have one. Let's see if we have a vault-tec thing in here. Let's see. It's very good early on, so you can tell which one's who. There we go. Lab coat right there. So I can give him a lab coat. So again, let's look at him. Let's see if we can trade with him. Lord Winter robot took over supply line. That's why. Thank you,
I can patch
Ameridave.
you up
That
if
is
you need.
right.
For a small fee, of course.
That's right. Oh, that's right, because I had to change my provisioner over because I didn't have enough people. That's right. I remember now. Thanks for... Mayor Dave always got my back, man. Always got my back. I appreciate that. Since I very first started streaming, too. Very long time ago, Mayor Dave, one of my first people who have been in my stream, refused to hit the follow button for a very long
Let's
time.
see what I can spare.
And then finally, we kind of twisted his arm here. And funny, he hit the follow button at the exact right time and actually became one of my people right on the dot at a thing. Speaking of right on the dot, let's see how close we are to that 3,300. We are about 14 away. Yes, when we get close, by the way, if you actually hit it exactly at 1,300, your name will go for all time below the stream as my 3,300th follower. So I appreciate everybody who is hitting that follow button tonight. We'll see if we get there. We will see. All right. Let's keep on going. Now, this guy's got a whole bunch of stuff on him, and I could buy him some armor out of here. I could buy him some weapons and whatnot. But as you can see, I cannot trade with him. This is actually the bartering with him. If I give it to him, it actually is going to sell it to him and not trade it to him. So how do we work around that? Well, we could assign him to something else, right? We could assign him to food. then give him the items, and then assign him back. But I'm going to show you a way around that. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at what time it is right now in game. It is 6:22 in game. So what we're going to try to do is forward the time by about 5 hours or so, past the time in which they are no longer in the vendor area, right? They are going to go and relax and chill out and have a good time. He's no longer there. So where is he at? Well, he's cooking food. He's doing other things. But wherever he is not in power armor or not in combat armor. So I can look around for him here and see if I can find him in here. Now, there's another way of doing this, by the way. Instead of wandering around looking for everybody, right? I can go ahead and ring the bell. But he's right here.
Got work to do. Can't talk now.
Need to get back.
Notice how he said something different.
Let's trade some things.
Go ahead.
That's how you do it. So for the person, now if you only learn one thing in my stream, that is an awesome one. That is an awesome Kismet tip. And that is basically you just make the time later. They're no longer in the trade center. You can then trade with them and then adjust what they have on them. Now he's got targeting agitated automatic weapon. Now why he had to pull 389 fusion cells, I would not know. But I could actually just leave him with that weapon. I can leave him with that weapon, but I'm not going to leave him with all of my fusion cells. I'm going to go ahead and take those back because I'm going to sell those eventually. And I'm going to even take his hat. Give me that hat. And then give him the rest of this stuff that we were going to hand out. So there we go. And we're going to go ahead and give him... actually, I don't think I'm going to give him the lab coat. Just so I know that he's my lab coat guy. Or he's my guy there. The guy. This dude. Just because that's fun. So I'm going to go ahead and give him the lab coat. So now he looks like a doctor. But I'm also going to give him some combat armor. And let's see what happened. What happened to him? He doesn't have any clothes on, right? Because the second I do lab coat, and then I try to put the combat armor over the top of him, it doesn't work, right? So I can make a choice. I can either give him the lab coat, which is pretty cool, but it doesn't really do anything for him, right? It does have like plus intelligence, whatever on there, but it doesn't really protect him, right? Blue Lightning, thank you so much for dropping the Dragon Hammer, crushing the follow button, and becoming part of the Kismet team. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for hanging out in the stream. We're having an awesome night tonight. Playing some Fallout 4, of course. One of my favorite games of all time. So awesome. So I can make a choice. Now, I make typically the defense choice, right? So I'm actually going to give him the rest of this stuff, like so. And I'm going to give him the military fatigues because I'm gearing up my settlement. And that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take his farmhouse clothes, give him the military fatigues, take that back. And now I can put the combat armor over the military fatigues. Some stuff you can put it over and some you can't, right? Usually your outfits, you can't put armor over it. Military fatigues, army fatigues, dirty army fatigues, you can put combat armor over the top of it, which gives it even more of a boost for damage resistance, right? Okay, and he's got his targeting agitated automatic pistol, right? Now I'd give him something way better like the Gatling laser, which I'll come back and do, but I've given you an idea. So you give him the gun, and then you equip him with a gun first. Then, of course, it still works either way. But I like to do that just so I know that he has the gun equipped and that he's going to use the gun. Then we take the fusion cells, and we can give him just one. One fusion cell. That's all you need to give him. He'll have an unlimited amount in these particular weapons. And again, like they had mentioned earlier, one of my followers there on the stream had mentioned that the rocket launcher, Fat Man, other weapons like that, actually you have to give them more than one. Okay? But on most of the weapons, you only have to give them one. Now, I give them two so I can see the parentheses in there. So that's what I'm going to do. So I can see the parentheses and that particular thing is ammo. I think it just makes it stand out more. So you only have to give them one. So there we go.
I ever saw.
Dude is totally geared out. And all of our settlers now are geared out with Gatling lasers and combat armor. Anything attacks this place, they're going to get destroyed. Right? They're going to get destroyed by those guys. And eventually, that is my goal. Every single settler I have with Gatling lasers. And we're going to stop by the Pridwin when we're going to Sanctuary first. So we'll go to the Pridwin, then we'll go to Sanctuary, and we'll get another Gatling laser for those guys over there. Now, speaking of going to Sanctuary, that is equipping your settlers. There we go. Number one done. Now, I also want to talk a little bit about cash real quick as well. So we're going to talk about that. Kismet is popular. He's getting trolls. I didn't even see him. You know why? Because My mods are so awesome, and Nightbot will just knock them out of here. I don't even see it. I don't even see trolls. That's what's great about having the best mods on Twitch. Ameridave and Sister Wolf. As well as Saltbot, who does, if you get salty with Saltbot, he'll get salty right back with you. So there you go. If you put links in there or whatever. Doshke, thank you so much for that backup as well. On the rise, the Honorable Lord Kismet presiding. A good one, Lord Winter. You can armor the lab coat, Kismet. Yes, you can. You can go and put ballistic weave and all that stuff on it. I will do that later on, like I mentioned earlier. We'll come back to all of that. Hi, Shona. Thanks for hanging out, kids. Give him back the armor fatigues. You took it off of him. I did? Did I take it off of him? I thought I gave it back to him. I gave it back to him. I gave him the military fatigues. Yes. You take it back to him when you give him the farm. When you give him the lab coat and it doesn't have ballistic weave or anything like that,
look about
then you can't use it.
Hope you ain't here for me.
Look at them all. Is there a meeting that I missed?
You know what I call a good
Meeting?
day? One that ends without an empty stomach.
Crop's been growing pretty good lately.
It has.
work.
You're right.
You eat. It's as simple as that.
They thought you were a synth, dude. And that guy shot you in the back with the Gatling laser. Shot that dude in the back with a Gatling laser. He wasn't even a synth. That's not cool. Not cool. It's also not cool to try to send my settlers out of my settlement. Did you notice I backed up and that random encounter didn't happen the second time? That's how random encounters work. Now, if I lose my settlers here, I'm actually kind of screwed because I can't get any more settlers here because I have so many robots here. So I literally would have to send all of my robots out of here, build up my settlers again, and then send all my robots back again to have enough settlers. Now, it doesn't really matter in the long run, but for me that's kind of annoying that the robots count toward it, even though you can have an unlimited amount of robots. Now, of course, the smart thing to do, build up all your settlers first, build up like 20, 21 settlers, and then start making robots afterwards. You'll see I sent all the robots here for that reason, so they're not taking up a slot in any of my other settlements, so I can get maximum settlers there. Okay? So again, we're going to go to Pridwin first, and then Sanctuary to move on to the next part. But before we do that, we're going to talk cash. So, right now, all my people are gone, so I can't sell them anything. Now, every time I'm at my settlement, I try to sell stuff to the vendor. Because, especially in survival mode, what it does is it basically allows me to sell stuff without having to travel all over the place, which I don't really like to do in the new survival mode because it is very tedious to carry all of that stuff to Diamond City, though I can use my robots to deliver it, which I'll show you that in just a bit. All right? So we're going to be doing a lot of stuff tonight. Tonight is a mega stream. We're going to be doing a whole bunch of awesome stuff, including building up all of my settlements. I'll show you how to build them up in different locations. Some of them I'll build up a little bit more than others, and we're going to be going all night long. All night long. So stick around. Stick around if you can, unless you're at work tomorrow. Got work tomorrow, be responsible. But thanks for hanging out in the stream. Maybe just leave my browser open and then leave my stream open and then just go to sleep and just leave it run. If you can. All right. This way you can listen to me in your dreams and you'll be getting all of this great info while you're sleeping. Kismet, hi, chat. Says show enough. Thanks for hanging out.
Let me know if there's anything I can do.
There's a lot of show enough love in the chat there.
You know.
Major Payne said, Kismet, can you explain the scavenging stations? I don't fully understand them. I certainly can, Major Payne. I am one of those streamers who actually watches my chat and interacts with the stream. I know, crazy, huh? Someone who actually loves to stream and also talks to people in their stream. I know, it's a little crazy. But then I am a little crazy, so there you go. And if you're crazy, you're with good company. All right, so the way scavenging works, and I think it's one of the most powerful things in the entire game, which you'll see when we get to Sanctuary, by the way. I have a whole row of them right here. Now, I call them scrapping, but they're actually called scavenging stations. Now, these scavenging stations I have equipped with robots. Of course, I could have people as well. And they love to talk to me when I'm trying to go into the workbench. Oh, don't talk to me. Don't talk to me. Okay, there we go. So you can see they're called scavenging stations. So what happens is you put somebody on one of these and they will go out and they will find junk for you. They will find materials and take it and put it in the workbench. Now you're probably saying to yourself, oh man, I can't believe I haven't been using that all this time. I could have saved hundreds of hours or more, depending on how much you play the game, instead of collecting all of those resources, or at least some of those resources, my settlers would be collecting some of those resources for me. Because this ain't no free ride. These guys ain't sitting around for, you know, on your dime for no reason. They should be busy doing something, right? Making food, doing scavenging, defending your location, whatever they should be doing. Look, this guy, he's from Far Harbor, old Longfellow. And I got him working too. Even my companions can be working, your robots, your settlers, whatever can be doing the scavenging station. So he's working, he's going to put some stuff into the workbench, and then I use it to build settlements, right? Or you can sell it if you want. Christian95, thanks so much for dropping the Dragon Hammer, crushing the follow button, and becoming part of the Kismet team. Let's show Kristen lots of love, everybody. So that is what scavenging is for. As you notice, I have a massive amount of them. Now, the reason why I have so much of them is because, of course, I've got the Mega Sorter going here. The Mega Sorter, you do have diminishing returns on that, by the way, if you don't take stuff out of the workbench. But if you have a Mega Sorter, it pulls it all out of the workbench. So the more they put in the workbench, the more it keeps taking it out, adding, taking out, adding, taking out, and so on. Now, I'm actually going to turn the Mega Sorter off here in a second so that I can have full access to all of my resources throughout all of my settlements because I have supply lines set up, which I'll show you right here. There's my supply lines. They're all over the place. Now, I still need to add some supply lines here. We just did the Mechanist yesterday for the second time. I've done it when it first came out as well. But you can see that all of our supply lines are tied together, which means all the stuff I have at Spectacle Island is going to tie its way all the way through all of my settlements. All right, so we'll be able to use them no matter where we go. We also just fixed up we fixed up Finch Farm the other day, so we probably don't need to fix that one up. So probably Norhagen and the Spectacle Island we will not fix up. All right, since we've already did that the other day. And also I've got a couple more in Far Harbor that are already built up enough that we're not going to do those. But we're not going to do Far Harbor tonight, just the Commonwealth tonight.
Don't know what's more.
Okay. So we're going to go over here and we're going to turn off the Mega Sorter. Like so. Okay, now I've got a whole bunch of surgical scalpels on there that I can grab if I want.
Everything's got it.
Like so. And I can go along here and I can grab all these out of here. Like so. If I want to keep all of those resources together. Now, I can also pull stuff out of the workbench that I don't want it to sort. I can just sort it myself, and I can sit here and micro sort all of this stuff, which is typically what you have to do in the game. Oh, look, there's a 3-ball. Typically what you have to do in the game, right, is micro sort all of your goodies, right? Now, I'm just being a little bit overzealous here. I don't really need to go and put all this stuff back in the workbench. I have more than enough resources, but I'm just showing you what I suggest to do. There we go. Okay, so we took it all off the Mega Sorter, and then we're going to go right here to this one, and we're going to take everything out. Now, the reason why I'm doing that is because it actually pulls all your resources out of the workbench as well. Now, notice how long it takes. Recently, what happens is that the actual settlement will go a lot slower when you're pulling stuff out of the workbench, depending on how many things you pull out of there, right? So if it pauses for a very long time, now, I didn't used to do this. I mean, I used to pull everything out of the workbench. It was fine. I don't know if this is something that's been introduced lately. Hopefully, they fix this kind of lag delay when you're pulling a lot of stuff out of the workbench. But there we go. So I pulled all that out of there, and I'm literally going to turn around, hit T, and drop it all back into the workbench. This way, it'll be available throughout all my settlements. If you leave it in that container, it will not be available in your settlements. Now, I've also got the question, Kismet, well, why don't you just have it go back into the workbench? Well, because you can create a causal loop. You don't know what a causal loop is? Basically, what it is when if I put, say, 100 purified water in there, right? And it's pulling out my purified water, right? And then it pulls it out and then it puts it right back in there. You know what's going to happen? It's going to take 5 of them out and put another one in, and it's going to take that one and keep pulling it out and pulling it out. And it will never get to any of your other stuff that it needs to sort. It'll just take the purified water out and then put it back in and back out and just do that in an endless circle, right? It's called a causal loop. Thing that causes things to go in circles instead of moving forward, right? It's kind of like a decision thing. It's a programming thing as well. But I'm not going to get into too incredible detail in that. But basically, that's what would happen. If it was pulling out an item and then it started putting that same item back in the workbench, it would just endlessly pull that one item out, which is not what you want. You want it to sort all of your stuff separately out of the workbench. So there we go. So I put all that stuff back in there again. And let's see if we got anything else here to put in there. We've got bats. We've got various apparels and whatnot that it didn't sort that we had picked up off the ground. Oh, I got to fix my power armor too. I did remember there that I got a piece of my power armor that I need to put back in now. Put it back on my power armor. Oh, I forgot to take my fusion core out. Bad Kismet. Okay, so there we go. So we went through, we turned the Mega Sorter off while we're building, and then we'll come back and we'll let it run, so it'll sort all that stuff again, and all my other stuff. So again, so the first place we're going to go to is the Sanctuary. Oh, I feel the Dragon Hammer coming on. There it is. S071116, thank you so much for dropping the Dragon Hammer, crushing the follow button, and becoming part of the Kismet team. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for hanging out in the stream. I appreciate it. Let's show them some love in the chat, everybody. So you guys can see my light there. Go ahead and fix my little light there so it isn't glowing in the corner of me there, making me glow. All right, so there we go. We've done with that. We've now geared up all of our settlers, and we want to take some of that gear with us. So now I'm going to show you another thing that I came up with called the Kismet RDS, or Kismet Robot Delivery System. So I'm going to get a robot as my companion. Now right now I've got Ada as my companion, who happens to be a robot. But if you notice, she's nowhere to be found. She wandered off somewhere. So I have to try to find her, or I can just get a different robot. I'm just going to get a different one. And I'm going to use my first one here, Aang, who is my longest running member. He's been with me for a very, very long time. Also super loyal, incredibly great guy. So I'm going to send Ada to me. Now I will say Ada's name wrong quite often. So just roll with it. Just roll with it. It'll be fine. Okay, so I've got Aang here as my companion. And I'm going to go ahead and tell Aang, come on Aang, to come over here with me. Now he's not going to be able to get out of it. There's Ada. What's up? Notice how I've got her modded out. She actually just totally rocked the mechanist we did last night. It only took me about 4 tries in the new survival mode, which isn't too bad. So I'm going to go ahead and take some of the stuff out of here. So same thing here. I'm going to actually take out as many as we can get. Let's do 8 of each. And again, we're probably not going to gear out all of my settlers, but I'm going to take 8 of these out each. Just because otherwise it would take us all night long, because I have like 500 settlers, right? It'll just take us all night. So we're going to take 8 of these out each, like so. And then we will get some more of these military fatigues. And we'll just do 8 people at the location we're going. There's army fatigues. Let's just do army. Nah, let's do military fatigues. I prefer the military ones because you can, they're really easy to mod out later on with ballistic fiber. Okay. And let's give them some metal helmets. No, I don't have enough. Let's go get another helmet. What other helmets do we have? Polished metal helmets. Looking for one that has 8 of that type of helmet. Not there. Who was that awesome? The special one! Thank you so much for dropping the Dragon Hammer, crushing the follow button, and becoming part of the Kismet team. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for hanging out in the chat. Now, if you do have a question or comment for me, by the way, my name is Kismet. You can put Kiz or Kismet in the chat. You don't have to do @Kismet Ring of Destiny unless you want to. You can just go ahead and say my name, and then it will highlight in red. I know you're talking directly to me. If for whatever reason, I do watch my chat pretty close, but for whatever reason, if I do miss your question or comment, just go ahead and throw it in there again. I don't mind. You can actually use the up arrow if you're on PC to just retype it again, and it will just pop up again. You don't have to type the whole thing again. It'll just automatically put it in there. Just make sure to put Kiz in there, Kiz or Kismet, and it'll highlight in red. It'll come straight to me. All right? So I think interacting in the stream is one of the best parts. Kiz, you ever think about making a game have a little chaos added to it? Let me go see. I missed the end of that. Chaos, a little chaos added to the end of it. Like adding the War of the Commonwealth mod. Eventually, sure enough. I will definitely try out every single mod there is to try. I will try every last one of them. There we go. Unless it's just like a straight cheat mod. Like it's like unlimited bottle caps. Those ones I don't bother with. I don't bother with cheap ones. All right. Boom, boom, boom. Noah saying, give me a follow. Thank you so much for that love, Noah. Thanks for that love, Noah. All right. So we're going to keep going. And we're going to... let's get some more wraparound goggles. Let's do those. I like those. And what else we want to do here? Trying to decide what kind of helmet we want to give them. Let's go up here. I guess we'll just give them these army helmets way up here at the top. I think I had enough of those. And again, you want to save these over time. We've got alloyed ones, so there's 3 there. We've got army helmets, so I've only got 2. And again, you want to buy these over time, make sure, or collect these over time. That's how I have some. There they are, dirty army helmets. I thought I had those somewhere. I'm going to go ahead and just take those 8 and put these other ones back. Metal helmets. Now, the nice thing about the metal helmets, some of the helmets can actually be modded. So, like the metal helmets very early on, which is a great one for yourself to use. So you can go in and mod them in the workbench. Not like third-party mod them, but mod them in the workbench is what I'm talking about. Okay, so that's good. Now, of course, I can give them anything I want. I can put them in a clown suit, if they had a clown suit. I can put them in whatever I want and have them run around. Or put them in nothing. Have them run around in their underwear. It's your game. You can do whatever you want. It's up to you. All right, so there we go. So we got a whole bunch of gear that we want to send to Sanctuary. So I'm going to go ahead and get my buddy. He's around here somewhere.
Would you like me to go with you?
See if he's down here. I heard him. I hear him driving around somewhere. That's not him. That's Jesse's girl. Out of my way, Jesse's girl. Trying to get up here. Blocking my stairwell. Blocking my stairwell. So if they block your stairwell, just back away. And usually they'll come down, but he's actually blocking this, which is causing a causal loop. That robot can't get up there. He can't get down here. So we just caused a causal loop. I didn't mean to do that. That was totally an accident. But we're going to try to jump past him. Get out there. We made it. So one cannot get up. The other one can't get down because they're blocking each other. Now, of course, the second I get up here, that's when he jumps down there.
Hey.
You gotta love that kind of stuff. Okay. So we're going to trade here with Aang. And I'm going to give him all this stuff because I'm overburdened. Now, I could take a vertibird and be just fine. But I'm going to show you how the delivery system works just so you get an idea. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and give him the stuff I want. Now, I could give him food, water, ammo. I could give him a whole bunch of stuff. But I'm just going to have him carry all this combat armor, so I don't need to. Now, this is especially important early on in the game when you're playing survival mode, the new survival mode, because you don't have the vertibirds yet. So you have to actually walk everywhere. So instead of walking everywhere overburdened, you can give them to your companions, in this case, robots, and they will deliver them. So your regular companions or robots that you build, which are considered companions, you can give them stuff and have them just take it there for you. It's like a FedEx of the Commonwealth, right? Or the Kismet delivery system. All right, military fatigues. Let's go ahead and give them some wraparound goggles. Let's see if we've got everything. Chest, left, right, helmet. Military fatigues, wraparound goggles. Now again, another thing that I'm going to need to give them is some weapons, right? So let's go ahead and see if there's any weapons in here. Any weapons that got sorted out. We've got ammo in there. I'd also sort some weapons in here. I don't see any of them. We must have sold all of those off.
Just looking for a hand.
Now I do have some weapons also stored over here that I'm going to try to send as well. Kova says, from what I've seen, you like the manufacturing expanded mod, Kismet. I will definitely eventually try it. I will eventually try it for sure. Okay, so I have actually put all my weapons up here. Because what happens is they take your stuff out of your containers, so I put these ones in the safe up here. Now, I could actually give them some of these really cool things that I've collected along the way, like this freeze gauze rifle. That's pretty cool, right? Let's go ahead and take that. Let's go ahead and say we'll give them a nice baseball bat. That'd be fun. Somebody would just be knocking them. And again, you can give them whatever you want. Then give them the Tesla rifle, which is fun. The fish catcher. And again, I have all these unique things from all these different things. That's from some of these are from Far Harbor. Another gauze rifle that I have. I have also various other weapons. I got the alien blaster. Got the Koton one. I have old reliable. And I don't want to give them a nuke because what'll happen is they'll nuke me. That's why I don't give usually them nuke. And I also have the Assaultron head. So we're just giving some weird, unique stuff. Now, before I send this, I'm also going to need ammo that goes with it. At least 2 ammo.
Anything I can do?
Because that's the way I roll. You only really need to give them 1. But at least 2 ammo. So before we do that as well, we're going to need to go in here into the storage and we're going to need to get some ammo out. So we're going here to ammo. And let's see what we got. Oh, we got to look under weapons here. Actually, I got to look under weapons over here. And then ammo over there. There we go. Now my brain's working. And so we've got the World Series baseball bat does not need ammo. This one needs 2mm. So we're going to see if we got any of that. We do. And again, we only need 2. So no reason to bulk them down with that. I'm going to give them just 2. And then here, assault rifle, 5.56. And again, just 2. And Soltron head, needs some fusion cells. And again, you only have to give them 1. I give them 2 just so it does the parentheses thing. Okay. And lever action, we need 4570. I don't think I have any 4570. I'm going to check the vendor for that. See if we have any more fusion cells. We need 2 more for that one. And you notice I go each weapon one at a time so I don't accidentally forget. All right. Fusion cells and Fitch Catcher doesn't take any. So we need some 4570 ammo. And I just happen to have a vendor right over here.
What's the
I can go to.
here? Yeah,
Hey,
Looking for a weapon?
And
I'd like to trade some items.
Sure thing.
Lincoln says, Kismet, do you mod your world? Did you find all the stuff or have you did the command in them? Well, number one, you can't do console commands in the new survival mode. Have I done console commands? Do I use console commands? No. Only used it one time when my game got glitched out and I couldn't progress my storyline. I called the no clip, so I could clip up to the top because it teleported me in the bottom of the Institute when it should have teleported me to the top. And then I couldn't get out. I was glitched. I was locked out. I couldn't go anywhere. I couldn't do anything. Other than that, I do not use console commands. I do not cheat. I do not shortcut. I do not use third-party mods. I don't glitch or do anything like that. And not that because I'm holier than thou or anybody else. It's just that what it does, it makes your game, like your journey, like this big. Like you've robbed yourself out of all this thing. You're not cheating the game. You're cheating yourself out of all that enjoyment you would have got. Now, I played 1,200 and nearly 50 hours. That's right, 1,250 hours in the game. And I've enjoyed every single minute. Every single minute. And I've not used third-party mods, not done any of that other stuff, because it makes your journey so small. And mine is, wow, really long. And I've enjoyed all of it. And I'm enjoying it right now. So there we go. So I do not cheat again. Any of that stuff. I do not cheat in any way. Because I learned that lesson a long time. You don't cheat the game, you cheat yourself out of the enjoyment of it. Damino says, can you gaming to stay or another game? Can you game destroy another game? Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what you're asking there, Damino. Or can I play another game? Can you gaming Destiny or another game? Can you? Maybe he's asking, can you play Destiny or another game? No, I'm playing Fallout 4. But thanks for asking. Most people who stream, by the way, don't like backseat gaming. So shouldn't tell them where they should go or what they should do. Now, if they do ask you, hey, what about this, guys? What do you think about this? Then it's okay to respond. But most of the time, out of respect for streamers, I never spoil anything for them. I never tell them what to do. Lincoln, 2, thank you so much for dropping the Dragon Hammer, crushing the follow button, and becoming part of the Kismet team. I never do that as well. Hey, there we go. Luke Mula, I think that is right. Lick Mula. Thank you so much for dropping the Dragon Hammer, crushing the follow button, and becoming part of the Kismet team as well. Make sure to show them lots of love in the chat. So yes, I play the games I want to play, which in this case is Fallout 4, one of my favorite games of all time now. I love playing Fallout 4. It's so great. Is this modded? Absolutely not, Lincoln 2. I do not use mods. I do not use third-party things. In fact, I say that quite so often in the stream that an awesome person in my stream, an awesome follower in my stream, Derek, came up with the actual Kismet drinking game. Check it out. It's actually on there. Look, when Kismet says no cheats, no glitches, no third-party mods, you have to actually take a drink. So if any of these things happen in the stream, if you want to play along at home with the drinking game, you can. Derek came up with that. I'll just totally props to him. All the stuff, all the credit for that. Ghost Dude, thank you so much for dropping the Dragon Hammer, crushing the follow button, and becoming part of the Kismet team. Also, you got to take a drink every time someone hits the Dragon Hammer. You guys are going to be sloshed like crazy. Now, me, I'm streaming, so I'm just drinking water, being good, and of course, being healthy. Lost 35 pounds, by the way. 35 pounds, which is pretty incredible. Pretty incredible. And I go to the gym 3 days a week now. 3 days a week, getting healthier, feeling better, because really I have no other choice other than to die. So there we go. Jay Gaz Mom, thank you so much for dropping the Dragon Hammer. Question the follow button and becoming part of the Kismet team. Welcome, welcome. And I'm going to eat me a grape right now. Good. Tasty, tasty. I see Chewy Baka, as we like to call him, DJ Chewy. Thanks for hanging out, man. That's an awesome DJ name. He DJs the stream sometimes. We have him putting music into the stream. Kismet, you got a YouTube channel? Over the last 10 minutes or so, you came up with so many informative things that would be awesome to revisit. I absolutely do, R. Messin, and also it will save all my streams here on here. But I get that question all the time. People say, Kismet, can you write some of this down? Because you just gave me so much information, I'm not going to remember all this. Could you make like a video or whatever? And I said, you know what? I'm not only going to make you a video, I'm going to make you an entire series on how to become an awesome settlement overseer like me. All sorts of stuff about the game. All that stuff can be found on my YouTube. In fact, there's the link to it right there. You can follow that link. It'll give you all sorts of awesome tips on how to play the game totally legit. No third-party mods, no cheating. You don't have to. Of course, your game, you can do whatever you want. But you don't have to. You can do it totally legit, even in survival mode, the new survival mode, which is 10 to 100 times harder than the previous survival mode. You can totally play it legit and have a lot of fun doing it along the way. I love building settlements. I think it's one of the funnest things to do, and we're going to be doing a bunch of it tonight. All right? And I'm going to show you all my secrets on how to build it up. All right. So we got to this settler here. I'm going to show you a bit about selling stuff here, too. So I've just traded with her, got her different stuff here. But what I really want to do is barter, right? I really want to take all the stuff that I just got, and I want to barter it away.
I've got something you need.
Oh, and it just dawned on me. Hopefully
I've got a few minutes to browse.
I emptied out.
Let me know what you'd like.
I emptied out 8 of there. Oh, I've already got her caps. So she still needs to respawn.
Anything I can do to lighten the load?
And again over here.
You want to do some trading?
You need anything?
And I think I've got hers.
Let's see what you got.
Here's what I've got.
See, when they say trading, I want to do the trading thing. Now, notice she only has 3 bottle caps. The reason why is I sold her a bunch of junk. I already have her money, so I can't really sell them anything right now. But every time I come back here, I will resell it. All right. But for right now, I'm going to just put it in the workbench. You know why I'm going to put it in the workbench? Because I have a mega sorter. The mega sorter is going to sort it out of the workbench and put all the stuff that I want to sell in a separate container, and I don't even need to. All right. So let's go ahead and put this stuff back in the workbench and let it do its job. Now, the other thing I was going to do from there is I was going to buy some ammo. Don't worry, I will do that in just a second. I know you're all going to say, Kismet, you forgot the ammo. Kismet. Don't worry, I'll get it in just a second. That I actually did remember, but I do appreciate the backup. I'm not going to get rid of my fashionable glasses. I'm going to keep those for me. There's the Mechanist armor. Mechanist helmet we just got last night. Like so. We'll go ahead and put that in there. We'll have it do all that sorting. And I've got a whole bunch of other stuff here that I don't want to carry around with me. I'm just going to go ahead and put that in there. Let it sort all of that stuff too. Like so. And I got a bunch of miscellaneous stuff, which actually I don't want to put in there. I want to go ahead and put it in my file cabinet full of stuff. Oh, look at that. 1,000 bottle caps in there for my trade centers. Awesome. Awesome. So I'm going to show you what I do with all my miscellaneous stuff and other things like that. I put them up here, kind of in my little storage area. And I usually put it up and away off the side. This is all the miscellaneous stuff. Now, I don't use it very much. So I try to put it in here and keep it out of the way. Now, the only thing I probably use out of the miscellaneous stuff eventually, not right now, is the things at the very end here, these technical documents and whatnot. I will put those in here for right now. And I'll come and get those out of here. Now, also my mega sorter will sort those documents out later on. But at least it takes all that miscellaneous stuff. Now, the rest of that miscellaneous stuff I cannot take out of there because it is part of a quest that I haven't done yet. And I've been slacking on them. Been slacking on those quests. Now, I've already played through the bulk of all the storyline before. The bulk of all the quests and stuff that you can do. So this time I just kind of shortcutted to Far Harbor and didn't do them all yet. But then, of course, it leaves us a lot of fun stuff to do next. Now, some of this other stuff I'm going to put here into the workbench. All these mods, let's put those in there. No reason to carry those around. Got a whole bunch of ammo as well that I need to take with me. We need to buy that ammo before we go. Let's talk to the weapons lady before it's too late in the day.
Get a weapon. You've come to the right
Commonwealth
place.
never lacks for excitement.
I need
I'll
to get
take a
some
look.
ammo.
Sure.
Let me know what you'd like.
All right. So does she have any 45 ammo? She does not. She does not have it. All right. Well, then there's no reason for us to carry it over there, though someone might have it over there. You really have to go to Far Harbor to get that. I'm not going to run all the way to Far Harbor for it in tonight's stream, but maybe in the future. We'll see. Or I might get some as a drop. You never know. So I'm going to go ahead and put that one back. So there's no reason to lug that all the way over there if we actually don't have any ammo for it. And again, that is a great weapon, by the way. It is a pretty awesome weapon. A lot of these are really great weapons that you get from various quests and whatnot, or various unique vendors. You can get all sorts of cool stuff. Now, for anybody wondering, what is this thing right here, Kismet? What is that? Why is that there? What? How did you do that, Kismet? That is like the coolest thing ever. Not only did it lock those doors, but it also locked the external doors. Cyrus Deacon! Thank you so much. Sirius Deacon, thanks so much for dropping the dragon ammo. We're crushing the follow button and becoming part of the Kismet team. Welcome, welcome. But notice that it locked down my entire settlement. Over there, door over there, door over there. Right? So no matter where I am, I can lock and unlock my entire settlement. Just like that. So I can lock it down if I get attacked. And that is like the coolest thing ever. That is from the Contraptions DLC. If you run your power just right, you can then, of course, lock down your entire settlement, which is super cool. Super cool. And you'll see me do that at a whole bunch of settlements. Both through a flip switch, that I can run up and hit the flip switch, or I can just shoot it. I like the shooting one, because that is way easier to do than try to find your way to the switch when you're being attacked, right? You can just, like, beam it from wherever you are, get that sucker, and you're good. Especially if you have the Overseer's Guardian with the scope on it, right? With a reflex scope on it, they just put that green circle on it, boom, you got it. That is quite the interesting name. Thanks for hanging out and bringing my stream count up, though. And also dropping the Dragon Hammer and crushing the follow button and becoming part of the Kismet team. Welcome, welcome. All right. Sorry about that coughing.
Hey.
So let's keep going with the trade system. So I'm going to go ahead and give him also these weapons, so I don't have to carry them. Like so. All this various stuff here. Oh, that one also has 45. We're not going to give him that. Fusion cells. We need fusion cells, some cores. 45. And that's another one we're going to go ahead and put away. So we need some 45 ammo and some fusion cores and probably a few more cells. All right. And that's probably good. And we'll give them all the ammo. And I have a ton of fusion cells on me. I'll give them... Let's just give them a whole bunch. I forget how many there. But we got to get some 45 ammo too. Let's go over here and go to the Mega Sorter, which has already sorted everything for me. I didn't need to sort it. It did it for me. And see, we've got some 45 ammo. How convenient. We do not. How conveniently we had already sold that off. Now, I sell all my excess ammo, so I have more caps. One of the great tips in the very beginning of the game is to sell that extra ammo that you're not going to use. I'm not going to use 38 ammo. I typically don't use it. I typically don't use the 5mm ammo because I don't like the chain gun. I think the chain gun in this game is one of the worst chain guns in any game I've ever played. I'm sorry. That's just me being honest. That's the way I am. I'm not sponsored by anybody, so I can be totally, brutally honest. Though, I do love the game, and I love every other weapon, except for that one weapon. That one weapon needs to be tweaked. It needs to be... If you're getting shot by a chain gun, you are dying fast. If it takes a really long time for me to kill you with a chain gun, there's something wrong with my chain gun, right? That's my take on it anyway. That's my take. All right. So let's go ahead. I traded with her again and didn't barter. All right, let's go.
You've come to the right place.
Now, again, we're going all night long. We got
Let's
plenty
take a
of
look.
time.
Let me know what
Don't
you'd
worry,
like.
we're not going to run out of time. We're going to be going all night long till 6 o'clock in the morning, or maybe even longer. We'll see. We're just going to keep on keeping on all night long. All night long. All night. Let's do it. Uh-oh. Now you got me singing. Look what you did. Look what you did. You got me singing. All right, get that 44. Oh, did I get 44 ammo or 45? Oh, man. See, I start singing, and that's what happens. I just totally go off the rails. I did get 44. All right. All right. Come
sure
on.
I've got
Get
something.
back on the rails here. Back on the rails.
Here's what I got.
Give me that 45 ammo is what I was trying to click on. Try not to click on that 45 ammo. Now, the 45 ammo is great very early on in the Overseer's Guardian. That's his default weapon or default ammo. But later on, I'll switch it over to 308, and that's why I'm always looking for 308. Notice I have 400 308. Well, just yesterday, we burnt about 400 of it when we were doing the Mechanist line. So I burned 308 ammo like it's going out of business. So I try to keep as much of that as possible. And I just keep that 44 ammo and sell it later. Okay, and again, where's my buddy? Where's my buddy? Where's my pal? Where's my delivery bot? There he is. There's my buddy.
Hey.
Okay, now pay attention. I'm coming up to the part you really want to pay attention to. Here we go. I'm going to give him the 45 ammo. Now, how do I get him to deliver the stuff? How do I get him to go from here over to there? Now, one of the ways I can do is I can move him in the workbench, right? Go in here, you select him, and you say move. But when he's your companion, you can't move him, right? But say I want to do it to some other robot. Say I want to take one of the robots over here, like we got Pink Ranger down here, it just happens to be pink, and I want to move Pink Ranger to Sanctuary. Say, okay, move. Oh, but look at my settlements, right? Nearly all of them are full. Some of them are not, but nearly all of them are, right? So I can't take her and just move her to Sanctuary, which is definitely full, which is in here somewhere. There we go, Sanctuary Hills. I can't just take this robot and move her over there. I can't just take a settler and just move her over there. So the way around that is if you use it as a companion, which you can use for the robots, is you can actually send them as one of your companions. So all you have to do is either just talk to them and say, I don't want to hang out with you anymore, take off and go deliver this stuff, right? So you can talk to them and send them that way, which I'll show you that real quick. When I get out of the workbench. So I can just talk to Aang here.
Heads
and
up.
Say, talk. And notice how I have it bleeping? It just makes it go faster. If you have too many robots talking to you every second, you gotta wait for this really long dialogue all the time. So you want to turn it into bleep to make it go faster. Another Kismet tip for you. So I can just say dismiss, right? But what's a faster way? What's a faster way than just saying dismiss on this person?
That's all for now.
Or dismiss on this companion. Let me get my glasses on. Let me get my glasses on. That's just starting to make me go, hey, my glasses. Where's my glasses? I keep the fashionable glasses on at first, so it helps me in trading, and then second, just because it's cool. Because my guy's like, sup, sup, sup. So an easier way to do it is to find someone else to get as your companion. So Ada is around here somewhere. I've got to find her. There's Cogsworth, my buddy, my pal. But usually they're out here wandering around whenever they're not doing anything, right? They're out here scavenging. We got Paladin Dance. We could have a whole bunch of people and we could take them with us. Now, I'm not sure if I already did Cogsworth to maximum. Let's go ahead and see if we have that perk. Can't remember. That was quite a while ago. I don't think I did. I think I got rid of him at some point. But maybe I did. No, I did. Okay, I've already got him to maximum. So I don't want to do Cogsworth. I don't want to do Piper. I've already got them to what's known as maximum affection, meaning they've already given you their special perk when you get them up to that max affection. So I don't want to take any of them. Now, Dance over there, you can't get him to max affection before you do something, which I'm not going to spoil for you. And I have not even done it yet. But I know what it is because someone told me on the stream, which was a bummer because they kind of spoiled it for me. But I'm not going to say what it is. All right. So what I need is I need to find someone else, right? So someone that I need to get affection with, or someone who I just want to take with me, or I could just take nobody. I could just dismiss this one and just go by myself. But somewhere around here, she has wandered off somewhere. See if we can find her. And that's probably one of the hardest things to do, right? Find your wandering people, where they went. Now, I know at Spectacle Island, they're usually under the thing. They're on that side, or here's another little easy way. Oh, don't fall off. Yep, I knew it was going to fall off there. If you go up really high, like this, I'll show you how to find your companion. Oh, there she is. I was going to say I'd go up on the roof and look for her, but she's in here trampling my mute fruit. Come here, Ada.
A pleasure to see you
Okay,
again,
now watch
sir.
the difference. Watch
Are
the
you
difference in
ready
my
to
menu
depart?
when it comes up. Let's get
Time
moving.
to hit the road.
Wonderful. I look forward to traveling with you.
Now, Ada, I may just leave at Spectacle Island, by the way. But now, notice it says, send Aang, which is my other robot, my delivery robot, to where? Now, look, none of them are grayed out. You just learned something amazing right now. Vital! Thank you so much for dropping the Dragon Hammer, crushing the follow button, and becoming part of the Kismet team. You just learned a really, really powerful thing using Automatron. That you can take your robots, even though your settlements is full, and send them with a bunch of gear wherever you want. wherever you want. You just learn the power of delivering goods without you having to physically take it there. All of your robots will go and send them. Now, you can also do the same thing with your companions. You can give your companions a bunch of stuff and send them over there as well. Okay, so I'm going to send Aang here to Sanctuary. Hey, Aang, go take that to Sanctuary for me, buddy. Appreciate it. Have a great trip. And he's off and goes. Off he goes. That's it.
Where should we go next?
Oh, look at all the people talking to me. Cryptic King was talking to me there. That was BKB Gamer, and Sister Wolf's robot was talking to me too. So I'm going to take Ada with me, but I want to make sure that I do something before I leave.
Heads up.
Let's
What
see.
can I do for you?
Let's go ahead and talk to her real quick. Now, notice I've got her all
Glad to be of
modded out. She's
service.
got dual Gatling lasers. She actually has mini nukes that she actually shot me in the back yesterday with. I was doing really good, too. I almost got, in my first playthrough, I almost got the Mechanist on survival mode in the first try. If Ada hadn't shot me in the back with a nuke. If she had not shot me in the back with a nuke, I think I would have got it that first try. But it took us about 4 tries. We got it yesterday, which was a lot of fun. A lot of fun. And it's tough. It's very, very hard. I had to get in position. I had to make sure I killed people off as fast as possible, or I would insta-die. Because basically, it's like 2 or 3 shots and I'm dead. So that's the way survival mode is. So expect it if you play survival mode. All right, so he's off and running. We're good to go. We need some food, though. Let's go ahead and get some food here. All right. So we're going to go in here and look for some food that we can use. Now, what we can do also is I can take some carrots out of here. I can take some dirty water there, some corn, and some mute fruit. Now, also what I have done, let's go ahead and do this. I'm going to do some cooking real quick, and then we're going to go. And then what I'm going to do is go look for some bottles. Okay, now notice I have it sorting some bottles here. Vodka bottles. Now, this is in the new survival mode. Whiskey bottles. Let's see if we got any other bottles in here. I think that's it for our bottles in there. I think I'd have a lot more bottles in there, but that's good enough. Okay, also you can see I've got a ton of purified water in there as well. That's from my little water farm that I have going over here. Well, not so little. Big water farm going over here. So I'm going to go down to the water, and I'm going to use these bottles in a special way. Now, I'm sure some of you already know this, but for those who don't, I'm about to show you something really cool if you haven't done this yet in survival mode. Now, in the new survival mode, you need to have food, you need to have water, you need to rest, and you also get these special conditions on you, like infections, that you need to solve. Which is great because it makes the game harder, but in a fun harder, and it forces you to play the game totally different. It forces you to make food. It forces you to do purified water. It forces you to learn how to do antibiotics and do a lot more crafting than you normally would. Me, I barely did any crafting. I would only make like squirrel stew. That's all I would do. I didn't rely on the crafting at all because really I could just ignore the whole entire thing and just go and do whatever I wanted to do and finish the whole entire game without ever having to craft or ever having to do anything. But now you do. Now you have to eat food and you have to think about it all the time, which is cool because it's like getting a whole new game again. It's like getting a whole brand new game with a whole bunch of different conditions you have to do. So one of the things you can do is take these bottles and go to the water and refill the bottle. All right. Hello, Petite, and thanks. Sorry, everybody, if I'm neglecting chat a little bit. I don't know if you guys were talking to me, but if you were, make sure to go ahead and put my name, Kiz or Kismet, in the chat. Hi there, Ravens Inn. Thanks for hanging out, man. Thanks for hanging out on the stream. Make sure to put my name in there. If for whatever reason, if I did miss what the question that you asked, or if you had a comment, just go ahead and put my name. It's right here, Kiz or Kismet, in the chat. It'll highlight in red. I'll be able to see what you're talking about. And I know I actually watch the chat. I know, crazy, huh? And I interact with you guys. I don't just sit here and go the whole time. There we go. Because that's pretty dull. Sorry. I think it's kind of dull. But then, of course, if someone is like the best in the world, then I guess it's kind of fun. But I think my funnest part is interacting with you guys and talking games with you guys. You're welcome, Elam. Thank you. Thank you so much, man. Thanks for hanging out in the stream. Glad you enjoy that tip. Kismet should definitely get partnered soon. He gets so many followers each stream. I do. I get a lot of awesome followers. Meet a lot of new people who come into my stream all the time. Especially when I'm #1 in Fallout 4 for yet again. Thanks to all of you hanging out in my stream. #1 again. I've been #1 so many times now. It's like a dream come true. Thanks to all you guys. I appreciate it. And especially in my favorite game that I've been playing of all time now. This is actually my second favorite game. Tied with Guild Wars 2 of all time. Because it's like a game changer. It is incredibly fun to play. And I never get tired of playing it. That's the true test of any great game. If you never get tired of playing it. Now, a fast way for me to get tired of playing it would be to cheat too much. right? Go and give myself unlimited bottle caps, to give myself unlimited building, unlimited settlers, because there's no challenge. I don't have to balance anything, right? So that's why I don't do that. But again, it's your game. You do whatever you want. So what I'm going to do is fill this bottle, and I'm going to do dirty water, right? Phantom Gas, thank you so much for dropping the Dragon Hammer, crushing the follow button, and becoming part of the Kismet team. Welcome, welcome. And Nighthall, thank you so much for that follow as well. We're getting there. We're getting close, everybody. We're getting close. Whoever hits the follow button at 3,300, you should start hitting that follow button right now. If you hit it at exactly 3,300, you will get your name for all time below the stream. So it's getting close. I'm telling you, now's the chance to do it before everybody else does. Right now, we're 2 away. We're so close. Hit that follow button. It could be you. You could be the one. Get your name below the stream from all time with all those other awesome people down there. Now's the chance. I think we're at that 3,300 hype. We're getting there. All right, so again, I'm going to go ahead and fill the bottles here. It's 3,300. Why does my thing not update? Is it 3,300? Did it say it on the stream? No, it said 3,298 in the thing. Is it 3,200? Oh, let's double check. Wait, there it is. Jardinus! Jardinus did it! Jardinus is the man! That is what it says in my thing there. Now, I'm going to double check, though. I do double check for fairness. I'm going to go ahead and double check. Darwish Master, you pressed the unfollow and then refollow. I saw what you did. I saw what you did. Hi, Darks! Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you so much to, let's see, Sebas. Thank you so much for that. Dropping the Dragon Hammer, crushing the follow button, becoming part of the Kismet team. Also to Ultimate Smarty, thank you so much for hitting that follow. And Jolsey's TV. Look at all you guys being awesome, hitting that follow button. Thank you so much for hitting that follow button. Let me go ahead and double check. Wow, Assassin Red hitting the follow button. Thank you so much, everybody. And Sebase again hitting that follow button. Thanks for hitting that follow button. And Clue 5474 has dropped the Dragon Hammer, crush the follow button, and become part of the Kismet team. Also, Sky Eats You, great name. Thank you so much for hanging out in the stream. Thank you for dropping the Dragon Hammer and becoming part of the Kismet team. Okay, let me double check. I like to double check who was my exact follower at 3,300. We are going to have 3,300 hype here in the stream for sure. Let's do it. Let's see here. Another one! Noah. You're so silly, Noah. Don't troll. That Kid Adrian. Thank you so much for dropping the Dragon Hammer, crushing the follow button, and becoming part of the Kismet team. By the way, I can tell, it tells me whether you have already hit the follow button before, so you don't count toward that thing, by the way. Just so you know. Just so you know. All right. And if people do it too much, I will turn the alert off, just so you know. All right. I think it was you, Darnus. I think it was you. Let's see. Up, you are confirmed. Jarnus, let's hear some super hype in the chat for Jarnus, everybody. He hit it right at the exact right time. We're going to show you some love in here. Let's show him some love in the chat. This is the only time it's okay to stream, or only time to spam my chat with that love for Jarnus right now, and a 3,300 follower hype. Let's do it right now in the chat, everybody. Let's go. Oh, what happened there? Keep going with that love. Oh, let's feel that love. I'm going to add your name right this moment to the bottom of my stream. Here we go. Feel that love. Woohoo, 3,300 hype. Come on. Woo! All right. 3,300 followers. I think we're going to need a song or something. I think we're going to need a song for that. Let me go ahead and get his name in down below here. And there you go. 3,300. Awesome. 3,300. Submit. And it is now below my stream. If you do not see it below my stream, you will probably need to refresh. But it is now down below the stream. Congratulations on being there. And thanks to everybody who hit that follow button. Thanks for everybody hanging out in the stream tonight. I do appreciate every single person who does hit that follow button. Thank you so much. It does help me in my stream And we do have a lot of fun in here. And there's a lot of amazing people that hang out in my stream, by the way. A lot of cool people in chat. Feel free to chat away, say hello, whatever you want. But, of course, you can also be a mysterious stranger and just hang out and just chill out. If you got homework to do, if you're trying to eat something or whatever, you're feel free. I'm very lurker friendly. You can come in, hang out anytime you like. All right. So let's keep going here. And I think we need to play a song here. We need to play a song for this. Let's get it going on. Oh. What song do we need to play here? See what I can find. Get it going here in a second. Trying to find a specific one. Come on. There we go. There's a good one. 3,300 followers on Twitch. Thank you so much. Making me #1 in Fallout 4 yet again tonight. I want to also say thanks to everyone who supports me on Patreon. All my donators as well. Thank you so much for the support. Gives me goosebumps. Goosebumps. I've been working super hard on my stream, making all these cool graphics, making that dragon hammer, making all the things for you guys. Even more awesome stuff coming soon. A lot of stuff for YouTube, a lot of stuff for the stream, a lot of cool games I'm going to be playing, a whole bunch of other stuff as well. The new Fallout Shelter coming out, the new DLC for Fallout 4. Going to be playing Doom, going to be playing a lot of other games. We're going to be doing a lot of awesome stuff on the stream. Kid Gamer, thank you so much also for that support, dropping the dragon hammer, becoming part of the Kismet team. Welcome. Let's show them some love, everybody. Let's keep that hype going in the chat. Come on, 3,300 hype. Let's go. Keep that love going. Let's go. Come on. We need some love spam. There's 100 people in here right now. Come on. Take a minute. Throw some love in the chat, everybody. Come on. Throw it in there for all the supporters of the stream. For every single person who hit that follow button. Every person who hit that donate button. Show them lots and lots of love in the stream. Oh, thank you, Chewy Baga. I try to make my stream just one step ahead. I try to take it to the maximum level with my cool survival mode things, all my graphics and animations that you'll see on my stream. I try to take it to the highest level possible because I've been a graphic designer for 25 years. So I both love games and I love hanging out with you guys. It's what I wake up every morning thinking of. How can I make my stream better? What can we do that's more fun in my stream? I spend every day thinking of that. And that, when you wake up every day and you think of something, if you want to be a writer, a doctor, whatever it is you want to be, don't let nobody stop you. Don't let nobody stop you. Do your best at it. Don't take their negativity and put it on your shoulders. Look at my shoulders. Nothing. Nothing there. I don't carry around other people's negativity. You do the best you can and you will become that whatever you want to be. Because I've also been a graphic designer. I woke up every day and wanted to be a graphic designer for the last 25 years. And I did become a graphic designer. And I've done everything you can do as a graphic designer. I've done posters, billboards. I've done magazines. I work for the top companies in the world. Disney, Motown, Capitol Record. And I have done everything I can do in that thing. PR1, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Or Fear1, thank you so much for dropping the dragon hammer, crushing the follow button, and becoming part of the Kismet team. And I've done everything I can do in graphic design. But now I'm following my second love, and that is gaming and hanging out with you guys. So again, if you wake up every morning and you want to be a writer, if you wake up and that's all you can think about is writing, that's what you should be doing. Follow that dream and don't let nobody's negativity bring you down. All right? Awesome. So again, occasionally I get on my soapbox in my channel too. But that's awesome. Thank you so much for that 3,300 follower hype. Thank you so much, Doodle. And we're going to go to it now. That is awesome. I think I'm going to use that as my hype music. I love that song. It's a great song. Fallout fireworks. Oh, Mara Dave always has a fantastic idea. That's right. We're going to need some fireworks for 3,300. Let's go make some fireworks real quick and fire them off. I think I already have some fireworks in here. I better take them out of here, though, just in case. I have some fireworks in here that fixes the weather. We'll take those out. Let's go make some fireworks. just for fun, we're going to go right over here. And we might have to play a little bit of that song again. If I can get it. Or maybe we'll play some Doom. Play some Doom. All right. Not as in play the game, but as in the song. Okay. So yes, we need to craft. So we're going to craft here. And we're going to make some fireworks just for you guys. And let's make some crackle. Let's make some of that. Oh yeah, let's make some of that. Yeah. And then we're going to make some silver. Now, if you haven't seen the fireworks yet, this is in the DLC. Wow, sure going a little slow there. See how it's going a little slow? I don't know, maybe I'm overloading this settlement. Totally possible. Totally possible that I'm overloading this settlement. All right, let's put some yellow in there. Fire off some fireworks here. Non-Zero Honer. Thank you so much for dropping the Dragon Hammer, crushing the follow button. Honert? Non-Zero Honert. Thank you so much for dropping the Dragon Hammer, crushing the follow button, and becoming part of the Kismet team. All right. Let's go ahead and rock and roll this here. Now, what you can do is you can make some fireworks in the new Contraptions DLC, which is what we just did. Now, it shows up in a very weird spot, by the way. It shows up under Miscellaneous, what I think is a weird spot for it myself, but there you go. And I've got some firework launchers here. You can also change the weather with it, which is super cool. That's why I like the DLC. So awesome, the Contraptions DLC. So probably between the fireworks and making the Mega Sorter, or being able to do like a making your own ammo and all of that, I would say that is probably among my favorite things in the new DLC. It is incredibly fun. All right, I'm going to just go ahead and put the rest of them in here. And, of course, fireworks aren't cool during the day. We're going to have to, of course, do the nighttime fireworks. So we're going to go ahead and just forward it through about 8 hours. So it's nighttime. We're going to fire off some fireworks just for you guys. And let's see if we can get that song back real quick. See if it shows me what's coming up next, and I can just...
Lost track of how many blisters I got.
3 more.
Most folks are just looking for a hand. All we gotta do is offer.
Boom. Never easy. Going too fast for it. Going too fast for it. Should have that one on tap. I'm going to get that one on tap, so I don't have to scroll through them all. There it is. There it is. I see it now. It's coming up. By the way, I have multiple machines that I run my stream from. So I'm looking over here at my other machine if you're wondering why I'm looking off to the right. All right, I'm just going to jump in the middle of the song. Let's do it. 3,300. Hype. That's for you guys. Fireworks just for you. Just Gaming. Thanks so much for dropping the Dragon Hammer, crushing the follow button, becoming part of the Kismet team. That was it. Burned all my fireworks. So super fun to make fireworks in there, but it has one that's really cool. If you have bad weather, you can put them in there like so. Now, I'd make more, but for some reason it's going really slow. So I don't want to torture you guys while I really slowly make a lot of fireworks. But there you go. There's some fireworks for you. Oh, I accidentally shot him. Turned it off. It's firing my clear weather thing. So what it does, it fires him up there and it clears the weather if you have a radiation storm. So that's pretty cool in the Contraptions DLC too. Of course, I should probably have turned it off before I had done it, because it just fired a bunch of them. Such is life, right? Okay. We don't need no dollar bills. We're going to have some fun. Woo! Let's go have some fun. Oh, I almost forgot my power armor. Now, very early in the game, I don't use the power armor for two reasons. One, I like to test it without the power armor. And then I also like to save my money so I can get the Overseer's Guardian. If I get it too early on, if I use my armor too early on, I don't have enough cash, typically. All right, I'm overburdened for some reason. Got a bunch of materials on me. Oh, I got all the stuff back from Ada. That's why. Let me go ahead and put the rest of this stuff away. I don't want to put weapons. If you're going to sort it, by the way, don't put weapons. I was going to make some food. That's what it was. Almost forgot. Got so hyped on that 3300 hype that I forgot to almost make food. Let's make some food. Thank you, Mr. Chaos. Have a great night. Can you please build a death claw trap for that settlement? I will eventually, Ghost Dude. I will eventually. I will build a giant arena again. I did have an arena in the past. So there we go. Because your character is hungry. He's very hungry and thirsty, yep. But I'm going to make some food right now. Thanks for the reminder. All right. See ya, Mr. Chaos. Take it easy. Kismet, couldn't you make ore gate to control the weather firework? Like if there's no weather, don't shoot it. Or if there is weather, use firework. Just an idea. Might be wrong. Oh, that is a brilliant idea, Noah. That is cool. You should make that. You should make that. I have not tried the OR gates and OR gates, the logic systems. Though I tinkered with it a little bit, though I haven't built anything with it yet. Plenty of time. I'll get around to it. I'll get around to it. No worries. No worries. I'll get around to it. Of course, we want to go in here. Jump past here and get our song going on. Our next song. There we go. We'll come back to that one in just a second. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to make some soup. We're going to make vegetable soup. Now, vegetable soup is among the easiest thing to do. Now, you saw I went down there and I made some dirty water, right? So I'm going to make some vegetable soup from that dirty water, if it lets me. See, it's going really slow. It's acting a little weird. See how it doesn't show me the components? Isn't that a little weird? But it's kind of showing me the components, but it's like it's really delayed. Right? Normally I can go return really fast. But it's going really slow every time I do it. So I don't know if that's a recent thing or what with the contraptions update. Hopefully they fix that. Hopefully they fix that kind of slowness that's happening there. Of course, I do have a ton of robots around here, so we'll see what happens when we go over to Sanctuary and see if it does it faster. Okay, so I made myself some food. Now, the cool thing about the vegetable soup, and one of the ones you want to make early on when you first start your settlements in the survival mode. And if you'd like to see my first 5 days, by the way, and how I got such an amazing start on survival mode, you can check it out on my YouTube as well. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and get those, but what it does, food and water simultaneously. So now I'm properly hydrated, but also I'm going to get some food out of that, see? And so, but I'm still hungry as well. But then I'm going to go ahead and put all of this, put this food back in here. So I obviously don't want to carry around so much food. Now, also, if I wanted to plant food and do all of that stuff later, I should probably put that back in the workbench. Actually, let's put the mute fruit at least back in the workbench. Just in case we want to make some mute fruit, though. I have a feeling that this probably has plenty in there, but we'll just put it in there because we're going to be doing some settlements here. We're going to be doing settlements. So again, that's how, so I was talking about how to equip your people. We talked about that. I also talked about how to take and make money through using the mega sorter or just sorting your stuff and then turning it right around and making that cash by selling it to all your vendors. And then they reset every few days in game. So if you sleep for a few days, you can do it that way. Or if you go do something else and then come back, they'll be reset. You can sell them more stuff. And that's pretty much what I do. I take all the for sale stuff out and I sell it to the vendors. Because it's more convenient in survival mode than traveling all over the place. Okay, so we got that done. We've got some food. I also have a condition on me. So I'm going to go ahead and go again to the morning time. Going to go to the morning time. Oh, wait, we should take a dude with me. Instead of Ada, we should take the dude.
Maybe constantly trying to kill us, but the Commonwealth never lacks.
Oh, I could have got Lover's Embrace there. We should take that dude. We'll get that dude. But also what you want to do in the new survival mode is...
Let's get a look at it.
is
Yeah.
this use the
See what's
doctor
wrong
a
with
lot,
me,
especially the
Doctor.
one at Covenant
go
at the
over
very
your
beginning.
symptoms.
Use the doctor a lot so you
Hurting
can
all
go
over.
in and
Ah,
remove
I've
these
seen
conditions,
Better stitch
especially
up
the
before infection
infection.
sets.
Because when the infection, it actually, you start taking damage from it over time. So I'm going to have him remove that. I could also use
Now,
antibiotics,
is there
by the way.
anything else, Bob?
But they're
Uh-huh.
kind of more rare, and they take a lot more to
No other
build them.
complaint?
Off you
I
go,
think they're a
then.
little too rare in the game. Almost shot him. Almost shot him again. I think they're a little too rare in the game because it's very hard to make those antibiotics. But there you go. There you go. Now, I'm still overburdened, so I need to get rid of some stuff that I don't want to carry around. Could have sold him this excess stuff. So I'll put that in the workbench. Let that sort all of that stuff. And I see with weapons, I don't necessarily put them through the mega sorter because they get stuck. So what I usually do is sell those later. What I'm going to do is just put them in here so I don't have to carry them around. Kneecapper, body glove, middle launcher. Got all that stuff in the last playthrough. I'm going to put these in there as well. So I'm going to put them in this one here, right here at Spectral Island. It's like this built-in container that it came with. I just put it in there so it doesn't jam up my mega sorter.
Another day in the Commonwealth.
All right. So that's good. Now let's go ahead and get my power armor. And then we're going to... Power armor's offset again. Did that weird offset thing. See that, guys? He's doing that offset thing again. There we go. Oh, thank you, Rekenji. I appreciate it. Kismet in SWTOR on the Jedi side. Is there a gold star next to my name? What does it mean? It means that you accomplished something in game. I forget what it is, though. Thanks for hanging out. Phantom Gast. How do I pronounce Kismet? You pronounce it Kismet. It means fate or destiny. It's a nickname that I got when I was young because what I usually do, and you'll see me do this from time to time on the stream, is I will answer a question before I even know you're asking it. I will answer the question, like you'll have a question and you'll put it in the thing, but of course I'm delayed by about 30 seconds or 20 seconds. So I will actually answer it before I see it in the chat, which is why I got that nickname, because I would do that with my friends all the time. They would be like, hey, I'd be talking to everybody and I'd be like, hey, let's go over here and do this. And then my friend would walk up and say, hey, let's go over here and do this. And I said, I just said that. And they're like, Kismet, there you go again. There you go. That's how I got that name. All right. So let's go to it. We got our power armor on. We're going to take Ada with us, but I think we're going to take the other dude. Now, this other guy is from Far Harbor, and I have not ran around with him at all. None. I took him to the first settlement. I dropped him off there, and that was it. I took Nick around instead. I took Nick around because I wanted to hear his storyline. Now, next time I play through, I'll probably take this guy around so I can hear his storyline. Now, he was right here. His actual station is right here. But he is not there, so we're going to have to go look for him outside and take him with us. Take him with us somewhere. Now, I'm in my power armor now, so I can jump down without fail of getting hurt. Look at that soft landing. Look at that soft landing. We got Dance out there. This dude's walking around here somewhere. Now, what I can do is I can go here and I can hit this button, or this bell button. I can hit this bell and then they'll come walking, but I think he's around here somewhere, and there he is. Now, somebody is going to ask this question, so I will answer it for you right now. Why is everybody red?
We heading out?
I get that question almost as much as when I'm streaming Star Wars The Old Republic, aka SWTOR, on when I'm going to do Fallout. The reason why he is red is because on my power armor, the helmet, I've got the targeting HUD. The targeting HUD shows you all of your possible people that you can shoot, right? All your possible targets. That's what the HUD does. Now, Ameridave is nice enough, one of my mods, has put also that in the chat for you. All right? So I'm going to go ahead and get the dude here.
After you, then.
I'm going to go ahead and take Longfollow with me because I have not done much with him. I'm going to go ahead and send Ada to Sanctuary Hills. We'll see her over there. And she'll be my defense bot at... there she goes. She's off and running. Look at her go. You give him the track one, by the way. The track one is super fast. Okay, but we're not going to walk. We're going to take the pimp route. We're going to take the big boss man route. You ready? This is the way you travel.
You just say
Right
the
here.
word.
Now, I could have done what I did the other day and been out of those, and I accidentally dropped my fusion core and blew myself up. But luckily, I had enough grenades.
I'm pleased.
So we're going to stand here, and we're going to take the pimp way.
I think we can learn
The
a lot
pimp
from
way
each
to
other.
go.
Just once, let me
That's
find a pair of socks that don't have holes in them.
You got your name from Minecraft, says Phantom Gas. Cool. Old Norris, thank you so much for dropping the dragon hammer, crushing the follow button, and becoming part of the Kismet team. Let me go ahead and update this while we're waiting for this. Update my follower goal. Thank you, everybody, for getting me to 3,300. We're going to go ahead and move that up to 3,400. We're going to keep going toward that goal. Thank you so much, everybody. I appreciate that. I don't know why my thing's not updating. It does bug me sometimes that it doesn't update.
Stay on point. Your instincts.
There we go. Report meat. Thank you so much for dropping the dragon hammer, crushing the follow button, and becoming part of the Kismet team. Welcome, welcome. We are playing some Fallout 4, obviously, and having a fantastic time doing it. We are now going to leave my mega build here at Spectral Island, and we are going to travel all the way back to Sanctuary. You're going to watch me build up all my settlements. I'm going to show you all my best tricks on how to be crazy rich, insanely rich in Fallout 4 without third-party mods, without cheating, without glitching, without doing any of that stuff. You can see there is my settlement. Hopefully he'll swing around. You get a nice aerial view of it. There it goes. Notice I've got some concrete kit there. I've got some warehouse kit going on there. Some of the new things as well. Now, one of the things that we do along the way here is we look for cars. And I'll show you what I do with those cars along the way. So again, we're going to show you all my best tips on how to do that, how to build up all your settlements so you can be like me, making 100,000 bottle caps every few days in game. I'll also show you about the Kismet kill box and a bunch of other stuff tonight. Now, if you would like to know about all that stuff as well, I also have all of that on my YouTube in a series called How to Become an Awesome Settlement Overseer. Now, if you would like, and of course you can do the drinking game brought there by Chewy there. And you can also follow that link there to watch my series on how to become an awesome settlement overseer. If you do watch those videos, make sure to hit that like. If you really like them, go ahead and hit that subscribe. I do a lot of videos on my channel, a lot of gaming videos on both Fallout and other games that we play, that my team plays. Now, if you are new to my stream, again, my name is Kismet. I'm the leader and founder of one of the longest running gaming guilds. We've been together for over 14 years. I've had over 800 members over that time. And we play a lot of awesome games together. Usually early on in my stream, about between 9 and midnight, I will then... oh, I'm not missing any cars, am I? Not missing any cars, am I? No, I don't see any. I'm way up here. I gotta wait till I come down. What I'll do with my team is I'll play it for about 3 hours, and then at midnight I usually play some Fallout. Occasionally, very rarely though, I play some Fallout Shelter, and most of the time I play Fallout 4, one of my favorite games now of all time. Incredibly great game. Woo, we are way up here. We are way up there. Look at this. Like a pimp. Like a pimp. Look at Longfellow sitting in there. He's like, yo, this is the way to travel, man. Look at him in there. All right, any cars? No cars. Now, if you haven't seen this before, one of my followers here on Twitch made something super awesome. Right here, the Kismet drinking game. These are some of the things that if you want to play along at home, of course, drink responsibly, you can play along with this drinking game. There's also a link to it in the chat in case you missed what it says, which I think is hilarious. You can tell that he's been watching my stream for a while. Oh, wait, there's a car. Let's get it. Try not to blow up our companions, though. Or our provisioners. I don't know, I might have got it. Too far up for it to respawn. We are way up here. Are we going to come down from here, or no? I think we're up too high. We're up too high. Can't blow stuff up. Oh, there's one. Get it. Oh, Yahtzee! Gonna get another one. There's one. Now, of course, be careful when you're doing this. If you blow up these cars... Oh, something else blew up down there. If you blow up these cars by your provisioners will die. They will definitely die. Now, how do I know that? Because I did it and they died. Simple as that. Oh, I missed a couple. I hate it when I miss them. I didn't even know you could blow up cars in my first playthrough, by the way. Which is incredibly fun while you're going. But of course, if you blow up the wrong car at the wrong time, you lose your settlers, you lose your provisioners, you kill some people then now that'll be mad at you, like the Diamond City people. So, blow up cars responsibly. I mean, how often do you get to say that in your life, right? Blow up cars responsibly when you're driving along. Here's Red Rocket. That red rocket I don't keep very built up anymore. I just keep that very basic. And I'll show you why. Oh, there's some bad guys. Oh, I smoked that first one. Raiders. Come back and get you guys in a second. Now, this is the way to arrive at your settlement, right? Like, hey, what's up, everybody? I just can't, you know, I've been gone for a while. I've been out in the wasteland. I just thought I'd just drop by in my vertibird, right? That's the pimp way to show up. The pimp way. Like, sup, everybody? I'm wearing my new Vim armor, and I'm back from Far Harbor. All right. There's some bad guys around here that we need to go shoot first. Here we go. Watch the Kismet kill box in action. Come on. Come on over here, suckers. I dare ya. Oh, they're way out of there. They're way over there. So if they come close to my kill box, it'll take them out. We're going to run over here and get into some trouble. Oh, there's a raider who bought the dust right there. Let's get into some trouble. Oh, we got to get our wandering song on. Let's do it. Sup, sup. Oh, hey. Good job, Aang. Get him. It's on now. Good job, my buddy. Anybody else? Who else wants to get shot? Nobody? Bueller? Bueller? Nope. Apparently nobody else wants to get shot. I totally own one of these guys from up above, though. I owned him with the gun. That was cool. All right. I'm gonna go over here and find some sweet loot. Where'd all these people die at? There's another one. Smoked one of these guys. Took a Gatling laser to the face. Another one dead. Another one toast. Look at all this free loot. I like me some free loot. Sorry you're down, you'll be fine. Walk it off. They'll be fine, walk it off. Hey Andrew, thanks for hanging out in the stream. I bet Longfellow loves the drinking game. Yes, he does. I should, every time we start the drinking game, maybe we should do that at like a certain day of the week. Certain day of the week, probably Saturday would be a better day to be responsible. Whenever I have Longfellow, you have to do the drinking game. There you go. To come out with a new Fallout, will you do streams like this every time? Absolutely, Ghost Dude. I'm a big fan of the Fallout series. For those who haven't been in my stream before, a little Kismet note. I actually worked on the graphic design for the original Fallout 1 box. The company I was working for at the time actually had Interplay as a customer, and I was working a lot of materials and whatnot for them. I even worked on their corporate reports as well. Got to meet the owner of Interplay back in the day. Interplay, incredibly great company, by the way. Incredibly great company back in the day. Hugs before drugs, or hugs before drug. Thank you so much for dropping the Dragon Hammer, crushing the follow button, and becoming part of the Kismet team. Welcome, welcome. There we go. Kids, I wouldn't use a vertibird in real life because it's 200 years old and it could break at any time. I know, huh? You don't want to get a blue screen of death when you're flying a vertibird, right? You'll be like, dope, falling out of the sky, I'm dead. Oh.
No sign of him now.
Somebody. Oh, you think you're Mr. Sneaky behind that? Watch this. I don't need no vats. Stick your head out of there. I don't need no vats. I got an Overseer's Guardian. That's what I got. That's much better. Oh. Dinner! Headshot! Headshot! Audio somewhat delayed. Hold on one second. The end of the world. Let's try it again. There we go. It's not delayed for you guys, but for me, sometimes it delays, so I have to reset my little audio thing there. Well, that was awesome. We just eliminated a whole bunch of peeps, got some free gear and free loot. Hey, look at even more people dead over here. Cool. Cool. We're going to loot all these people, and then we're going to go work on Sanctuary. The hardest thing about killing people is remembering where you shot them. Not so hard in the daytime, but at nighttime, Gonna be a little tougher. Is it respawned? Oh, respawn! I've not been over here in so long that it finally respawned. Now, in the new survival mode, it takes a lot longer for it to respawn. It takes a lot longer. Where did I shoot you at, bro? I can't remember. It's not that big a deal. We're going to be building up our settlements in a minute here anyway. Now, there's just something about me that just will not let loot go, right? See this thing right here? I'm going to show you a little trick about settlements. See how it's outside of my settlement and I can't scrap it? Now, if you haven't learned this yet, this is going to blow your mind. Ready? I hold down E. I pick it up because I'm on PC. You just hold down your action key. I put it in my settlement. Then I hold down the button. And then I can scrap it. And I can get rubber for it. Just like that. You can do the same thing with cones and barrels and all sorts of stuff. You can carry back and just throw it on your settlement. And then use that for your resources. Very helpful very early on. Now, if you notice, I've got just a basic build here at Red Rocket. And that's how it's going to stay. You know why? Because Red Rocket and the drive-in I've found are the two greatest ones. And since the Red Rocket is so small as well, are the two greatest ones to recruit people. So what I'm going to do while I'm here is I'm going to take these people right here and I'm going to move them, even though they are downed right now. And I'm going to move them over to the slog. Get this guy here. Go to the slog. So I'm hitting R for move. And I'm literally going to move everybody out of this settlement right now. Because I'm not going to do anything with this particular settlement. But I'm going to use everybody in this settlement to max out my other settlement, the slog. Up. See, it's maxed out now. See, I can't send anybody else there. Now, the same thing with Grey Garden. I can do that. I'm going to go ahead and then... What other one do we want to send him to? Let's send him to Sunshine Tidings. We're going to send those to Sunshine Tidings. That's a great song, but that's more of a SWTOR song. Skip that one. So we'll go ahead and send that one to Sunshine Tidings as well. And I'm not sure if I got everybody, but that's close enough. Close enough, right? And let's see. Actually, let's just kind of peek in here and see if there's anybody hiding near. There's a cow in there. So we're not going to build up this one. And we're going to go to the drive-in, and we're not going to build up that one. But we will come back and do some other ones. All right? Just a heads up. And this person's doing food. I'm going to leave them on food for now. And we're going to walk over to Abernathy Farm. Just so you can see that as well. Now, Abernathy Farm, I typically don't need to build it up because I've already built it up early on. So I'm just going to show it to you and then we'll go back to Sanctuary. Because I've already pretty much built this one up. This is one of the ones I built up very early. Now, the one thing I haven't done on this and that we will do is add walls to it. Now, typically I find walls are absolutely useless. They're absolutely useless. They're just a waste of your resources early on. I think something better, the Kismet kill box right there. The Kismet kill box is the way to defend your settlement. It will fire in 360 degrees in any direction and annihilate any enemies that are coming up. Doesn't matter what they are. They will get annihilated from that. Now, of course, you need the resources to make the turrets. So save your thing. Look at this. Sorting away. Sorting away that food. So I made a sorter here too. Sorting away that food and putting it over here for me. Now look how nice that is. All right. But as you can see, I've got another kill box over here. Now, if you're kind of like me, you have a problem with it floating like that, and you want to build one. This is what I call 2.0. There's actually a 3.0 one that I did make a video of, and actually a little funny commercial. It's just totally a joke, by the way. I'm not being serious in that commercial. Just joking around. You can see that on my YouTube channel. But how to build it in such a way that it looks structurally sound. And that's what we will do when we mega build. We're just doing this, which is super building. Now, super building is about making profit, right? Or in this case, surviving in the wasteland. So what I want to do, and I'll get up here so you can see, I built an entire farm for making food. That's Abernathy's job in here. Now you can see I've got a little bit of a wall there to protect that corner where I have my razor grain and stuff. But pretty much that's what this one's job is, right? That's what his job is. His job, I'm going to turn all this other stuff down so I'm not competing over it. That's what his job is, to produce food and then eventually produce profit, right? So that's all that this place does. Produces food all the time. It just will continuously do that day after day, hour after hour, it continuously. Now, we can go in here and we can gear up all these people eventually as well. But for right now, I'm just showing you this settlement. The only thing we're going to do is finish out the walls. Now, we're not going to do it right now. We're going to do Sanctuary first. We'll come back to it. But that's really what we're going to do. And then we're going to head down to the Sunshine Drive-In. Or the Sunshine... The Sunshine? No, it's Brain Freeze. It is the Sunshine Tidings. There we go. Sunshine Tidings eventually. But first thing we want to do, again, is just kind of head over to... or we will head over there in a minute, over to Starlight Drive-In and send those 21 people somewhere else, because I use that for recruiting too. All right? So as we move down there. So we're going to go back here to Sanctuary and start with that first and try to build that one up a little bit. Now, I'm just going to build it up to a point, what I call a super build. So where it's producing and all the people are doing something instead of nothing, right? Because this ain't no free ride. These people shouldn't be walking around on your dime doing nothing. Of course, unless you want them to. It's your settlement. You can do whatever you want. It's your game. You can play it however you want. But I'm just saying, I do not like people standing around doing nothing. It's just one of those things, right? You're like, hey, you know, you could at least be getting some food or you could be doing something other than just doing nothing, right? So we're going to go over here and I'm going to show you how I typically do that. Somebody is swimming in the water over there. Notice I've got a bed here, by the way. I have it right on the edge. So very early in the game, I can just come back to... Right here, notice the edge is right there. I can just come back here to Sanctuary, rest, and then go straight back out again without having to go all the way back into there. So another little Kismet tip for you. Also notice that I've got all my crafting here at the very beginning. I've also got this right here where I can just go here, run back. Removes my radiation as well. So great thing to do at the very early beginning of the game. Again, if you want to see all that, that is on my YouTube. So what we're going to do is we're going to decide what we want to do. That's the hardest thing, right? Now, when I'm building my settlements, the first thing I take into consideration is how am I going to defend it, right? Now, what I did originally, when I first started playing, is I did this. And this is going to blow your mind. Ready? When I first started playing, I play where I don't read the instructions. I don't watch YouTube videos. I don't do any of that. I don't want to know anything about the game. I want to know zero about it. So when I get dropped into a Fallout game, it is just like I'm in the game because I don't know what I'm doing. I have no idea, and I have to figure out what I'm doing along the way, which actually gives me an advantage because later on it forces me to learn these tough things. So what I did was I said, you know what? If I was really there, what would I do? If I had enough resources, I would build an entire wall around the whole entire settlement. That's right, around the entire sanctuary, and I've done that. And it took me a lot of hours, only to realize it was a complete and utter waste of my time because all I really need is some way of defending it without all those resources, without burning 10,000, 50,000 steel on making a steel wall all the way around the entirety of Sanctuary. So what I did is I came up with the Kismet kill box, and this one thing here of turrets defends my entire settlement. Right over here. In the beginning. Now later on, when I get more turrets, I will put another one on that side to blow them away on that side when they try to come in the settlement as well. And that's all I need. That's it. Don't need a wall. Don't need guard towers. Don't need whole entire traps and any of that stuff. Just the Kismet kill box. That's it. It'll defend your settlements. It takes very little resources. It is incredibly fun to watch them get mowed down by the Kismet kill box, by the way. Again, that's another video on my channel. If you only watch one video on my channel, make sure to watch that Kismet kill box. It'll transform the way you defend your settlements. Now, later on, when you come back and you have a lot more resources like I do now, then you can embellish it even more. Now, the only walls that I like to build now is through the Wasteland Workshop, which is called the concrete construction kit. It's the best kit in the game, I think, because it is incredibly easy to build with. It builds really well. And so I need to take into consideration, how am I going to defend this settlement, right? How big of a defense I want to do? How big of the walls do I want to do? Where do I really need to defend? Well, I could just leave those Kismet kill boxes. I don't have to actually put any walls at all. I don't have to put any walls at all, typically, in the normal playthrough. Now, I've found in survival, I can't get back here fast enough. So they actually need to defend themselves a little bit. Now, when I was talking about the Kismet kill box 3.0, I was talking about it looking more legit. Like this. Say, so you've got a foundation over here, you run some steel across here, which totally could be done because you could weld that together, and then you've got a nice square, perfectly set up thing that holds the other side. Now your settlers can keep coming in and out of here, right? But also, if anybody else comes along, And let's just pretend to be a raider, right? Let's pretend to be a raider. Hey, damn person! Great name. Thanks for hanging out in the stream, man. Appreciate it. And Jungle says, I use my robots to farm unassigned settlers, generate caps, kids. They do, but I don't need caps. I need people to go and do stuff that produces me food or produces me purified water or produces me stuff that I can then produce purified water, because I can make a lot more caps doing purified water than waiting for my people around to do that. Hey, damn person, thank you so much for dropping the Dragon Hammer, crushing the follow button, and becoming part of the Kismet team. Welcome, welcome. Sit up a little bit. I have a tendency to slink down in my really super nice chair here. Okay, so I'm the raider, or Deathclaw, or whatever. Now, by the way, my Kismet kill boxes have destroyed legendary Deathclaws and sent them flying up in the air before, especially when you're using the rockets and the lasers. Now, I suggest not to use the rockets and the lasers, because I've had this problem myself, whenever you have a lot of your robots that you've built, because it actually will destroy your robots. So be careful of that. Be careful. All right, so here I am, the raider. Usually they run under here. Uh-oh. I've now got all of these turrets firing into my face. I've got 7 turrets firing right into me. I'm not going to survive that. It doesn't even matter if I'm a legendary or what. I'm going to die. Dead, dead, and more dead. Just from this one kill box right here. Not counting all my settlers. Not counting the dumb idea if they were to get in between in a kind of a crossfire, right? If they got right here, those ones would be firing. Then the ones up here would be firing. Now, this is my older school kill box. And I have all these here, for example, by the way. And this is what I used to do. I used to build it on top of my structure, which is pretty cool, right? Pretty cool. You put it on top of your structure. Anything gets close to where your settlers are at, because this happens to be their house right now. I'm going to build them a better one here in a second. But this is how I start off. Basic sleeping bags, mute fruit, right? I put down as much mute fruit as I can, then I farm it, then I put more down, and then I can farm mute fruit and sell mute fruit too, by the way. Make money doing that. I also start with a water purifier farm at Sanctuary. Now I've got just a tiny one, but if in my other playthroughs, you can see it in some of my videos where I have this entire thing filled with water. And it was funny because it happened really late in my gameplay. I think it was about 400 or 500 hours in. I played 1,250 hours, by the way. It was about 400 or 500 hours in, and then I looked there and I go, wait a minute. I could build a giant water farm there. It never even crossed my mind. And I was like, yeah, cool. So then I did that, and I was making thousands of water every few days in game. And you can see I've got a nice fusion generator over there too to supply power to everything here. All right. Now I don't really have any robots, but look who's here. I got Aang here. I'm going to talk to Aang. I'm going to tell him to let's get moving. Now the reason why I'm going to take him as my companion is so I can send him back to Spectral Island here in a minute. I'm going to tell Longfellow to go where I am, which is here at Sanctuary. Boo. And now I've got Aang as my companion. You'll see why here in just a second. I'm sure some of you can already guess. Then I'm going to go ahead and trade. I'm going to go ahead and grab all the stuff that I gave him to give to these settlers.
Some of that stuff you're lugging around.
And then I heard Longfellow over here. I'm going to go ahead and talk to Longfellow again. And then I'm going to trade.
I just need to trade some things with you.
Sure thing.
Nocturnal Carnage. That's what your name is. Nocturnal Carnage. Thanks for hanging out in the stream. Oh, look, he's got... Oh, he has 4570 armor. I could have gave him that other stuff. Oh, well. I didn't want to trade with him. That's not what I wanted to do.
Bye.
We heading out?
So I'm going to get him back as my companion. So I got Aang as my companion, my robot. Then I went back and I got this guy as my companion so I can send Aang back to Spectral Island. The reason why, Spectral Island is full. I can't send anybody more through the workbench, but I can send them over there as a companion. That was a lot to say. That was a lot to say. All right, off to Spectral Island. Aang goes again, and he'll be back over there to deliver even more stuff later on. All right. So, let's first start with some building. And I know some of you will be like, come on, Kismet, build some stuff. We're going to build right now. Here we go. We're going to go ahead and tear down them walls. Or actually, we're going to just store them in the workbench. We're going to store them in the workbench. We're going to store all these machine gun turrets in the workbench. Like so. And we're going to tear down their little house here. Like so. I should probably scrap these roofs. I'm not going to use those anymore. This one I'll store on the workbench. Workbench. Scrap those roofs. Now, I'm not going to use the metal ones anymore because I used the metal ones very early on in the game. I made this right at the very beginning, by the way, with the concrete that you have in the very beginning. Now, the reason why I'm storing the walls in the workbench is because eventually I'm going to reuse those walls. Probably not that door, though. I'm going to reuse all of this. Now, the stuff I'm not going to reuse is going to be the sleeping bags. So I'm going to go ahead and scrap those. I don't know why they take so long to scrap now. They used to go really, really fast. They seem to be getting more and more delayed. Okay. Now, of course, eventually I will make them more beds. But for right now, we're just going to get rid of them. So once you're done with your basic mode, you've got a lot of resources. Your people are now making you profit, or at least they're farming enough food and water to supply your settlements. You are now ready to do what I call super building. Super building is where you start making profit at every single one of your settlements. And this one's already making profit, but we want to kind of build it up a little bit. Also, because the new survival mode, I can't get here fast enough to defend them. I'm also going to build some defenses for them that'll help them out as well. And I'm going to go ahead and store that in the workbench. And I'm also going to build a nice little trade area. And as you notice, like I was talking about earlier, look at all the scavenging stations. That's right. Anybody who's not doing something other, if they're not doing trade center, if they're not doing something other like food or whatever, they are on scavenging stations. They never do nothing. This way they're collecting materials for me that I don't need to. Now, I'm going to go ahead and grab this whole entire thing. This whole floor at once. Whoa, how did I do that? Now, some of you already know that, especially if you've been watching my stream. Some of you probably go, I already know that one, Kismet. But for those who don't, you can go ahead and hold down the E or your action key, and you grab a whole chunk of stuff. You can grab an entire building if you want and move it. Now, there are some limitations, like your power armor won't move with it. There's some other things that won't slide with it. Sometimes turrets won't slide with it. But pretty much you can move an entire building. Of course, your settlers will fall out of there too. But you can move an entire thing and line it up a bit better. So we're going to line this up a little bit better here, like so, across there. Looks pretty good this way, but not so good that way. We're going to go ahead and again grab it. Oh, I accidentally got a carrot there. Now I'm too close to the carrots. Take that carrot out. Try it again. Here we go. And we kind of nudge this and fine tune it exactly where we want it on the thing here. Now, if it's a little bit crooked, you can look down the edge and try to turn it a little bit. That's pretty good. I'm not going to get too stickler on it. So I'm going to go ahead again and use this, the concrete kit. This is one of my favorite kits to use. It is incredibly awesome. Now I'm going to go ahead and just start with a concrete floor just so to make it easier, because the wall is actually attached to the side of it and not the top of it. All right. So let's go ahead and use the concrete kit. There is also the workshop kit. I'm going to use that one in a second. I'm going to make them a greenhouse over there as well. Okay. Now I'm not probably going to embellish every single one of my settlements like this, but I'm going to do that here at my used to be my main house here at Sanctuary. Now I'm going to go ahead and put. Actually, I'm not. I was gonna put the regular walls around there, but I think I'm going to give them some windows. I'm going to give them some windows. I'll be nice. Because normally I go practical versus what they would want, right? They'd want windows, but normally I would go practical and put walls there so they can't be shot. But, oh well. We'll just go ahead and go with the fun stuff. Go with the fun stuff. All right. Wow, there's a bit of... See how it has a delay? Hopefully they're working on that, because that delay is a little... I've built a lot of stuff. And in fact, I got to level 50 in my first playthrough pretty much from building most of the time. Because I actually went through... And for those who know this, at the very beginning, there are like little white picket fences, right? So what I did is I took those white picket fences, and I didn't know you could store them in the workbench, right? I just thought you had to pick them up and move them. So I literally went to every single one of them around here, and I moved them around and created some defenses using those white picket fences. And it took like 40 hours to do that. It took a long time to do that, only to find out that they don't really attack Sanctuary very much, especially early on in the game. Like, literally nobody attacked my settlement, and I spent all this time doing it, which is pretty funny. Now, they attack you more often now, but back then, they do not. Now, I can go ahead and do this again, which is this kind of concrete wall, but I prefer all the powered doors. So if I needed to, I could protect my people by locking them inside this building. Kind of like a little settler jail, right? If I wanted to. I love the powered doors. They're a lot of fun. And you can, of course, put them on different switches and whatnot. Now, I'm going to go ahead and set it this way. Actually, let me go outside and see if it'll let me set it in there. Now, sometimes it won't let you set it in there. It'll try to sink it down in the ground like this and be kind of weird. Sometimes it won't let you do this, see? Even though it should allow me to snap that in there, it just doesn't do it because it actually has that concrete which is in the way. Now, of course, I could raise it up and do all of that. You know how you solve it? You do this. Just as simple as that. And then you're like, Kismet, wait a minute, but how do my settlers get up in there? Well, they could already get up in there, right? Or, if you really want to be a stickler about it, you can go in, get some stairs, and attach some concrete stairs in the front, right? Like this. Now, there's one problem, though, right? There's kind of an overlap right there. So I can't attach the stairs. So, again, I'm going to grab the entire building, and I'm going to move it. It lets me. Kind of grabbed it too high. Grabbed it too low. So I got to grab it up higher, and then I'll bring it down, like so. And I kind of fine tune it. I can also sink it in the ground. I can zoom it away from me using my scroll wheel. And we'll try to find a perfect spot for it. Like so. Okay, boom. Now it's right in there. That's a little crooked. We got to fix that. But now it's right aligned up with it. It's kind of sunk in the ground a little bit, though, if you saw that. See how it's sunk into the ground a little bit? That's what you can do with the concrete kit. That's why it's so awesome. And it will allow you to line it up perfectly to this edge. And we're going to try to get as perfect as possible. We get it right in the middle, like so, at the right angle. Might have to poke it out just a little bit here. Boom! Now the door is perfectly aligned with the step. I know a lot of you who have ADD like me who cannot stand the fact that it does not line up perfectly to the step and doesn't work properly. Wanted to be fixing that in the wood and the kit all this time. You've been like, oh, I just want to line it up how I want it to be. I want it to be how I want it to be, right? There you go. There's my tip on how to do that. Okay, and that's using the concrete kit. Again, what's going to happen is your floor is going to be set down a little bit further in the ground. This is actually going to be set down in there, which looks totally legit, right? Looks totally like it's countersinked in there. Looks totally awesome, I think. All right, so let's keep going. Now, we've got to get into our room here, but we're going to go ahead and create a nice ladder here. Now, I'm not going to leave this ladder here. I'm going to take it out of here eventually, but I'm going to create it here temporarily, and eventually I'm going to use that ladder for something else. We're going to go ahead and build some roofs. That in there. There we go. And we'll build one in front of us here. And there we go. Now, I like to get up on the roof to do it. Makes it a little bit easier because you just put the roof there and then you move forward. Put the roof there and move forward. So there we go. Phantom Gas. No, I mean everyone of Kiz vids. Okay. Okay. I hate spamming my messages to Kiz. What's that, Noah? What did I miss, man? What did I miss? If I missed it, I will go back and look. Thanks for teaching me some new tips because I like to build and I never knew some of these things. Well, you're welcome, Ghost Dude. Thanks for hanging out, man. I love building as well. I really enjoy the game. A lot of fun. Let me find what Noah is saying here. Sorry, when I get building sometimes I do ignore the chat. I do ignore the chat. But I do go back and look. Noah. Nothing but Noah. Da-na-na-na. Maybe your own song, Noah. Loot. Kismet, I have a video for you to show at the end of the Per My Pledge reward. Boom. Hold on one second. Boom. All right. Sorry. The other thing was going on there. By the way, if you do donate or donate through PayPal or through Patreon, you become a Patreon, I now have it where it'll actually do an alert sound so you don't have to tell me when you do donate or when you become a Patreon of mine. I worked very hard on setting that up. It's not even through my alert system. I set it up a whole different way. It is very, very cool. So getting back to your question, that you have a video to play at the end of my stream. Actually, that's not what it says. It says I will play a video to you, not from you. So go read it again. Go read it again. Basically, it means that I will do something special at the end of the stream for you and show your name and so forth at the end of the stream. Very important to watch that wording in those things. So go check that out, Noah. But thank you so much for that cool suggestion of a video. Thanks for hanging out. And by the way, when I do start building, you will see me get totally zoned in on what I'm doing. Though I do try to backtrack, as I saw there. I do try to backpack. All right. Boom. But if you do have a cool video, tweet it to me. I would like to see it anyway. I may show it on the stream. So send it to me anyway, Noah. It'd be cool to check out. All right. So there we go. We've now built a roof. Now, the reason why I built the roof first before I opened the door is so that I can go in and build some power. So we're going to go ahead and build some power here. I think I'm still in my power armor, too. I probably could get out of that. But it doesn't really matter now because I got tons and tons of cash. But I'll be nice to all those people who are sitting in the stream going, Kismet, you only got one fusion core left. You only got one left. Come on, get out of the power armor already. Come on. Let me out. Let me out. And I'm going to take my fusion core out of there in case something goes horribly wrong and people try to take my power armor.
Slow you down.
People try to take my power armor. All right. And now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and build. I'm going to show you a little trick here with the power pylon. Again, you can see all this stuff in my videos. So you can go ahead and press the space bar. You connect it to the power pylon. Now, I'm pretty close there, right? I'm pretty close here to the signal beacon. I really want this to be way over there. How far can I move this away before it's too far? Well, what I do is I usually put them real close. I pick them up with the E. I turn around, and I walk this way until they turn red. That's too far. Back up until it turns green. And now it's going to serve two purposes, right? Well, actually, I'll probably put it a little bit closer. But it's going to serve two purposes. First, I got the maximum length of the wire, which no longer takes copper, by the way. So if you are watching my video on power, forget the part about the power, about saving your things, saving your cords in the workbench. You don't need to do that anymore because they took the copper out. But it's still a great idea to clear that out so you can move your stuff. But that now shows you how to move it to maximum. You won't have to use that much resources. It reduces the amount of resources that you need to run your stuff. Now, also what it's going to do is it's going to create some wireless power. So I'm going to actually put it pretty close to the middle here. And it's going to create this giant bubble of wireless power. If you don't know who invented wireless power, you need to Google Nikola Tesla, the father of wireless power. Or at least he tried to be the father of wireless power, but of course got screwed over by some unsavory folks. All right. And we're going to go ahead and put this over here. Actually, I think I'm going to put it right like this. And then we're going to run this up here. Now, I could have put one of those other ones, but the reason why I wanted to put that up there is so I can try to do this. Like that. And there we go. Now we've got power, right? Now, if we want to have control over that, there's two ways we can do that. Of course, we could do the power switch, right? So we can put a power switch in between, switch power pylon in between, right? So we'll go ahead and take this one out, like so. And by the way, I do turn the music off when I'm talking, so I don't have to try to talk over the sound when people are trying to listen to all my tips. All right. So I'll turn it on and off as we travel around. And so I turn that off, and now we've got a closed door, right? But what would be even cooler on top of that? Well, using the new contraptions DLC, there's something even cooler than that, and it is in here somewhere. I have to remember where it's at. It's right here. This is the firing target pulse. So I'm going to have actually this in front of the switch. So I can do either. I can do the switch or I can do this. All right. And I'm going to show you what that does if you missed it from earlier. I'm going to go ahead and run the power there and then run the power here. Now on this switch, I'm going to have that turned on. And I'm going to go over here and I'm going to look and see if the door is open. The door is not open. Watch this. Oh, come on. Oh, there's a little bug there. It opens it and then it closes it. Oh, it should not do that. Oh, I found a little problem there. Okay, because watch what happens. I'm going to go ahead and take this out. See, what it should do is it's a... Oh, wait, I have the wrong one. I have targeting pulse. My bad. That's not a bug. That was my fault. Wrong one. All right. Oh, really? I don't have enough copper. Dope. Such is life, right? Such is life. All right, let's go in here and see if we can find some copper. Oh, she took off. She took off. But there's a whole bunch of stuff in here. Let's see if we've got any copper in here. I'm going to go ahead and grab all this out. By the way, this is where I invented the workshop sorter. Right here. I'm going to turn the workshop sorter off. Put some of this stuff back. I can't believe I don't have enough copper. That's weird. That is pretty weird. Must be something going on with my supply chain. So I have plenty of copper. Way back over here. Nope. Weird. Weird. Go ahead and go out of there. Yep, I totally don't have enough copper. I had like tons and tons of copper. Huh. Well, something's wrong there, because that should not be doing that. That should not be doing that. Though I did have Trash Can Carla there. I could have got it. I can also get it from my general vendor here. Let me go ahead and... Oh, I was just going to sit there, Longfellow. But that's okay. We'll go save so we don't have to do all that again. There's a cow head sticking out of there. There's a cow head sticking out of there. What's up with that cow head? All right. I'm also going to put all this other stuff here on the workbench so I don't have to carry it around. I'm getting overburdened here. All that stuff in there. The Gatling laser. And all of this stuff. All that other loot that I just got. There we go. Carry all that around the whole time. And go ahead and just sleep for 8 hours to get that well rested. All right. Hello, Vinny Sauce. Thanks for hanging out in the stream. Hi, the power pylon is a generator at Kismet generator. Is better than the generator. It's better than the generator. Better than the generator. I don't know what you're talking about, but let me know what you're talking about. Reword the sentence. Oh, I gotta help defend Oberlin Station. Nope, not gonna do it. Not gonna do it. Okay, so that was my bad. I totally picked the wrong thing. But that's okay. We're gonna find who our people are here. And do this. I feel the dragon hammer coming on. I sense it. The dragon hammer. Wait for it. There it is! PJK Gamer! Thanks so much for dropping the dragon hammer, crushing the follow button, and becoming part of the Kismet team. Welcome, welcome, man. Hope you guys enjoyed that, my little bit of silliness. Okay, so I slept for another hour so everybody would jump to their various one. Now, I've got the general person here. For some reason, my copper's not working, but that's okay. I work around stuff. Glad to help.
I was glad to help out.
I can't argue with your timing.
Now, there's a little problem here at my sanctuary, and that is...
We appreciate the help.
Everybody who I'm trying to talk to, who should be in the vendor here, instead of letting me talk to the vendor, they will let me only talk to them as like a person. So I'm going to assign her over there and see if there's a way I can fix this. She's now assigned to food. I'm going to assign her back to trading and see if that fixes that problem.
I'm sure I have something you need.
Aha! I figured out how to fix it. All right, trade.
Let's trade some things.
Go ahead.
Now, she got bugged out. Now, sometimes what you can do is just talk to him once and then talk to him again, and then it'll let you do the trade thing. But for some reason, these guys got bugged out, so I had to fix them like that. All right, so what does she got? She got nothing. Oh, that's because I unassigned her and then reassigned her. All right, well, we got to sleep again. Sleep for... What you doing in there, moo cow? Where's your moo cow? Let's see if Carla's back. Carla's back! Let's just go talk to Carla. Hey, Carla, what's up?
Hey, Carla.
Need to pick something up?
Oh, yeah.
It's pretty long from here.
Carla's my favorite vendor.
Yeah,
Probably because of nostalgia's sake, she was pretty much your first vendor early on. I'm going to grab her 308 ammo. I grab it every single time. And I'm going to go ahead and get a little bit of this junk. Just a little bit of it. Just a couple things from her. Maybe just a couple. Maybe some shipments too while I'm at it. In fact, I think I'm going to buy everything. I just did. Thank you. So I just bought everything from her. How did I do that? Because I farm purified water. I make about 100,000 bottle caps every few days. 100,000 plus bottle caps every few days once I get all my settlements built up. So I don't even need to worry about that money. I'll go make that money back, no problem. All right. Of course, I could also go and grab a bunch of stuff from the workbench and go and sell it to her as well and get some of that money back. But we're not gonna bother right now. We're not gonna bother. We're gonna go and do this thing up here I was talking about. If I can get the right thing this time. Oh. And we're going to go to here. And we're going to get the right one. What I did is I did one that is a pulse target. So it pulses the power. And I wanted to get the one next to it, which is a firing target toggle. So my bad. Now, in life, you are going to make mistakes, right? You're going to make mistakes. It's okay. Give yourself the freedom to make a mistake from time to time. I picked the wrong one. Big deal. Roll on, right? That's life. Millie, thank you so much for dropping the Dragon Hammer, crushing the follow button, and becoming part of the Kismet team. Welcome, welcome. Now I can show you that cool thing. Make sure the power's on here. We go over here and we shoot it, and boom! The door is open. And now I could be running along here, and all of a sudden, you know what? I want to save all my people. I want to lock them in there. Boom! I can hit it from no matter where I am. Now the door is locked. Or I can unlock it, no matter where I am, and the door is unlocked. Now, you can do that for your entire settlement. That's what I have at Spectacle Island. If I'm at Spectacle Island and I'm working on the Mega Sorter, or I'm doing a whole bunch of stuff over there, and all of a sudden I get attacked, I can just shoot that thing, and it does a complete lockdown of my entire settlement. They cannot get in my settlement. They run up and get annihilated by my Kismet kill boxes. And that's what I like. I like it when that happens. I like it when they get annihilated. So again, I can manually do it just by flipping the switch, or I can shoot it here with the new contraptions. I think that's the coolest thing ever. I think that's the coolest way of doing a complete lockdown on your entire settlement without having to run all the way over here. Because in the middle of a battle, right, you got people running around all over the place, and people are shooting you and everything. It's much easier just to shoot it and close all the doors than have to run all the way to this specific spot and flip that specific switch. I think that's a cool way of doing it. Of course, good to have both of them just in case as well. All right. So we built our kind of basic thing here. And I'm going to go ahead and tell Longfellow.
Look alive.
What?
Stay there.
Wait there.
These old bones could use a rest.
Good. Just stay there and stop being goofy. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to build a bit of defenses now here at Sanctuary. So we built them up a nice little house. Oh, we forgot to give them beds. I almost forgot. Let's go ahead and give them some beds in here because we don't want to forget that. Now, when I'm mega building, I care about the aesthetics, right? Which is the next level up from what I'm doing right now. There's 3 levels that I do. The base level, which is what you saw before, where I just had some sleeping bags down. I had some mute fruit. I had, some carrots and that kind of stuff. And then I had basic water and then a little bit of defense from my Kismet kill box, aka my turrets, right? That's how I start. Then I go to super building, which is what we're doing right now. I build up the settlement a bit once I have a lot of resources. And then I go ahead and just go to town. Like right here, I can make 257 beds. So I got plenty of beds I can make, right? Now, in the very beginning, when I'm doing super building, I put the beds really close together. They do not necessarily like that. They do not necessarily like them to be super close together, right? They like them to be a little bit spread out. Of course, you can make them their own rooms and all really crazy embellishment if you really wanted to. But me, what I do is I put them up right against the wall. Now, the reason why I put them up against the wall is because I can put more of them in the room. And what I'll do is I'll leave a little bit of a gap here between these 2 beds so that they can kind of fit in between there in case they get stuck behind there. But really, I nuzzle it right up against the wall. The reason why I do that is I can get all the beds in one little room, like so. All right. And I'll go ahead and do this wall. And again, like so. Dragon Hammer alert. I can feel it. The Dragon Hammer is going to come down. Evo Spano! Thank you so much for dropping the Dragon Hammer, crushing the follow button, and becoming part of the Kismet team. Let's show them lots of love in the chat, everybody. Anytime anybody hits that follow button, make sure to show them lots of love. Especially if they hit that donate button. They say, Kismet, I love what you do, man. I've learned so much stuff in your stream. I want to support you on Patreon, even with $1. Or I want to donate to your stream or become a subscriber via Gaming for Good. By the way, I'm not a partnered streamer yet, but you can subscribe to my stream if you are enjoying it. You can go right down below. There's links down there to actually subscribe through a service called Gaming for Good, which I really like. It is actually for Save the Children. You can go in and you can also donate to charity. You don't have to donate to me, by the way. You can just donate directly to charity to Save the Children, something I really believe in. I think that's a great charity, and it makes it super easy. I don't see any of that. This goes directly to them. Which is pretty awesome. Now, it also gets multiplied by 6 to 10 times. So if you do donate like $10, it goes to $100 to Save the Children, which is pretty incredible. Pretty incredible. All right, as you can see here, I'm now going to split some in twos in the middle. And I'm going to go ahead and just put a couple more in here because I've got a ton of people here. That was totally not straight. Let's fix that. And there you go. Boom. Now, I put a couple extra on purpose in case I want to sleep and they're taking up all the beds, right? Now, there are a couple beds elsewhere. Now, this yellow house, there's one thing I want to show you. If you only learn one thing in my stream, that is your people do not have to live in this house. They do not have to live in there. It is actually a piece of junk and you can't fix it up. And I wish you could tear it down, but you can't. It is a huge piece of junk. They do not have to live in there. Don't build it up if you don't want to. It's your game. You can do whatever you want. But I am going to tear it down and not build anything in there. I'm also going to get my bobblehead back. Give me that bobblehead. That's my bobblehead. And I'm also going to tear this down because I'm not going to keep my bobbleheads here. I'm going to keep them at my sanctuary location. There we go. Notice I have nothing in here. Nothing else. Just that one bed. And that was from the very beginning of the game in survival mode. I put that one bed down so I could save. Now, all this other stuff doesn't have anything in it. Nothing in there anymore. I've already taken care of all of that. Notice I've got a few couches here for them to relax after work. I'm taking all that out now too because I don't need that anymore. That was just for the beginning of the game. And I'm going to go ahead and store all that stuff in the workbench. And oh, just this. I got some floating letters here that I'll get rid of. Any other floating letters anywhere? Nope. All right. Got rid of all that. Alright, so we got rid of all that. Notice I've already cleared all this stuff out. The one thing I didn't clear, I don't know why I didn't clear this, but I didn't clear this cabinet right here. I'm going to get rid of that cabinet. And there's something in that cabinet, which I think is my more rare items, my miscellaneous stuff. I forget what I had in there. I had something in there. I had something in there. So I scrapped that out too. So I'm going to clear all this excess stuff. I've got my nice concrete building going here. And I put some beds in there. Now they have plenty of beds. But also, I just took a bed away, so I need to look and see, oh, do I have enough beds? Yep, I still have enough beds. Now, somewhere, there's another bed somewhere. Do you guys remember where? Put it in the chat if you remember. Put it in the chat if you remember where that other bed is. Boom. Lord, King Leopold said, Kismet, I wish I could build bunk beds. Yes. Wouldn't that be awesome? Like they have at Covenant. That would be awesome. Hopefully they'll add that. I thought they were going to add that in the latest one, but they didn't, which is a bummer, because it would count toward 2 settlers. And then I think the reason why they don't do it is they would have to create an animation where the settler actually gets up into the top bunk. Because they got to sleep. And I don't think they have an animation for that. That's probably why we won't get bunk beds. But at least it would help. Have more water in Sanctuary than Kismet. I know. Well, in my last playthrough, of course, I had it all the way through, and I had like thousands of water or whatever. But right now, I do not. All right, again, and we're going to go ahead and get rid of all this stuff we used at the very beginning because it is now time to build. Whenever I'm building stuff up, I will take away all the old stuff away. Now, this I'm not going to take away. I'm just going to store that in the workbench so I don't have to carry it all the way back. Store it in the workbench. And, oh, Dead Raider. Ooh, free stuff. Thanks for the free stuff, bro. And then this I no longer need, so I'm going to scrap that. And I need some fireworks right now, don't I? Store that in the workbench. And store this in the workbench. And I've now cleared the kind of front here. And for those of you who know, let's see if anybody found it. Did anybody say it in the chat? Oh, you didn't say it in the chat in time. This is where the other bed was right in the very beginning, which I don't need it to be there any longer. Now we're going to need to change this weather. I'm also going to get rid of this thing above my head, by the way. This floating up there now. We were fuddling around with that new stuff from the Contraptions Workshop. That was a lot of fun. Massively overburdened. I'm going to go over here where I have some power. For some power. Trash Can Carla, what's up? All right. Now I'm going to go ahead and put these workbenches over here temporarily. I'm going to build myself a little bit of house here as well. Still got plenty of time to build stuff. And by the way, I'm just going a little bit slower on Sanctuary here, and then I'm going to speed up on my other settlements, by the way. Just a heads up, everybody. Just a heads up. That one down. And this one I don't even like. Pendanter, I think that was. Thank you so much for dropping the Dragon Hammer, crushing the follow button, and becoming part of the Kismet team. Welcome, welcome. What was that? Pandant Deer. That's what it was. Pandant Deer, thank you so much for dropping the Dragon Hammer, becoming part of the Kismet team. Welcome, welcome. Let's show Pandant Deer lots of love in the chat, everybody. All right. Let's keep on rolling, rolling. Oh, so I was making some fireworks. So first we're going to need a fireworks launcher. Fireworks launcher, which is going to be in here. I think it's under miscellaneous. If I remember right, it is correct. Firework mortar. All right. And then we are going to go ahead and take this and run it to some power, which we currently have over there. Maybe way up there. There we go. That's better. Now, the second I put the firework in there, it's going to fire it up. Lag Sweet! Thank you so much for dropping the Dragon Hammer, crushing the follow button, and becoming part of the Kismet team. Welcome, welcome. Now, the one that I want to make here is the one that makes clear skies. So I'm actually going to make a few of them. So while I'm working away here, I don't have to worry about storms. This is like a cool thing. Now, this is in the Contraptions DLC, by the way, if you're wondering how did I get this. All right. Now, let's see if we can do it before it goes away. Of course, it's going away. Of course, it's going away, but we'll clear the skies a little bit anyway. So I'm going to go ahead and put this in here. And again, it's under miscellaneous for some reason. That's a kind of weird thing. I think it would be better under ammo, but that's just me. Got one in there. It's a beautiful sunny day. It's so awesome. That is cool. I don't care who you are. That's cool. So I just made it a beautiful sunny day. No more storms. Just like that. I was able to change the weather using the Contraptions Workshop and the fireworks launcher there. It's a lot of fun. Now you can also put it on a spring, right? Or you could put it on a touchpad where if you walk over it, it'll fire off fireworks and so on. There's a lot of different combinations you can do. Okay. So again, we took out that other one. We're going to check our beds. Let's see how we're doing. Beds are still good. 23. I think I might add one more. I don't know. It just, having an odd one makes me want to add just one more in here. I'll probably just put it in its own row. Now, to make sure that you have enough and that your settlers can get around, the best thing to do is just walk through it. If you can't get through, see I'm stuck. I can't go forward. I'm pressing down the W. I can't move forward there. And again, I'm on the PC. So I'll just nudge it a little bit, try to straighten it out a little bit until I have enough room. And then make sure I can walk between there. And if I can walk between there, so can my settlers. Same thing here. Just walk around a little bit. We're good. Now, this is what I call a bunkhouse. Again, this is not fancy by any means. Later on, when I go to do mega builds, I will then make it all fancy schmancy when I feel like. Not right now. Right now, we're just building a basic, what I call a super build. All right? So now we've got that going on. Now, what we want to do is make use of this upper area, which I built it specifically nice and flat here for a reason. And that is so we can put all these scavenging stations up here at the top, and my people will just sit up here and scavenge away. So I'm going to go ahead and put this one right here. Now, if you notice, I'm not going to put any more turrets up here. You'll see what I'm going to do with turrets here in a second. I'm going to go ahead and grab all of these. And I will be equipping all my people here in just a minute. Probably put some of this stuff in the workbench while I'm at it. Alright, what do I have that's so heavy? Some knuckles. Some raider armor that I picked up. Jet. Now, by the way, in the new survival mode, all that junk I picked up. In the new survival mode that I bought from Trash Can Car. In the new survival mode, it's very much tougher to carry stuff around because you can't carry as much as you can in the lower modes. So be wary of that. It is quite the struggle. It's an incredible struggle to stay not overburdened. And early in the game, when you're overburdened, you actually take damage if you don't have, well, any time in the game when you don't have the strong back perk. The strong back perk is this one right here. So if you're wondering, hey Kismet, why are you not taking damage when you're overburdened? That's because I have this one right here, which is the 4th one in the line at level 30. When encumbered, you can fast travel. Well, I can't fast travel in the new survival mode. All I can do is walk, right, or take a vertebrate. But in this one, it then substitutes you cannot quick travel for you do not take any damage while overburdened. And luckily, someone on the stream told me that. One of my followers told me that on the stream, which is an awesome, awesome addition. Though I think it should reflect it in the name. That's just me being nitpicky, but I do appreciate it doing that. All right. I do appreciate that. Have more water than Kismet. Kismet, very important, making a new channel. It's going to be Batman's Reign. Make a new channel of what? New channel about what? With what? Make a new channel. We're making a new channel. Take this one, put it up here. Boom. Like that. Again, if you do have a question or comment for me, make sure to put Kiz or Kismet in the chat. If for whatever reason I missed it, sometimes my chat does go by pretty quickly. I just throw it in there again. Never feel bad about throwing it again in my chat. I do not, it's not a big deal to me. You can just keep throwing it in there. Just keep throwing it in there. Throw it in there again until I catch it, especially if I get, sometimes I get very zoned in on building. I get very, very zoned in. But I do try to watch my chat as possible. Just Caps. What's that? You mean Kiz Caps? Kiz Caps, PJK Gamer, that is your loyalty reward for just hanging out in my stream. You can actually, if you gather enough Kiz Caps, you can actually request songs on the stream. Colin Kenny, thank you so much for dropping the Dragon Hammer, crushing the follow button, and becoming part of the Kismet team. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for hanging out in the stream. Let's show them some love, everybody. Show them lots of love anytime anybody hits that follow button, and especially when they hit that donate button. Make sure to show them lots of love. So yes, the Kiz Caps are basically loyalty points. So you can request songs. Eventually when I do giveaways, which I have some stuff coming that I hope I can give away to you guys on the stream, that you guys will get that as well. So you might as well get those points now, right? You might as well get them because they are free just for hanging out. Big Chef, thank you so much for dropping the Dragon Hammer, crushing the follow button, and becoming part of the Kismet team. Welcome, welcome. We're doing some awesome building tonight. We have just come from Spectacle Island, which is where we have our mega build, and we're just doing some basic building. I'm showing all my best building tips to everyone, including the mega sorter, which I showed earlier, where you can actually sort stuff from the workbench, and it sorts it all for you. You don't have to. It'll do it for you. That's cool. I dig it. Okay, so as you can see here, I'm just putting it up here to make it a little bit easier for them, and also they'll be not on the ground the whole time. And I'll pull them up here, and just to kind of clean the area up, right? In the very beginning, you'll see me just slap stuff down because, one, I don't have enough time, and two, I don't have enough resources to get too crazy. But the scavenging stations are vitally important if you don't like collecting too much stuff. If you want to just take the stuff and then, or just have them get the stuff for you without you have to collect as much stuff, though you're still going to have to collect some, or a bunch, depending on how much you want to build, you can have them scavenging for that stuff for you automatically. Like this person up here, look, they're going right to their scavenging station. It's also easier to find your settlers this way, by the way. If they are right here. Hopefully when someone's standing there, I don't accidentally shoot them in the head instead of hitting that thing. But you'll see that they will come up here and work away in their little scavenging stage. So it's a great way to kind of centralize them as well. If there's somebody doing nothing, they should at least be doing scavenging. That's what they should be doing constantly. Now I call it scrounging, but they call it scavenging. And that's to each their own, right? Now the one person here that drives me crazy, this guy! Sturgis, stop hitting that building. I am not going to live in that building. Nobody is going to live in that building. You, Marcy, what are you doing?
I just want to trade a few things.
Marcy.
Nothing I hate more than raider scumbags.
If you run into
You know what I hate more than Raider scumbags? Her complaining about Raider scumbag. So we're going to have to do something, Marcy, here. We're going to have to tell her something, right? We're going to have to do something to Marcy here. Where's my stuff? That's Raider miscellaneous stuff. Oh, they moved all that stuff out of there. That Raider thing. Let's find it here. I always forget what this is. I think it's under furniture. Miscellaneous. This is something new they added. I gotta find it. I gotta find it. I don't remember where it was. Structures, miscellaneous. Nope. See, the problem with the new... I'll use some elevators here eventually. With the new workshop is sometimes I forget where to find stuff. Warehouse. I don't think it's in there. Don't tell me. I'll find it. I don't like any spoilers. I like to find stuff. I like to do stuff without any spoilers. I'll find you. You're in here somewhere. I know you are. I thought it was under special originally. I'll find it. Wood. There's something special I'm going to do for Marcy here. In just a second. The funny thing is I know exactly where it was last time. And I've forgotten. I have forgotten. It's a horrible thing to forget. It's a horrible thing to forget. Under resources. Resources, that's where it is. That's a weird place for it, but I'll still let him slide. Alright, party people. Hey, Marcy. Come here for a second. I got something to tell you. Hey, Marcy. Get in that sucker. Get in there. Everybody on the stream wants to see you in there. Get in there. This is for all the time, nearly 1,250 hours I've had to listen to her complain. Where you going? Get over there. Get over there into there. Get that. Where you going? Get back over here. No, you're not getting out of it. Get over there. Get in that thing. Hey, get in there. Oh, she does not want to go in there. Okay. Okay, you want to play that way, huh? You want to play that game? Oh, maybe I had down too far. That may be down too far. Come here. Come here. Get over here. Get over here. Might have had it sunk too far into the ground. Get over here, you. I'm going to tell her to come way over here. You put Mama Murphy in one? Big chef. The first person I put in there was Marcy. Now, the bummer thing is, though, when I put her in there, she doesn't stay in there. I want her to stay in there. I don't want her ever to get out of there. I want her to be in there forever. Get off of there. What are you doing? Hey, get in there. Get in there. You got to kind of coax her in there. Do it. Take pot shots at her. Bad Marcy. Bad Marcy. Stay in there. You know what else I put in there? Let's go put somebody else in there who really annoys me. Who else do we need to put in there? I did this at the very beginning of the game, but I restored my game back after we kind of fuddled around the workshop. So I did notice that you can sink this in the ground, and if you sink it too far in the ground, they don't like to go in there. We'll go ahead and put them facing each other, though by the time I think I get one in there, the other one will be gone. Come here, Sturgis. Get over here. Get over here. I should have made them facing each other. That's what I should have done. Now what happens is sometimes she just gets out of there on her own for some reason. I don't know why she was doing that. Maybe I had it too far sunk and then she just got out of there instead of being there. I should put them way up on like oh, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put them way up on a platform. Oh, wait. I got to build that first. All right, Sturgis. Never mind. Never mind. I'll talk to you in a second. We got some important building to do here. See, look. She gets out on her own. That's no fair. That's no fair. She should stay on there. We're going to put him up on a platform and tell him what happens when you annoy Kismet at the very settlement he built for them to enjoy. This is what happens to you. I'll stick him right up here. Like so. And then I'll build a little ladder there. All right, Sturgis. Get up there. Oh, she's back in there again. Ha ha ha. Get up there. You slacker. Kind of like a hangman's thing. It totally reminds... I just had like a moment where it looked like I'm going to hang him or something. I'm surprised they don't have that in the game. Get in there, Sturgis. Everybody wants to see you in there. Pot shots at Sturgis. Like that, Sturgis. Alright, so that's the stockade thing, if you guys haven't seen that from the contraptions. That's a lot of fun. That's the first thing I did with contraptions, was stuck them in there. Because all that Sturgis does, I tell him to go farm, I go tell him to do something, all he does is absolutely nothing other than bang on that yellow house. It drives me crazy. That drives me insane. I would literally move them to another location if I could, so I don't have to listen to all of those settlers going and banging on that house. Now, if they bang on that house, it should actually start to get repaired. I think that's something that they should have done, was that over time, when you're playing the game over so many hours, they actually rebuild that house. That is the one house that is completely rebuilt that you could actually use as a house. That would have been a lot cooler than them uselessly banging on the side of that house, right? Don't you guys think? What do you guys think? Kiz, your DSDR. I don't know what that means, Durker. Tell me what that is. Rock Brand says, hey, got no mods? I got no mods. I got no mods. You know why? You know why? Let me show you why in my Kismet drinking game right here. Because I say this all the time, the second thing down, Kismet says no cheats, no glitches, no third-party mods. I do not use any of those. Not that I have anything against mods. Mods are incredibly great, but not in my first playthrough. I don't want to shorten my journey. I don't want to make it really small. I want to make it really big and have a lot of fun. That's why I played over 1,250 hours in Fallout 4. Incredibly fun. So there's a little bit of my drinking game there. Thanks to Derek for that cool drinking game. There we go. So that would have been awesome, right? If they actually rebuild that house. Now, of course, they could still have the DLC for that to happen. Upgrade the game, so eventually that house gets built up. And now I've been in this playthrough, I think, about 300 hours. I did my first playthrough 500 hours and my second playthrough 440. It's Daniel the Red! Hello from Philadelphia! Thanks for hanging out, Daniel. Good to see ya. Good to see ya. Hey, RoboReal! Thanks for hanging out. Good to see ya. Nerf Herder, or... Not Nerf Herder, where did I get that from? Vatruner, thank you so much for hanging out. It says, Kismet, I got a mod to stop them hammering and another to shut them up. There you go. One day. One day. Ghost Dude, Kismet, you should also put Preston. I actually like Preston. You know why I like Preston? Because he looks out for the little guy. He defends the weak. He looks out for the little guy who can't defend himself. I give him a lot of props for that. It's not his fault that the Bethesda didn't give you the option of, do you want to take this quest or not? Right? Imagine how different your experience with Preston would be. Is if he came up and said, hey, I got this quest for you. I got another settlement that needs your help. Do you want to take this quest? No. And then that's it. Then he doesn't bug you for a while. Comes back again the next time you see him. Hey, do you want to take this quest? Nah, not right now. Right? That would be way better than him automatically giving you the quest, which in survival mode, if you don't do it in enough time, you got to walk there. You can't travel, especially early in the game, until you get the vertibirds. Can't quick travel. Then you're not in such a like under the gun thing all the time. You can actually say, you know, Preston, hey, I'm the general. I make the choices. I'm not going to do this quest right now. I'm going to come back and do the quest later. Right? If you had a choice to pick, yes, I want the quest or not. By the way, if you make mods, that would be an incredible mod, right? Preston says, hey, I got this quest. You're like, no, I don't want to take it right now. So there you go. If you want to make an awesome mod, the Preston yes or no quest mod. That would be cool. Very, very cool. Hey, Scarface, thanks for hanging out on the stream, man. I don't know what you said because Saltbot got you. Sorry about that, bro. Sorry. Sorry about whatever you said. Thanks for hanging out on the stream, though. Bringing my beer count up. Appreciate it. All right. I need some water and some food. Not that I'm going to insta-die, but I'm going to die eventually. Butterbean! Haha, great name. Thanks so much for dropping the Dragon Hammer, crushing the follow button, and becoming part of the Kismet team. We're doing some building here today. We're going to be building up all the settlements. We're mega streaming. If you don't know what mega streaming is, that's where I go beyond my normal time. Usually by an hour, maybe 2 hours, 3 hours, 5 hours, 10 hours, who knows? I've streamed up to 14 hours straight before in mega streams. We're going to just keep going. We're going to get these settlements done. We're going to get them done. Now, I don't know if you guys are going to last as long as me, but we're going to see. We're going to see who stays the longest, right? And if you stay long, you know what you're going to get. Lots of Kiz Caps, and then you'll be able to be part of those giveaways eventually, as well as request songs on the stream. All right. That's what those Kiz Caps are for. So we're working right now on Sanctuary. Now, I've come back after a long time of exploring the Wasteland and going to Far Harbor and doing all of those quests and doing all of those things. And I've come back to Sanctuary because I'm in the new survival mode, so it's a lot harder to move around. It's a lot harder to get resources. Vav the Rudner, thank you so much also for dropping the Dragon Hammer, crushing the follow button, and becoming part of the Kismet team. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for hanging out, man. Let's see. Butterbean said, okay, I don't know if I can. If you can what? Junto! Hey, Junto! Thanks for hanging out. Welcome. Always good to see ya. Thanks for chilling out in the stream. Sup, Ghost of Dreams. What's up, man? Thanks for hanging out. By the way, I actually read my chat. I know, crazy, huh? I read my chat. Crazy. Streamers who read their chat. I try to catch everybody. If you do have something directly to me, the more people get in my stream, the tougher it is for me to read it. If you want something direct, if you want to say something directly to me, or you want to ask a question, comment, whatever it is, go for it. Just go ahead and put my name, Kiz or Kismet, in the chat. It'll highlight in red. I know you're talking to me. Now, for whatever reason, if I do miss it, just throw it in there again. Make sure you put my name in there. I'll be happy to respond to you on the stream, because that's what I think is important when you're a streamer. There we go. I haven't slept in 2 days. Once I tried to go 3 days, and I got about 72 hours, and I was literally useless. I was useless as a human being after 72 hours. And literally, I didn't choose to sleep. My body said, you're stupid. Go to sleep, and literally shut down. It shut down, I fell asleep, and I didn't wake up for like a day and a half trying to do 72 hours. Not good. And of course, I didn't drink any coffee or anything like that to keep me up. I was just doing it totally the old-fashioned, legit way. Just hold your eyes open. Hold your eyes open. When I was trying to work on this project, I got the project done, and I literally crashed. I mean, if a nuclear bomb went off outside the window, I would have never heard it. I was out of it. I was out of it. Of course, even if I didn't hear it, in about 3 seconds, I would have been incinerated anyway. But there you go. There you go. Okay, so we got that done. We put our scrapping stations up there. Now you know what we need now? We need a nice little trade center. We need a trade center for our various trade areas. Now, I'm going to go ahead and leave my mega sorter here, and I'm going to start to build this direction. Okay? Now, I'm going to do something very weird at first. You're going to think this is weird. I'm going to put walls up as well and do all of that. But I'm actually going to take all my mute fruit down. I'm going to take it all down. Now, I could have went through and picked it all up first. You mean looted it all, right? You go and you loot it, then you put it in the workbench so you can get double. It's a way to get in double, by the way, because it's already bloomed. But I'm actually going to take all this down, unless it crashes. Okay, that scared me for a moment because we had a real long delay there. So I'm going to go back over here. And let's just do a save so we don't have to do all that again, right? Right. Okay, there we go. Now, I do need some food, but there's a real easy way to get food. For me, anyway, I can just go over here to the workbench. The cow is stuck in the doorway now. The cow keeps moving around. That's a weird cow. Weird cow. I can go here into the workbench and go to aid, and I can get this mute fruit. And then I'm going to actually just eat the mute fruit. Now, the reason why I can do that is because I have the lead belly perk. I'm not going to take any radiation from it, so I can literally just eat the mute fruit. Now, if you want to know a cool trick that someone told me, I didn't discover this myself. Someone told me this on the stream. And I do appreciate those tips from time to time when I ask for them. Not when I don't ask, but when I ask for them. What they said is if you use melons, it will both use water and food. So if you have melons, you'll get both of those things at once. So also a great fruit to farm early on. So as you can see there, I had a whole bunch of mutfruit, though it did give me a condition that I do need to get rid of here in a second. Now see, this is how fast it should be going, like this. This is normal speed. See, that pause, not normal speed. Come on, there we go. By the way, I did hit enter there. I don't know why it pauses sometimes like that. So I hit tab and then I'm hitting the E key. I'm playing on PC, by the way, so I'm using the keyboard. So tab and E, or you can hit tab and the action point, or you can use whatever your store key is and then use your action key as well. Now, if you're on console, one key is as good as another, I guess, but on PC, it's a lot faster to hit tab and then E, then hit tab, return, tab, return. You gotta take your hands off of there, or you gotta stretch your hand all the way across, right? So instead of having to stretch all the way across, you use tab and E, and it works a lot better and a lot faster, as you can see. Now again, I'm tearing all this down because I'm gonna build something nice here. There we go, a little delay again there. I'm gonna build something nice here, and you can see I've got some melons back here. I'm gonna get rid of those. Anything else back here? Nope. And so I'm going to kind of tear down my entire food area here from back here. And we're going to build something cool here. Hopefully Ada's not going to be right in our way. Again, we're going to get all the food and take it up here. We don't need it to be just randomly on the ground anymore. We can make something nice for it. Like so. And I think I got all the food. My food should be 0. Yes, it is. By the way, if you still have something around, you can have half. You can have half a food unit because all the other food other than moot fruit is actually half a food unit. Just a little heads up. Okay, so what I've got here is I've got this big, nice, beautiful open area, of course. So what do we want to do? Now, I would consider this on the edge of mega building and super building. Now, super building is about... Oh, can't move it that way too much. Super building is about... I can move it over this way. Right to there. It's about making profit. So, of course, you want to do it for the cheapest you can. So I'm just kind of nudging that. There we go. Perfect. You want to build it for as cheap as you can and make profit on it, right? But on here, I'm going to kind of mix what I call aesthetic value, or mega building, and the making something that is going to generate me profit. Okay? So I'm going to use the concrete kit. Sorry, I went a little bit fast there. I'm going to use the concrete kit again, and I'm going to start with some foundations like these. Okay. Now, when I'm doing mega building, I more care about whether something is aesthetically right, Meaning that is it floating in air, is it not floating in air, right? So I'm going to go ahead and just do a little bit of an offset from the yellow building so they can walk back and forth here, okay? And then I can put these all the way across here, but that's a kind of a waste of your resources, right? If you just build a whole bunch of these across here, that's a bit of a waste of your resources. It's because what you can do is you can go in and build some nice floor areas here, and just try to stagger these like so. And that looks pretty legit, right? Kind of metal platforms going across there, right? You don't have to use as much. Of course, your settlement, you can do whatever you want. So usually I do about what I call like a two distance, like so. And then I use one of these so it looks legit, that it's actually holding it up. And then in the other direction, same thing. Okay, now I could use one of those other ones right there, but it's actually going on the floor, right on the edge there, so that'll be fine. This one over here looks like it needs more of a concrete foundation than this one does. That one does not need one. Okay, but I could put one there if I really wanted to, but it would be tough to get it to stay there, right? Because it is kind of flat there, so it's kind of hard to put one of those foundations there. Okay, so I've built it out. You can see I've got a cool square going right now. I've got a cool square going. But I want it to be bigger than this. I mean, that's cool. But bigger is even cooler, right? So we're going to go even further. And this is what I call mega building when you get to this stage. Now look what happens. Nope, I can't put it in there. Oh, man. I'm going to have to take this whole thing down and rebuild it, right? Not if you're watching my stream, you don't. Because I'm going to show you how to fix it. And I did it on purpose, by the way. I think all the stuff out in advance. I prepare for my streams in advance, by the way. I have a bunch of notes that I take. I have all these ideas that I want to show you guys on the stream. So I do spend a lot of time preparing. So I'm going to show you something really cool. All right. Here's all my stuff. I built it. Now, it's not really next to anything. Probably the closest thing it's next to is this. I'm just going to nudge it a little bit away just in case. Make sure that it's not too close to anything else. Maybe this one. Nudge it a little bit away. Because if anything's too close to this, it'll grab that. Also, like mute fruit or food or whatever. Or other buildings and whatnot. Now, what I'm going to do is grab this entire building. Hold down the E key on the PC or your action key. And I'm going to try to raise it. Now, it doesn't quite work. There's something weird about the concrete kit. Why it won't raise it up. Right? Why won't it allow me to raise it? Even though I got everything, right? I'm going to grab this again. It won't go up. Now, I learned this the other day when I was doing the Spectacle Island build, right? My whole entire thing was at the wrong level. I couldn't do my mega sorter. It took us quite a long time to figure it out. But what you do is you put a concrete wall in there. You put a concrete wall in there, and then... Oh, I want to stay in the workbench. And then you kind of get out of the wall there. You got to tab down. And you grab the wall... And you hold down the E, and now you have control over the height of the actual wall, right? Or the height of the building. Now, you want to do it up high, because it's going to jump up in the air for some reason. I don't know why. But not necessarily all the way at the top, right? So you want to find a kind of a happy medium of where you're controlling the height of stuff, right? Now, sometimes it acts a little funky like that, and sometimes it works. So it's really a kind of a hit and miss kind of thing, right? That you can go in and try to adjust it. Now, there's also a problem that we have Ada over here. We have Ada right here in the way. So we're going to take Ada and we're going to move her over here.
No problem.
Actually, I'm going to tell her to go up to the scavenger. There you go. Go up there and do that. So you're not in my way the whole time. Okay, again. I'm going to try it again. So again, I'm going to grab it just in the platform. See? Notice it just pops. And then we're going to try to grab the wall and try to do that. Now, there is multiple ways to do this, by the way. See, it's not quite working perfectly, but it is working to a weird extent, right? The wall is going into the ground. And again, we'll grab this one. See if we can do it that way. Nope. We'll go over here. We'll try to grab one of these lower ones. This is going to be a cool tip, by the way. Cool tip for the construction kit or the concrete kit. And again, see, it just try to snap to the ground, which drives me crazy, right? So again, we're going to try something else. This time, we're going to go ahead and take a window and put it there. Like so. And then we're going to hold down on it. What? We have a little bit more control. Notice how I can have a little bit more control over it using the window. Bats Rain! Thank you so much, Batman's Rain. Thanks so much for dropping the Dragon Hammer. Crushing the follow button to becoming part of the Kismet team. Welcome, welcome. Phantom Ghost Kismet, I'm changing my Twitch. Oh, to something. It went off. I think I already read that. Just built my first turret defense in Sanctuary. All right, Kismet Killbox. Go, Ghost Dude. Rock that Kismet Killbox, buddy. Why don't you worry about settlement happiness? Oh, you'll see why here in just a second, Major Pain. That is a great question. I'm going to hold that question until just a little bit. I'll show you why. I'll show you why in just a second. Hi, Batman's Rain. Thanks for hanging out, buddy. Thanks for the follow as well. How many dogs do you have in Fallout? You can get 2. Exactly. Yes, I have dog meat, and then I have some other dogs elsewhere. All right, so I'm going to move down this way a little bit, and I'm going to work on the height of the walls. Now, one of the problems here is that the maximum height I can go is about right there. Right? Because I don't have this, and then this one over here is synced in, and this one's synced in, right? Notice how I've got it up plenty high now. A little too high, I think, right? We want to really be precise, right? We want to be as precise as we can. And we want to be able to see this, so that's why I put one on this side. So we can kind of see this side and get an idea of how high we want it to be. And again, we don't want it to actually go into there. So notice how it's kind of a weird snappy thing, right? If I'm down low, it's okay. But there's like a whole gap there where it jumps, right? How can we fix that? How can we fix that gap? Well, what we're going to do is we're going to use some walls. So again, we're going to go ahead and get some walls here. We can use any type of wall we want. We can use a window or we can use whatever. I'm just going to use some windows because that's fun. And we're going to put the walls in here. We're going to snap them. And then we're going to press and hold down. Okay, now we've got a little bit more control. Slight problem, though. It won't go down any further, right? Because this window here can only go down into the ground so far. So what do? Well, we get rid of that one, and then we grab this concrete wall, and we just nudge it down. We can even move it right over the top of it. Come on, this is cool stuff. This is like awesome stuff I'm showing you here. And we can get right over the top of it and actually fine-tune it however we want. We could fine-tune exactly how we want that to be. Look at that. Look at that awesomeness. Right? Fine-tune it. The whole building, by the way. Notice we moved the whole building in one move, fine-tuned it exactly how we wanted it to be at the exact right height that we want it to be as well. Now, I'm trying to leave some area under here so my settlers can get through there. So now you're thinking, Kismet, it's up in the air. I can't stand it when it's up in the air. No worries. I'm going to show you how to fix that as well. All right. So that's how to do that. If you're having trouble with the concrete kit and you're like, Kismet, it doesn't do what I want it to do. It just won't let me control the height of it. That's how you control the height, by making walls, and you hold down on the walls themselves, and it will allow you to control the height of it. All right. So there's some cool stuff. Now the same thing over here. And now we put this one here, but now we need this one, obviously, because it's up out of the ground. There you go. I just showed you some killerly awesome stuff. All right. Now what would be even cooler than this? Now that I built this, right, and I decide, you know what? I don't really want to use the concrete kit. I want to use the workshop kit. And again, I've already thought this out in advance. I'm not just making this up as I go. So I'm going to go ahead. I guess it kind of seems like that, but I'm not. I'm really not. Okay. And then we're going to go ahead and use this instead. And look, it snaps in there. It snapped perfectly in there. Now we're using the new warehouse warehouse kit, right? So I can snap that in there because I really don't want to build with this. But I've already lined everything up. Now that I've built it, I can do what I call reverse building, right? You build something, you're like, nah, I don't really like that, but at least I have everything lined up. So I can go ahead and take everything away, like so. And then I can use the warehouse kit instead. And that's what I want to use eventually, because I want to build something really cool here. We also built one at Speckle Island. All of you are like, oh, I know exactly what Kismet is building. I know what he's building over there. I know what he's doing. I also said what I was going to build earlier, if you were paying attention. But we're going to go ahead and keep building here. And again, I think it looks totally legit if you go 2 and then 1 foundation. So you don't have to burn all of your resources doing it. Because especially early in the game, you burn a lot of resources. Oh, I failed to help Finch Farm. Sucks to be them. Sucks to be them. And of course, we're going to put this one here. And now notice that it kind of clips this a little bit. I'm like, I don't really want it to clip that. When I'm mega building, I don't like stuff to clip. I don't clip and do all of that. So I'm going to go ahead and move this back just a little bit. And then we'll go ahead and do this. And then we're like, hey, you know what? We probably need like a support right here in the middle. So we'll go ahead and also do one of those, unless it starts to clip like that. Then we could go ahead and do another support maybe out here so it feels more right, and so on. And you can also do something like I'm about to show you, where if you're like, hey, you know what? We need a support right here in this corner. How can I do a support in that corner? I'm going to show you. Now, in this particular kit, I need to do walls. In this particular kit, there's a way you could do it, but it's not very great, right? It's kind of ugly, actually. These little things here, right? These little walls. But what you can do, if you go to the construction kit or the concrete kit, you can use one of these. But it actually doesn't snap. But that doesn't matter, because all you're caring about the aesthetic value of it, right? You don't care whether it snaps. You only care whether it looks right. All right, so we can go in here and we can just be all tricky like this. Actually, I think I'm going to sink this down a little bit. Let's see if we can get this perfectly in there. Like so. Now, that obviously is going through the thing. That's okay if it's doing that. Because what I want to do is figure out, is it going through this? And I'm going to go ahead and adjust it. Like so. Oh, I can grab it. Oh, wow. Can't grab it in there anymore? Oh, I can't grab it in there anymore. That's not good. That's not good. Well, I didn't know that. I just learned that one. that you can't actually grab that in there. Oh, cool. I love learning new stuff. Let me show you how to get rid of it, by the way. Same trick as we used earlier. Put this on top of it, hold down the E key, and then move it out of there. Just like that. So that's basically my trick to fix stuff that gets stuck in other stuff. Okay. So let's go ahead, because the actual object is a sphere. Let's go ahead. Oh, let's move them out first. Let's put our thing back. And we don't want a concrete floor. We want a warehouse floor. Now, the reason why I took that out is so that it didn't grab the entire building. I only wanted to grab these two little things together, right? So again, what I want to do is I'm using it as a kind of a guide, the one above it, as a guide to try to perfectly put it right in the corner, if it'll let me. Now, right now, it's not going to let me do that. I got to take the top one off. And again, just try to do it manually here, just for it looks legit. Legit! Too legit to quit right there. Okay, we got to move it back a little bit. Not quite perfect. Not quite perfect. Move it back a little bit. See if it lets us do it. Now notice how it acts a little weird there. You can take it away and come back. I find that works pretty good. I'm showing you all my best stuff here. I'm showing you all my best stuff. Again, you can also make it go into it a little bit if you can, but in this case, it is just up too high. And there we go. If you want to make it look legit, there you go. Easy, easy, easy. Okay, it looks like it's totally going through the middle of that thing. It's not hitting any bars. It looks like it's holding that up. We're good. Okay, we're good. Now again, you don't have to spend time doing that, by the way. Normally in super builds, I don't worry about the aesthetic. I just build it however. Okay, so again, we're going to continue to use the warehouse here. Oop, that's concrete. We're going to use the warehouse kit because that's a new kit. And we're going to go ahead and put one of these stairwells here. Now notice how it actually goes into the ground, which is totally cool. I'm going to put one on both sides, if it lets me. That one might be too high up. Yeah, that one's not going to let me put it there. So I'm going to go ahead and use one of these smaller ones. Like so. And then, of course, it'd probably be smarter to use one of the smaller ones here if I can. Let's go ahead and see if it just hits the ground perfectly. Oh, look at that. Perfection. Okay. Now, another thing I want to do over here, on top of their bunkhouse over there, is I want to have a shutdown, right? I want to have an emergency shutdown. Now, I'm going to use a different door than I used there. One of the coolest doors in the game. This door. This door be cool, right? And it's going to snap right there. I'm going to try to put it right here. It does not snap. The reason why is because my ladder's in the way. Okay? And we're going to try that. And then we're going to try to put the ladder back. And look at this. Boom. Now the ladder goes there. I'm going to go ahead and put a couple ladders there. Right? Oh, I should have just stored that one. But there we go. Actually, let's just make two doors. Let's make two doors because that's cool. It's not like Hodor, but it's like two door. Let's make two doors because that's cool. That's cool stuff. Now, I like to have a mini stairwells because what happens is, and I'm sure a lot of you have had this problem, what happens is that when you're doing your building, all of your people get in your way, right? They get in your way, or if you're trying to go in and out of the building, they're hogging the stairwell. That's why I like to do multiple. Okay, and again, we'll tie these together, and we can simply just tie this into power. So cool. And again, that's with the new Contraptions Workshop. Or we say, you know what? Hey, we want to tie this in a separate power. We want this to be totally separate so that we can do a complete lockdown. We don't want them to get to our food and destroy our food, right? Just in case you happen to be here and a whole bunch of stuff starts going down. So I'm going to go ahead and put this real close. Again, I'm going to show you my trick here. Real close. Grab this. Run it over to here. And then pick it up. Go for a walk with it. I might be able to get it. Oh, I can even get it up there a little bit. Awesome. And then I'm going to take this and I'm going to walk around to the other side. Like so. Or I could go up there and do it too. Either way. And I'm going to tie it right into... Oh, nope. I don't want to tie it there. I want to tie it. Yeah, I do want to tie it there. That's right. Yeah, because it's going to chain from here up to there. I thought it was going that way for a second. Chain from here, to up to there, and then over there to those doors. How can I tell? Well, I'll just flip this switch and see if those doors close. They do. Now, here's another thing. I don't think we have enough copper. We're going to try it anyway. Watch this. So you have one of these on the corner here, right? Where you can shoot it. Now, because you can stack these, right? Stack these in sequence. You could also put one on this side and just stack them in order. Meaning that it goes from one to the other to the other. So we're going to go ahead and take this away. And we're going to chain this one to here. Oh, if it lets us. Oh, I got the things in the way. Let me move it out just a little bit more. I can get to it now. Come on. There we go. Chain it from there to there and then up to here. Meaning that I have two on-off switches that I can shoot. Right? So I have this one I can shoot. And that's going to trigger an on-off. But the problem is the one that really triggers the on-off. This is the primary one, right? So I can trigger an on-off like this. It lets me. That one, oh, this one's off. I thought I was turning it on. Apparently I was turning it off. Okay, I got to turn that one on. And then I can turn this one on. I've got a double trigger. Oh, why is it not going? Oh, I got the switch off. I think I have the switch off. Hold on. Hold on. Now I got the switch on. Why is this one not working? Oh, I know why. I know why. It'd probably help if I actually ran the power to it, right? Because this is not any power. I have to run it from over there. Okay, now this is going to happen. It's okay if you make a mistake in life. Just roll on with it. Okay, so again, I now have the ability to turn the power on and off with two separate switches. Now this gets more complex, of course, because if you forget which one's on, which one's off, you're in trouble. But it's easy to tell. You ready? Boom. See the switch? It's green. Now, my doors are open. The switch. Shoot it again. It is now red, which means it's going to close and lock everything down. So I can lock it down from this side. Now if I got it on, like so, and say I'm over on this side, and somebody attacks and all sorts of craziness is going on. Oh no, oh my god, wait, I got to lock down my settlement. I can turn it off from over there. And of course the door over here has closed, or will eventually close. If I have it locked through there, should go red. Oh, I ran the power to that one first. And the power of this one first. I have another chain going off of there. That's what it is. Okay, I got a chain wrong. Got a chain wrong. My bad. Do it again. Let's rechain it. Chain wrong. So what I should have done was go, this one right here should not be here. That one shouldn't be there. Because what it's doing is it's actually chaining up here directly from this one. What I want to do is have this one be able to turn this on and off, and this one on and off, which will then chain its way over to this switch, which I can turn it on and off, which will then go up to here, which is actually the thing that distributes all the rest of the power. Okay, there we go. There we go. Let's try that again. Now right now you can see that one is red. I hit that one. Now it's green. Notice the power is on, so you can see the light come on the top there, right there. That power is now on. There we go. Okay, and again, over here, I can shut off the power. And again, it went off. Doors are closing. And again. But watch what happens if I go over here, though. And I turn this one off. It doesn't matter because it's already off. See, the light's not on. So you want to see that in your mind on what you can do. And notice the thing doesn't spin. If it doesn't spin, that means it has no power. All right, try it again. On. On this side, boom. Okay, everything's cool. Everything's clear. I can hit it and it goes off. And then, of course, you want to put it on whatever primary side you want. And then over here, oh my gosh, everybody's gonna die. Quick, hit it. And then we can see way over there, my doors are closing. There we go. So we have two switches instead of just one. All right, you follow that. So I went from power from here to that one, to this other one, to the actual flip switch, and then to the power. Of course, you don't have to do anything that complex, but you get the general idea. You get the general idea. That is cool. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Sorry if I'm neglecting chat a little bit here. Kiz, I think you can try the concrete pillar. Yes, I could totally do concrete pillar. I totally could. I totally could. I totally could, and I did. Actually. I totally did, and I did. And before I even saw what you typed. So there you go. Boom. But that's why they call me Kismet. That's why they call me that. All right. And let's... Oh. Now, when I'm mega building, I do actually care about the direction of the way the wood goes. You can actually rotate it and have it all go in the same direction. All right? Once you get it kind of lined up in the right direction, it'll all go in that direction. Now, what I do is I like to line it up like this and then walk in that direction so that it just kind of perfectly puts the grain of the wood in the right direction. Now, same thing here. I can pick this up, rotate it, pick this up, rotate it, if it lets me. Oh, I can't do it because the thing's under it now. Yep, I'd have to store it and redo it. I will just leave it. We're just leaving it. This is just an example anyway. Okay, now we're going to build something cool. Here we go. We're going to go way to the end here, and we're going to build ourselves a very cool warehouse. What I'm going to do is build this up. Now, of course, we could have built this on the ground too, by the way. Could have built it on the ground, but I like it to be elevated so I can utilize all the space. Oh, I need another one on this side. And again, we can just keep going with this, by the way. We could just... All right. Another one. I'm building as far as I want to go, because here at Sanctuary, this is one of the largest places you can build in the game, including this one and Spectral Island are the top two. Abernathy Farm is pretty big as well. Of course, you can get mods to give yourself unlimited building and yada, yada, yada. I don't like doing that. I like to build totally legit. All right. So again, understructure. By the way, my tip for understructure, do that last, typically. Now, I'm just showing you some of the understructure, but typically you want to do that last because you'll spend a lot of time fooling around with that. Oh, actually, I didn't want to do that. I'm going to take this one out. You can spend a lot of time doing that, and in the end, it not even be what you want it to be, right? Not even have the stuff that you want. Now, this one, I cut it a little bit short. Note I've only went 1 instead of 2. Sometimes I'll go 2 and then do that. This one actually fits perfect. That one's great. But this one is floating. Okay, so we're going to fix that as well. So we're going to go in. We're going to use a little platform here. Now, you'll see why I'm using that platform in a minute. And for those who watch my stream all the time, I know exactly why Kismet built that platform. I know exactly what I did. I know exactly what he's about to do. I know exactly what he's going to do. He's going to do that. You're like, why did you just build a staircase there? That's weird. Because I'm going to take this. I'm going to put it right here up against the staircase. All right? I'm going to try to snap it in there. Now, sometimes it's a bit feisty. Notice how it isn't quite snapping? Isn't quite doing what I want? But if you get it just right and you fuddle around with it enough. By the way, fuddle is a drinking word for those playing the drinking game. Boom. Now, you might be thinking, well, what did that do? How did that help? We got to think that is now exactly below where this is. You got to start from the bottom and work your way up. So I use this ladder to align another one here, underneath here, so that I could put the bottom one in. And then I'm going to take this one, and I'm going to use it as the top one, and voila, perfectly aligned. Beautifully aligned. Now, it would be nicer if you could just snap it to the top of it, right? Like you can with the workshop stuff now, the concrete stuff. It would be nice if you could just go, yo, bro, boom, drop that down, and then snap. Wouldn't that be nice? It hasn't done that since the beginning of the game, and it still doesn't do it. I would love it if it would just snap there. I know a lot of you are like me, and you build these kind of structure stuff underneath to make it look legit. It would be awesome if that snapped. It'd be great. It'd be great, but that's how you work around it there. It also works with all the other kits as well, using a ladder to control that height. Now, on this particular kit, that ladder is a bit longer than the other ladders, so it actually works with this kit. The other smaller ladders don't necessarily work as good with this one. All right, now we have this giant structure here, and you might be going, Kismet, what is this giant thing you're building? Bye, stay cool, see ya, Bats Rain, thanks for hanging out on the stream. Do Kiz use Kiz caps for all his streams? Yes, I do. Yes, Kiz caps for all my streams. Boo, boo. Yep. You get Kiz caps just for hanging out in the stream, everybody. Just for chilling out. And eventually, because you are hanging out here more often, and I think this is fair, since you are hanging out more often, you have a higher chance of winning awesome swag down the road. Down the road. And that's only fair. People who hang out more often should get some sweet loot, right? Right. That's perfectly fair. Boom. All right. There we go. So I'm going to make this fairly simple, by the way. I'm not going to do anything too elaborate because there's kind of a little bit of a delay here. You can see every time I put something down, there's a little bit of a delay. I don't know what that's coming from, but we're going to keep going. Now, this is something I've wanted in the game the whole time I've been playing. The whole time, right? Now, it's not quite perfect. I would love if you had the little shelves and so forth like they have at Grey Garden. I'll explain what that is here in a second. But you can also do some more fancy stuff, by the way. You can do angled windows. You can do this kind of other stuff, right? We can go in and make all the trusses come together and so forth. Advantage of having a architectural background like me. And you can do something like this, where you can kind of build up like that, and then do kind of window panes. You want to kind of build it a little bit higher, which I think we'll do this time. And build it a little bit up. And you can make it go up and down, by the way. You can just really get crazy, right? You can make a truss, go like that, and just do a section, and then do another section, another section. You can go crazy. You can go crazy doing that. It's really up to you. Oh, where's my other panes? I don't like the ones that are broken, by the way. Just realized I put the broken ones down. I don't like the ones that are broken. Aesthetically, not cool. But if you want a kind of a rustic feeling, you want to get a certain vibe out of it, more power to you. All right. So we're going to go all the way to the corner here. What we're doing is we're raising it up a bit, and I'm going to show you how to fix it like so. So we got kind of a raised corner, right? Now we got all sorts of stuff we could do over on this side. Same kind of thing. We go in and we could counterbalance it like this. Oop, unless it snaps the wrong way. There we go. We can counterbalance it with one of these. So now you've got a nice square off of the corner, right? If you want to. Take that out. Or you can just keep going with that along the edge. Or you can just do completely other things. You can just do roof here and try to angle out the corner like that. Just do something a little bit different, right? We'll do two of these like so, and we'll kind of make the sides the same. And then we can try some other roofs in here, which is a lot of other cool, more flat roofs and whatnot. You can do stuff like this in here. There's a lot of really cool stuff in this workshop. But of course, I want the glass ones. So I want the glass panes here. I'm going to go ahead and use some of these angled glass panes. Kind of like, it's covered there in the corner for the plants. That's what this is going to be, by the way. I just gave it away. For the things that you want it to be in non-sunlight and the things you want it to be in sunlight, there you go. There you go. Now we can do the same thing in this direction. If we want to get fancy, we can go ahead and do that kind of angled thing there. There's all sorts of corner things you can do. This one would be really cool in this corner instead. Like that. And take this one out. Take that out. And again, you can go crazy. You can go crazy. Now I really like that. I think that looks great. That kind of more angled corner. And you can do all sorts of angled things and raised roofs and whatever. But I think that's what I'm going to go with here. And the same thing over here. You can make now making a transition, right? Because you got to make a transition here. Is a tricky thing, right? Because you want to make a transition. If you just put this one in here, which will work, it doesn't make a transition to the other side of the roof. So we got to go. Okay, well, what can we use? I'm going to run down here. Mother Trucker, thank you so much for dropping the Dragon Hammer, crushing the follow button, becoming part of the Kismet team. Welcome, welcome. Hey, Pete47, thanks for hanging out on the stream, man. Hey, Jerry McCormick. Hello, fine people. So what are we doing this fine evening? We are building up Sanctuary. I'm showing all my best tips on building. We're going to go around and build a whole bunch of more stuff as well. All right, off to bed, Chewy Baka. Take it easy, Chewy. We'll see ya. There we go. Thanks for hanging out. Sup, sup. Now, if you do have a question or comment for me, my name is Kismet, and go ahead and put my name in the chat. You can put Kiz or Kismet. My name's right here. You put Kiz or Kismet in the chat. It'll highlight in red, and I'll know you're talking to me. In case, if I did miss your question, just go ahead and throw it in there again. I do watch my chat pretty close. Okay, so we want to fix this transition here. That's what I'm going to show you next. So we want to fix this transition from one to another. going so slow? I do not know. Oh, we need to actually go to walls. All right. So we try to do this, but look what it does. It tries to reverse it, right? Reverses it. So that's not the right one. That one is kind of the right one, but it doesn't quite work, right? And again, we're just going to... So there we go. So there's certain ones that work to fix that transition. See, and now I can go from an angled area to a flat area. All right, come on, that was pretty cool. That was a pretty cool thing, how to do a transition. Now the other side, of course, I need to use the other one that goes the other way. That's pretty cool stuff. And now I've got a flat thing here. Now again, I can keep building it up and do all sorts of crazy stuff. But what we're going to do is we're going to go back to roofs. I mean, you can just build multiple tiers. You could really go crazy on these. And we got roof platforms we can use as well. But we can also use some flat areas. Again, I'm just showing you a bit more advanced way to transition between one thing and another. Like so. And then again, we've got the corners. So we'll go ahead. Where did my little thing go? I think that's under walls. There we go. And again, kind of balance this side out, just like the other one. That pause is kind of throwing me off a little bit. It's like a, I don't know, like a 3-second pause whenever I put something down. That didn't used to be like that. It didn't. Oh, I forgot. I should have angled that one at the end. Angle that one at the end. All right. Put the one at the end. Okay, and again, we're going to need a transition or something here at the end, but that's actually going to be super easy because what we're going to use, we're going to use a roof. And I know I'm kind of making this look easy, but give it a try yourself. Say we're just super easy. Just use one of these angled ones. And then you've got a nice thing. Again, I could keep building this up. I could make it super high up. But I kind of like a loft ceiling here. This is what that is called, the loft ceiling. When it's just typically above the standard size ceiling. And that looks like it's working pretty good. We've got it angled. Why is that one? Oh, it's on the outside. I don't want it on the outside. I want it on the inside. It snapped weird. Now, these windows will go on the outside or the inside, and that snapped totally weird, which then threw my whole line of panes off. So fix that before I leave that. I don't want to leave it messed up. Okay, that's probably messed up my end piece too. Come on. There we go. It messed up my end piece that I had there as well. That should have been in the inside. Now you guys probably can't see that on the stream, but that's the kind of stuff that I have to fix. I can't stand it when it's not flush properly all the way down. Let's go ahead and look at this one here. That one was flush all the way down. But those are the little problems you're going to run into while you're doing this. And then again, what's a roof and what's a side panel and what's a thing. Now watch what happens here. There's a little bit of weirdness here now with this little panel, right? It worked over here, but for some reason it's not working on this side. And I'll show you how to fix that. Typically what you do is you take this out and then you try it like that. And you're like, oh, it doesn't work. Take this out, try it like that. Okay, now it's working. Now you're like, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and put the wall side back in again. Again, there's a lot of fuddling, and now it works. You put that in first, and then you can put the thing over there. And I know some of you are just get so frustrated with that. You're like, oh, why doesn't it just go in there? I know that it does, because you got to fuddle with it. Those doing the drinking game at home, I've said a lot of fuddles tonight. All right, I said a lot of fuddles. I just said another fuddle. Oh, and I said another fuddle. Oh, man, there's a lot of fuddles going on. Okay, so let's go ahead and put these in here. Now, notice how they don't really snap anywhere. Yeah, it doesn't snap in there. It doesn't snap over here. I could just put it on the top there. All right, that's not going to work. See, that's a little weird. Why is it not snapping, right? It's a little weird how it snaps. And it takes a little bit of getting used to try to get it to snap in there, but you don't really want it to do that anyway. Now what you want to use, the ones that have the actual sides to them. See, it's got the wood side. So you can go in and look and say, okay, which ones actually have the wood side? This one has a wood side. Right? So those will snap in there. Right, like this. So you can actually make even another arch. Like so. And you want to do it like this where the wood is up there so it looks like the wood is kind of snapping in. And then, of course, I'd want to put it on the other side. Showing you all my best stuff. My best stuff today. And then once you have the sides in, again, this goes along with the thing we were just talking about, trying to get it to work. Now, once you have the sides in, you can use these kind of length poles to make it go along here. And we're nearly done. Nearly done. By the way, I'm actually making this for a very specific member of mine, Tellus, and we are going to name this something very, very cool here in a second. So there it is, our greenhouse. Now this is what I call a mega build, because this is pretty large structure, pretty gigantic. And so what we're going to do next, of course, we got a garden. We got to make a garden, right? So we're going to make a garden here. Now how can I make a garden up high? Well, they added the ability to do this. Hi there, that kid, Adrian. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for coming back, actually. Are you going to try to build a second floor? Not right now, Ghost Dude. Maybe in the future. You should go on a shopping spree for junk. I know, huh? I should totally do it. She might have reset back there. Okay, so what we're going to use is we're going to now use for our garden here. We are going to use this over here, which are, under miscellaneous, these things right here, the garden plots. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and just put the garden plots down. Now what I prefer, of course, is the ability to use, I think they're actually in here. I forget where they are. I think they're under decorations. I think they're under decorations, miscellaneous. Guys, thank you so much for dropping the dragon hammer, crushing the follow button, becoming part of the Kismet team. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for hanging out on the stream, everybody. Oh, Nuka-Cola bottle cap. Look at that, cool. It is hiding in here somewhere. I can't quite remember where that is. I know it's in here somewhere. But there is these kind of decorations that look like the things from Grey Garden. See if I can find them here. I think they're in here. Not in there. Jerry McNick, thank you so much for dropping the dragon hammer, crushing the follow button, becoming part of the Kismet team. Welcome. Let's show them some love in the chat, everybody. Lots and lots of love. Getting that follow train going on. Follow train. Okay. It's in there somewhere. I can't remember where it's at. Getting punchy now. Getting punchy. All right. So in here somewhere, there is those little things from Grey Garden that are elevated. It would be nice. It would be nice if you could go in and use those. I'm trying to remember. It's under furniture. Furniture miscellaneous. If you could use those actually, here we go. Like these fish racks and this thing right here, which looks like a fish rack, as actual, that's what I really wanted, as actual things that you can make food on. But you can't, which sucks. Which sucks. But, oh well, we'll just put it on the floor and just have to make do, right? Make do. Now I'm going to make this kind of fancy schmancy. Normally I just slap a whole bunch of them down right next to each other. But I'm going to actually try to make this a little bit more aesthetic by putting it in what I call quarters. So we're going to kind of look at the floor and we're going to cut things in quarters. Meaning that it's going to be a quarter into this block. It's going to be a quarter into that block. Somewhat a quarter into that block and so on. Like this. And we're just going to kind of spread it out a little bit. We're not going to just stack them right on top of each other. More of an aesthetic thing than anything else. Really up to you. It's your deal. You do it however you want. But me, I'm going to try to just do some aesthetic stuff here. And we'll try to line them up this way. And then again, we'll try to think of it in quarters. There's an overlap there. Let's go ahead and just say this is probably good. A little gap. And again, if you were just trying to make just profit, you would put them as close as possible and try to make as many as possible. But me, I'm just going to aesthetically push them out like this. All right, now, of course, you got to watch out that you're doing quarters again, quarters again. I feel the dragon hammer coming on. I feel it coming on. Who's going to be the awesome person that drops the dragon hammer? Who is it going to be? Who is it? It was Mictor! Thank you so much for dropping the Dragon Hammer, crushing the follow button, and becoming part of the Kismet team. You're like, that's how they call him Kismet. He can even tell when someone pressed the follow button. How does he do that? How does he do that? That's like amazing. Don't call me Kismet for nothing. All right. And we'll go ahead and put that in here. And put that over there. Like so. Pesky Wedge, thank you so much for dropping the Dragon Hammer, crushing the follow button, and becoming part of the Kismet team. Welcome, welcome. Oh, and the Monarch is keeping the train going. Thank you as well for dropping the Dragon Hammer, crushing the follow button, and becoming part of the Kismet team. There we go. That's nice. That looks pretty sweet. Again, more aesthetic than practical, but very nice. Now, you're also going to notice that I'm going to kind of make this a double purpose. I'm also going to grab their couches and put them over here. I'm going to go ahead and make this a little lounge area for them as well. Kind of the end of it. Like so. Now again, this is normally the end of my stream time, but we're going to keep going. We're mega streaming tonight. We're going all night long. We may go all afternoon long. We may go all day, all night, and all day until I pass out in the stream. Which is totally possible because I do have sleep apnea and vertigo. So at any point, I could literally fall out of my chair. Joel Palmer, thank you so much for dropping the Dragon Hammer, crushing the follow button, and becoming part of the Kismet team. Welcome, welcome. All right, now it is time to put down some food. All right, we're going to try all sorts of food in here if we've got some. Of course, we want to have our mute fruit in here. Always a good one to have. Now, again, we're doing this more for aesthetic. Now, you can put your food up high. Look at that. How cool is that? Right? Now, I always do them in groups of 6 when it comes to mute fruit. Because one settler can do 6 mute fruit, which is 6 food, right? And that means it'll feed 6 settlers. One person can feed 6 settlers. And again, if you really want to know all of this stuff, if you're not going to remember all of this stuff, that's okay. I've got all this stuff in my series on YouTube on how to become an awesome settlement overseer. You can go over there and check it out. If you like it, make sure to hit that like button. If you really like it, make sure to hit that subscribe button. I went ahead and put that link in the chat for you. Give that a look. Give that a look. Now, I make very short videos because when I'm watching a video, I want the video to be short. And I want it to be to the point. And I want it to give me a little bit extra than just watching a basic video, right? So what I do is I give you the overview of it. And I give you my best tips as well in that video that goes along with whatever that subject is. Like the case of power, like the case of food, on how to manage your people, how much people each person can produce, and so on and so forth in those videos. And they are a nice short couple minutes. They are very, very good and thorough. All right. So there we go. So we got some mute fruit. Let's spread it around a little. Let's see how many potatoes we can put down. Now, there's a couple of these potatoes, by the way. There's this one with the strong root. And then this one, which is kind of more of a waning root. I have a tendency to like this one. I don't know why. I'm just saying. Now, when it comes to potatoes, I'm going to go ahead and split these up like so. Now, you can get more potatoes than this in here. But I'm going to split them up like this. Just so. I think you can get some more at the end and probably put a third row there. But I'm not going to. Because I like to do things in groups of 6. And I'll show you why here in just a second. I'm going to have 3 there. And 3 more here. Now, I can put them all the way at the end. I can center them. I can do about 8 million things. But see this right here? That's 12 potatoes I just put down. 12 potatoes equals 6 food units. Because each of them are worth a half. As you roll over it, right there, look, it says 1/2. That's all the food except for mute fruit, which is worth 1. So 6 mute fruit feeds 6 people. 6 potatoes only feeds 3 people. So if you ever had problem feeding your people and like, why am I not getting enough food? That is because you got to watch that thing right there. All the other food only produces 1/2. So to produce for 6 people, I actually have to put 12 potatoes down. So double as many. 12 there. Uh-oh, we got a storm going. What are we going to do? What are we going to do to fix the storm? Let's go do it. Let's go do it. Let's fix the storm. We don't want to be standing in no storm. We don't need to do that in the contraptions workshop. That's because we got something cool. We got something totally cool. Come on, baby. Fix that weather. That's right. A firework that makes it a beautiful sunny day again. Ah, such a beautiful day in Sanctuary. There we go. Oh, look at our mega build here. Kind of a super build and mega build. Looking awesome. All right. So 12 potatoes. There we go. Now, potatoes is very important to start with. Mute fruit is great if you just want to feed your settlers, but potatoes is great for when you want to actually make food. Now, another one is good, and I don't have that many of them. I only have a couple. I only have 3 razor grain. But if you can, you want to try to get as many as you can in here, but usually you only get about 4 of them in there anyway. So there we go. So I get this question from time to time. I'll see if there's any questions in here. Major Pins and Kismet, can you not put planters on top of the fishing nets, or are they no planters? You can put them on there, but they're so big, they're not skinny. I'd like them to be skinny, right? Like half that size or quarter that size, so they'd fit on top of that platform. That'd be good. Otherwise, I just have it supports holding it up, which you can do, I guess. You can build a whole thing there, but I could do that anyway. What I want it to be is those small little planter things, exactly like the ones at Grey Garden. But it doesn't give me that option yet. Or at least I haven't found an option. If you do find an option, that would be cool. Or they do add an option, that would be cool. Okay, so I get this question all the time. Kismet, I've only got a couple tato. How do you make so much tatoes? How do you make so much razor grain and mute fruit and so forth? I usually start by buying it from Trash Can Carla. All the potatoes and all that kind of stuff. Or over at Abernathy Farm, I go grab a bunch of potatoes from over there and so on at the very beginning. And then what I do is I put, say, 1 razor grain down, right? And then I wait for it to be fully grown. I get that one. I put it down. Now I've got 2. Then I take those 2 and I put those down. And now I've got 4. And then I got 8. And then I got 16, and then I got 32, and then I got 64, and so on and so forth. It multiplies very, very quickly because you don't want to eat it. You don't want to eat it right away. You want to expand your farm first and then come back and do that later. Now, same thing with carrots. Again, these are the ones I suggest very early in the game. I don't think I have that many carrots either. Only got 5 carrots. So again, I would put 6 carrots down, but I've only got 5 right now. So we'll go ahead and put those down. We can always come back later and add another one. And again, normally, you can put a whole bunch of them in this same one. But again, I like to do them in groups of 6. Oh, I do have enough. Oh, that's only how many I have on me. That's how many carrots I have on me, not how many total. Getting punchy. Getting punchy. I bet you guys are like, Kismet, you're not looking at the thing up there, which says 18 right there. So again, I don't like to do them in odd. I've only got 4 over there. I'm going to go ahead and add 2 more over here. Like so. Now watch what happens, by the way. There's 6, right? But I need 12. Let's go 2 more. There's 2 more. And then magically, do 1 there, 1 there. And there we go. Now we have 12. So you have to use 3 plots instead of just 2 for razor grain. All right. And then we're going to go ahead and try, what else we got? We got some melons. Now, melons are incredibly hard to put anywhere because they just suck up so much space. They just drain so much space. I can't tell you. I can't tell you. Now, sometimes you want to try to rotate them around. You want to follow around with them. Maybe run them off the side a little bit. They're very difficult to put close to each other. All right, look at that. You can get 1 in there, right? 1 across there. Let's try to put it on this side, hanging off the side. Try to put another one in. Barely. Barely, right? So you got to kind of rotate them around, get an idea for it. That one's actually in the ground. That one's actually in the ground. Get out of there. So you want to rotate them around, have them hang off the side a little bit, like that, so you can get them in there, and then try to get another one over here, because you can't get one in the middle. Like so. So again, you notice how I do them in groups of 6. I'm going to go ahead and do these here. Oh, not far enough. Oh, that one sunk in the ground. Don't like it. I don't like it. Again, sometimes they sink in the ground a little bit weird like that. Just store them in the workbench. Store them in the workbench. Got just a couple more to go here. And we're going to call this done. It lets me do it. Come on. Come on. You want to let me do it. So feisty. They're so feisty. Oh, my couch. Couch out of the way. Get my couch out of the way. Come on, I know you fit there. I know you go there. I know you want to. I know you want to do it. That doesn't work. Take that one out. Put this one in first. Like so. Come on. Oh, you're so feisty. You're so feisty. Oops. There we go. Rotate it around. Puddle with it. Puddle with it. There we go. We've got a bunch of those in there. And again, we made him a nice little area here to chill out. We'll go ahead and just kind of angle this just to make it a little bit cooler. And let's build some stuff real quick. Let's build some cool stuff. Let's see. Does me. Can you not put planners? Already asked that. Again, if you do have a question or comment for me, make sure to put Kiz or Kismet in there so that I know that you're talking to me. Hi, Digital. Thanks for hanging out. There we go. What's happening? What's happening? Hey, Elliot Cromack. Thanks for hanging out in the stream. Good to see you, man. Thanks for hanging out. All right. We're going to go ahead and make some more chairs here. They love those couches, by the way, and they love these wicker chairs. I don't know why, but they love them. So if they love something, I'm going to give it to them. I'm going to give them what they love. Elliot McCormick also dropped the Dragon Hammer, crushed the follow button, and became part of the Kismet team. Welcome, welcome. So I'm going to help out my little bros here and give them a nice little lounge. Now, earlier, and you probably thought I forgot, we talked about, do I worry about happiness? Not in the very beginning. Not in the very beginning. A little bit later in the game, I do start to worry about happiness because, of course, happiness equals efficiency, right? Now, I have gotten 100% happiness before. I do have the achievement. Legend! Thank you so much for dropping the Dragon Hammer, crushing the follow button, and becoming part of the Kismet team. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for hanging out in the stream, man. I do worry about it because, of course, I want them to be as efficient as possible. But I also don't want to burn so much resources that I can't build up my settlements, right? So we're really embellishing here Sanctuary a lot more than I'm going to be doing in my other settlements, by the way. And we're going to be going. This is a mega stream. We're going to just keep on going. Right, I'm going to go ahead and put a couple over here in case they want to just face each other. Like so. So having these chairs is going to increase their happiness. So I do worry about it. Up to about 80%. Now notice it went down to 78%. It'll go back up again here in a minute. But it does take a long time to either go down or to go up, which is really good. It means it's not going to instantly drop to 0 when you take their beds up or something like that, which would really suck, right? If that happened. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and do a table. And I like to use these little tables like this. And I think we'll put it over here. And then we'll give them something nice, like a nice TV. Look at that pimp. Put it over here. Put it right over there out of the way. All right, so they can watch TV. And let's give them a bath. A little bath in here. I guess you want to take a bath. This is a community, right? So, you know, hey. You know, it's a community bath. What can I say? Put it over here. Community bath. Enjoy. Enjoy. Okay. Now, the other thing I want to put down is under decorations, miscellaneous. And that's what I put that little thing there for, which you'll see here in a second. Once it reloads, that's Diamond City. I'm going to put it right here. Now, the cool thing about radios, by the way, they do not require any power. Working good. And that's going to make them happy. This, on the other hand, does take power. How can we get the power over there? Super easy. You ready? Super easy. How can we make that light up? Though this should actually already do that, I would think. But we're just going to say, well, it doesn't work. Oh, big deal. So we're going to go ahead and just use one of these power conduits. Oh, we're out of copper. Come on. I know I have a ton of copper. I know I got a ton of copper back at Sanctuary. I mean, back at the place over there. I know I do. I know I do. Okay, where's my general sales lady? Oh, you guys are doing nothing. Sheffield! You're supposed to be on the bar, bro. I know you're an alcoholic, but you're in the bar, bro. Oh, my guys are unassigned all of a sudden. That's weird. They're all unassigned from my various places. Look at that. That's weird.
Okay.
She's going to be in the surgery center. I hope he's... Why is he not still in the dock? There's Mama Murphy! Still living, by the way. Still alive. Settler is doing some food out here. That's where that other food's coming from. Let's get her on the trading emporium. Yes. Some carrot out here I need to get rid of. I thought I had more carrots. I thought I had more. Again, we're going to build him a trade center here in just a second. Nice little trade area. All right. So this person's now over here. Let's talk to him. Creeping me out, dude.
Hey.
Looking to buy?
Oh, yeah. Sparta, bro.
I'll take a look, sure.
Let me know what you'd like.
Okay, so we're going to look at this settler, and we're going to see what he's got. Let's go ahead and buy a few things from this guy. Just a few things. Just a couple. We're just going to buy a few things. How good is this game, Kismet? Elliot Crumack, I can tell you in a number. You ready? I have played Fallout 4 for 1,250 hours. I cannot remember the last single-player game I have played that long. Maybe Fallout 1. Maybe. But I have never played any other single-player game that much, I don't think. I can't remember. Maybe some of those really old-school games. But this game is phenomenal. It's my type of game. Building, adventuring, going out and blasting stuff, getting lots of loot, looting stuff, converting the loot, crafting your things, building robots, building giant concrete areas, building humongous mega builds, and then building turrets, or the Kismet kill boxes I like to call it, building defenses, going on all these other side adventures. You have all these main adventures. You can finish the storyline 4 different ways. You can also finish the Far Harbor expansion a bunch of different ways. You can play the game completely through in normal mode and then have one experience and, of course, 4 different endings. And then you can play in the survival mode and have a totally different experience, a totally different way you have to play to survive, which is why the game is so fantastic. So for me, hands down buy, absolutely. And I don't give that to much games. I don't give that to too many games as a hands down buy if this is your type of thing. If that's what you like to do, then this is the game for you for sure. It is absolutely awesome. Now again, I am not sponsored by anybody, even though I am the top #1 Fallout streamer right now. And I have been all night long. I am not sponsored by anybody, so I can tell you straight up if it sucks. And I would tell you. I'd tell you straight up, you know what, sorry man, this game totally sucks. Right? I would tell you. But this game rules. I don't know. This just clicks with me. It's my type of game. It is more than worth my $60. And so is the expansion more than the worth of my $60. Now again, I'm not a salesperson. I'm not trying to sell you nothing. I don't make any money on it. I'm not sponsored by anybody. So that's probably the most honest review you're going to get of it, at least from my perspective. All right? So I love it. I enjoy it. If it's not your type of thing, no big deal. You can, if you just like to adventure and blow things up and not build settlements, you can do that. If you love building stuff and you love adventuring, then it's a phenomenal game as well. I would say just as a game without settlements, I would put it as a 10 out of 10. But with the settlements, I put it as a 15 out of 10. Incredibly great. All right. So that would be my review of Fallout 4. And all the DLCs, home run, every single one of them. I've never seen that before in any game where every single DLC that came out was worth every single penny that you paid for it, probably even more than what you paid for it. So I think this is the only game I've played in a very long time. So as you can tell, I'm a little in love with Fallout 4. So there you go. There you go. There's my honest opinion. All right? There you go. Kismet, could you show your current Pip-Boy stats? Sure. I sure can. I sure can. Here they are. Now, again, if you do have a question or comment for me... Oh, wait, let me get all his junk first. Now, notice, by the way, I just bought everything he had. Let me go ahead and show my current stats. What did you want to see? Perks, special? There's my special stats, because I'm a special guy. Getting up there. Getting my endurance up. Even though I'm at -2 right now, because all my stuff is going down, down, down. Because of all those conditions at the bottom of my screen, I'm going to actually, probably should drink something. Let's go ahead and get rid of those. Let's go over here and talk to this lady. Lady!
Hi.
I can patch you up if you need it. For a small fee, of course.
Of course.
Patch me up, Doc.
What's...
Luckily,
Took a
I've got
few
a
bad
large
hits
amount of cash.
Scrapes.
I could have totally went wrong, that statement. That totally could have went wrong, right? That was wrong. I just ordered
done.
Xbox One and
Any other
Fallout 4.
complaints?
Wow, Half Cab. Oh my gosh, Half Cab Charlie. You are going to have some serious fun with that, baby. I love that moment when you get a new computer or you get a new console. You're taking it out of the box and you're like, I'm so excited. And then you plug it in and you're like, come on, load up already. I want to play some games here. And then you're like, jam that Fallout 4 in there. And then all of a sudden you're playing and you look up and you're like, it's dark. And I plugged it in at like 8 o'clock in the morning, right? Who in the stream has done that before? Put that in the chat. I want to know how many of you watching right now have done that. Got a new computer or a new console and plugged it in the morning and then realized it got dark and it felt like 5 or 10 minutes went by. And that's the power of doing something that you love, is that it's almost like time travel, right? I have literally been streaming for like 9 hours and literally it feels like 5 hours, right? It feels like, or 5 hours. It feels like I've been doing 5 hours Fallout 4 or Fallout. But about 9 hours I've been doing streaming tonight. And literally it feels like 5-10 minutes went by because I've had so much fun just hanging out with you guys. So there you go. That's what's so awesome about games. That's what's so awesome about doing things that you love. I had the same thing when it's 8 hours and 25 minutes. I have done that also graphic design. Whenever I was doing graphic design, literally I would go in at like 7 o'clock in the morning and then all of a sudden it would be like 3 o'clock at night. And I go, did I eat today? Did I do anything else? Because I was so absorbed in it. I love doing it so much that it's almost like time travel, isn't it? Like, boom, all that time goes by. That's when you know you're playing a great game. And I could literally do that with Fallout 4. I could literally just play non-stop forever. And that's a dangerous thing. You got to, of course, balance that. Balance it. Okay.
That was it.
Take better care of yourself.
Let's finish our dialogue here. So there you go. There's my honest review of Fallout 4. And again, not sponsored by nobody. I'm beholden to no one. To no one. So there you go. Pete2125, thanks so much for dropping the dragon number, crushing the follow button, and becoming part of the Kismet team. There's no longer a bed in here. I gotta go over there. We moved the bed. There's no longer a bed in there. What am I going in there for? I'm going over here to save because we did a whole lot of work, and then I suddenly realized I have not saved in a while. Plus, I need to get lots of rest. So it'll also help my stats, because if I'm going to show you my stats, I need to clear all of my conditions, which I'm neglecting while I'm building. But the cool thing is also they didn't make it brutal, right? It didn't make it like all of a sudden you're out of water and then you die. That would not be fun. That would not be fun. But if your water slowly goes down, if your food slowly goes down, it's not so bad. Now I can also drink out of the pump, by the way. And if it works, it's going to show up on the left there. There we go. You feel better. And I can just sit here and then he'll just keep drinking out of the pump the whole time. Bye, Trash Can Carla. Thanks for hanging out. There she goes. She's off and running. All right, I got all my water. And now I'm going to eat some food. Again, I can just eat whatever I want. I'm overburdened again. How do I just keep getting overburdened? Probably all that stuff I just bought. All right, so let's keep going. We're going to build something with that copper. Hopefully we got enough copper to build it. We'll see. I think so. I just bought the whole thing out. If I don't have enough copper and I bought the whole thing out, there's something terribly wrong. Terribly long. All right, so we're going to put this up a little bit high, right here in the corner. Now what we're trying to do, by the way, by doing this, is we're trying to get the TV to come on. Come on, I know you go there. Boom, there we go. And then we hit the space bar. We run that power over here. TV on. Then like, wait a minute, why don't I run it? Why don't I have to run it to the TV? Well, some things use wireless power, including lights. And that's what we're going to put in next. I really like these hanging lights, by the way. These ones right here, I think they look really cool. And I'm going to go ahead and just hang some right here. Oh, wait a minute, how come those lights came on? Same thing, same reason, is because it is wireless power. It's a bubble of wireless power. Now watch as I get further and further away from it. Uh-oh. Those lights didn't come on. Why didn't those lights come on? The reason why those lights didn't come on is because it's only about 2 distance away. I'll show you from the front. It's only from here to about right here, right? This is already 2 different panels. So it's about 2 panels away from where it's at. So if we want to get all of it, we'll need to take this, move it back a little bit this way, right? Maybe stick it right here. Try to fine tune it if it lets me. Come on, you little feisty. So feisty. Come on. There we go. And now we're getting this, but also look at all the lights because we fine-tuned it where we want it to go, right? And then we can do the same thing. We can do floor lighting if we want to. I don't think I even unlocked the floor lighting. I haven't unlocked it yet in this playthrough. That's funny. And we can do other things like this. We can put little sconces on here, aka wall lights. Oh, we only need 1 of those. Wow, that's a bright light. That is a bright light. I've not used those in a while. Now, if you notice, some of the stuff you can't put it on. Like this you can. But you can put some really bright lights in there. You can also run them along the bottom here, which I really like. Kind of just boom. And I think we're out. I think we can't make it. We're out of copper. Okay, you get the idea. We're going to run lighting in here and do a whole bunch of complex stuff. As well as, I don't know why all my copper suddenly disappeared. I know I had more copper than that. But there's something going on with my supply lines that is messing it up. Or, oh, it took the copper and made, I know what it did with it. It took the copper, it sorted it out of the workbench, and it made ammo out of it. That's where it went. That's where all my copper went. That's right, I forgot. I forgot about that. Okay. So we can also go in and we could make like floor lighting, which I really like. These kind of like, you know, the kind of street lights. Those are really cool in here too. But we'll have to grab some more copper and we'll get some shipments of copper while we're wandering around. Okay, so that's what I wanted to do there. I wanted to build a nice little lounge area for them. I wanted to build a nice greenhouse for them to farm all the food. And I wanted to build a nice place for them to scrap. And then a nice place for them to live in. And we've kind of finished that. Now, one more thing that I want to do, and I'm going to kind of build it in between here, is the trade center. Right, I'm going to build it right out here. And I'm going to build it really, really fast because it's just going to be a platform. That's all it's going to be. Okay, so we're going to build a lot faster now. Let's do it. Let's do it. Jedi 205, thanks so much for dropping the Dragon Hammer, crushing the follow button, and becoming part of the Kismet team. Welcome, welcome. Kismet Ring of Destiny, me. Kismet, is there a section on Pip-Boy? Shows your hours played. I don't think so. I don't think so. It's in... I don't think so. It's in... I know it from... I know it from... logging into Steam. That's what tells me. I don't know. That's a good idea. Status. I don't know. It might only be this one playthrough, too. It doesn't take into account all my other playthroughs like Steam does. I don't know. I think it would be under stats, right? Right here. Locations clears, days passed, hours slept. Now, this is just in this one game, by the way. 212,000 caps so far in this game. Times addicted. Level survived 79. Days survived 319. Russell's fam! Thank you so much from dropping the Dragon Hammer, crushing the follow button, and becoming part of the Kismet team. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. We are mega streaming tonight. You might be like, Kismet, wait a minute. It's past your time, man. What are you doing? What are you doing? That's because we're mega streaming. We're going to keep on going. We're going to go, go, go. We're going to keep building. We're going to build a lot of stuff today. We are going to build some settlements. Not just little bitty settlements. We're going to build a pretty decent sized one like we're doing right here. Again, we're going to come back to the walls and we're going to do this. We're going to go to the other settlements. Don't worry, you're like, Kismet, you've been at the one settlement this whole time. Well, I'm showing you all my best stuff because Sanctuary is a great place to build a whole bunch of stuff where other settlements you are very much limited. And you'll see I'll build those as much more limited settlements. Okay, so let's go ahead and build a trade center. Okay, now we can go ahead and use the old wood one, which I don't like using anymore. I like using the nice concrete one, and you thought all that concrete that I used earlier was going to go to waste. But no, I'm going to use it, and I'm going to use it right now. Now, I like to use these concrete foundations. For one reason, I used to use them just to level. But now, you can actually use the walls and other stuff in the concrete kit to make it happen, to level stuff as well. So I'm going to go in here, and I'm going to try to snap this in. I think it might be a little bit too close to that wall. It is. Angle a little bit too close. I'm going to try to square it out a little bit. Come on, there we go. And again, we're going to use these. Nice and flat. Nice and flat area like that. Very nice. Very nice. Okay, we're going to do some flat ones. Again, you guys thought I was going to let that go to waste. Now that's probably right here is where I want this thing. Again, build and rebuild. Take stuff away, add stuff in, back and forth, until you get it just the way you want it. Now this is a little bit at an angle. Right, because it's at an angle there, and this is at an angle. So we're going to have a problem when we run into that angle, right? But that's okay. That's okay, we'll just work around it. Even though it's at kind of a weird angle. There we go, not bad. Now this one here, I could take this one out too, make it feel like it's a support if you want to. Like that. So on. That's pretty legit, I think. Or you can take this one out. Add this in there. Again, I'm not scrapping it, I'm just storing it in the workbench. Now you got a bit of a problem though, right? Because it's a little bit elevated, right? It's elevated. How are they going to get up? Again, stairwells. So you can use a small one like this if you think it's going to fit. You think it's going to be able to get there from the ground. Now right here would be a terrible place to do that because it's up way too high. So I would use more of like this. This kind of stairwell. Behind me, blocking me. There we go. I'd use more like this stairwell, and I'd probably use it right here on the corner. And then the same thing over here. Try to get it more on the corner. Come on. I know you snap in there. There we go. And notice I put 2 entrances there. Same thing over here on this side, but then again, I'm going to use the smaller one. And it actually will go into the ground, which is cool. So you can kind of get that lined up. Same thing here. Look at that. Beautiful. I think it's floating a little bit, though. Is it floating? Nope. Nope. It's good. Okay. That's it. Flat platform. Nothing too fancy. We're going to take Dog Meat's house. We're going to go ahead and put his house up in here. Dog Meat wants to chill out. Oh, wait. Let's put him toward the TV. Because Dog Meat likes to watch the TV. Let's put him this way. There you go. He likes to watch the TV. Bet you guys didn't know that, huh? Okay, now notice it's nighttime. Nighttime is the best time to move your trade centers around because all the people who do your trade centers are asleep, right? So I'm going to go ahead and put these over here. And they're kind of tucked back here too, so it protects them a little bit more. And the best time to do your trade centers is then. Best time to work on your beds and stuff like that is during the day. Again, I didn't have to build this flat platform here. I could just threw them on the ground. But I like to build a little bit something special for my trade centers here. Now, another thing I usually like to do is what I call an overhang. And right now I don't have enough copper, which is a bummer. But I like to build an overhang over the top. Just so, one, it's covered against the rain. And then two, not that it really matters, but two, that it has lighting. And it lights up my whole entire crafting area there. Now, I'm not going to put any more of them down. I'm just going to keep those 3 there. And since I just moved them instead of storing them in the workbench, they will go over there and be just fine. They'll go over there and end up over in that section. Now I'm going to go ahead and take my crafting stuff. Now normally I would build myself a big massive house here if this was my main location. But since it's not right now, since my main location is in Spectral Island, eventually I'll go back there and build myself what I call a mega build, which is for me to go to. So, let's see what we got going on here. Major Payne says, junk shopping spree. Sounds like that time, huh? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We'll get it going on. We'll get that shopping spree going on. We got a lot of stuff to work on. A lot of stuff to work on. Hope I got another one over here. Let's throw that one in the workbench. What's up, Settler? You ain't doing a thing. I know exactly what you need to be doing. I know exactly. Look at this. Oh. Awesome. Get over here and work on the melons. Now, what would be an easy way to go in and assign all these people to this stuff, right? Because I want them to do that. I want them to make sure they're doing scavenging. I want to make sure they're not sitting around doing nothing. Well, of course, and I have another one over that way, but I'm going to go ahead and just make another one here. And that is the bell. Now, you can also use the siren too, but one, I find it annoying. And two, that's all I want to do, right? Just hit that. Now, they're all in there sleeping. I just woke them all up. Get over it. Now, if you notice over here at this bell, I've got this chair here. I've got this chair here for a reason. I'm going to grab this chair. Oh, he is jamming. I'm going to grab this chair, and I'm going to put the chair right over here. Now, I'm going to ring the bell again, just in case. And then I'm going to sit in this chair. And then I'm going to show you something that's like magic. Now, I don't know if you guys have ever sat here and wait for these people to walk over here, which does take a while. And sometimes if they're stuck inside, they can't get here. You just go in here and you just... 1 hour, boom, they're all there, just like that. Now, here's a little trick, though. Right the second you do that, they're going to start walking away. Go over here and ring the bell again. That will keep them from walking away, and then you can swipe over them. Oh, old Longfellow admires me now. Awesome. And then I can go through and I can assign people to Razor Grain. Get this settler. Assign her back to Mute Fruit. Or actually put her on Potatoes. And then we need a bunch of people on Mute Fruit. Let's see. This girl not doing anything. Now, notice the settler menu there. And also notice I can use the different stairs so I don't run into them. The settler menu they added recently. If you haven't seen that in a while, if you haven't played Fallout 4 in a while, they added this settler menu and it is awesome. Oh, look! Somebody's got a mining helmet. I just learned that the other day, by the way, that the actual light shines on the mining helmet. Played 1,250 hours and still didn't learn that. So you can always learn something new. You can always learn something. So that's what's cool. I dig that. I dig that you can learn new stuff. So yeah, she's got a little mining helmet there which shines around, which I never noticed before because I usually throw those mining helmets away. I don't bother with them. Typically I throw them away because they don't give you any armor, right? But I never thought about the fact that they would light up. Right? That's just cool. I just dig that. All right, beef fruit is good. Potatoes is good. Now I'm looking around to see if any of this stuff does that. Now I can't take credit for that. I was watching one of the people that have actually gone and bombed before, Kismet raided. Very nice lady who I really like because she's like a no-nonsense kind of person, like I am. I'll like tell it to you straight. I don't beat around the bush. I don't do any of that stuff. I tell it to people straight. I say, yo, this is the way it is. Her name is Maz. She's really awesome, by the way. Bad Gamer, thank you so much for dropping the Dragon Hammer, crushing the follow button, and becoming part of the Kismet team. Welcome, welcome. So yes, so she was really sweet, and I rated her, and then I was watching, and I was like, oh, wait a minute. I was watching another day when I came back after I'd rated her the first time and watched her stream. I was doing a whole bunch of stuff for the guild and whatnot. I was kind of listening to her stream and watching it. And I was like, oh, wait a minute. I don't think I've ever noticed that. And you can also change the light color in your mining helmets in the workbench, which, again, did not know. So, again, no matter how much you know, you can always learn a little more. At least that's what I think. Because I give myself the room to learn. Because I admit when I don't know, and I say, look, hey, look what I discovered as well. So I think that's pretty cool. I think that's pretty cool. If you never tried that, definitely want to give that a try. And that happened totally by accident, by the way. I did not give her that on purpose. All right, now everybody walked off. Dragon Hammer! Dracoon! Oh, that was Dracoon there. I just catch the end of that there. Caught the end of it. Let me bring this over here. Bring this over here.
By the way, I'm totally kidding. Didn't really mean it. And Brotherhood is listening. I'm sure.
That is totally messed up. That is totally not right. There we go. Update. Okay. I want to say that name right. Let's see. Retter de Dacoon. Retter de Dacoon. That's my best try. Sorry, I'm terrible. I will butcher people's names. Just throw it in the chat and let me know the right way to say it. Major Pain, Junk Shopping Spree. I really want to see how much you can buy and sell since you like money with this character. Yes, actually, this character has nowhere near my last playthrough in a previous survival mode, before the new survival mode, has nowhere near the amount of money he has. In that one, I was making 100,000, or actually I think it was 117,000 every few days in game from purified water. In fact, I get so much purified water, it would literally take me hours to sell the purified water to get the money for it. That's a lot of money that you would get. You're walking around with their light on again. So yes, let me ring the bell again. Make sure to get everybody over here. And then I'm going to check everybody, make sure they're all doing something. Because again, this ain't no free ride. Sheffield, bro, I got to upgrade you. This girl right here doing nothing. Doing a whole lot of nothing. Okay, again, so that's what you want to do. You want to ring the bell and then assign people to scavenging stations if they're not doing anything else. Now, of course, I could add a lot more food and water and whatnot and do that as well. This girl not doing nothing. That girl not doing nothing. So what does scavenging do? For those who are going to ask me that question in about 5 minutes, scavenging, what it does is it allows your settlers to grab and collect junk for you, which of course is your resources for building settlements, which is something that I start my people doing very early in my gameplay. Mama Murphy, I'm going to put you on there, but you're not going to do nothing because you're a slacker. Chessie Cloth! Chessie Sloth? Cheesy Sloth. Chessie Sloth. One of them slothy thingies. Thank you so much for dropping the Dragon Hammer, crushing the follow button, becoming part of the Kismet team. By the way, the longer I stream, the more silly I get. Just letting you guys know. Just a heads up. And a little bit of a warning. A little bit of a heads up and a little bit of a warning. So there we go. Thanks for hanging out in the stream. I appreciate the follow. Everybody shows some love in the chat. Anytime anybody hits that follow button, make sure to show them lots of love in the chat as well. Keeping that follow train going on. All right. Come on. I see somebody else in here. I ain't doing nothing. This guy. That guy. Not doing nothing. So again, you just call him over there with the bell. You run back and forth. You assign them to the scavenging stations. Get on that one there. It's kind of like all my people like got unassigned there. Did you notice that? That was kind of weird. That was kind of weird. All my one settlers got unassigned. All of these settlers got unassigned. That is very, very odd. Very odd stuff. What had happened is all the people in my trade centers got unassigned, which is weird because I had them all assigned to something because I don't like my settlers to do nothing. These guys are all assigned there. Not assigned. June Long. I had him on guard duty, but I think I took his guard thing away. Let's put him over here on scavenging. So again, I got to go back and forth. I can also go from down below. Put him on there. So it's assigned now. There we go. We've got Ada's up here doing it. Go, Ada. Working on that stuff. And I think we're out. We're out. Yep. Okay, so we need some more scavenging stations. Yay! And we're going to put them out here in the open. Try not to block them too much. Let's see what we need more. And these are really cheap to make, by the way. They're like 5 wood and 3 steel. You don't want to do a bazillion ton of them at the very beginning. But you want to do enough of them that you are getting free resources your entire game. Your entire playthrough, you are getting free resources, basically. Your people are going out and getting your resources. Now, because I have so many people going up there now, I'm going to add some more stairwells. Like so. Makes it nice and easy for them to come up and down. This one's kind of blocked by this one. So I'm going to kind of angle that a little bit, or maybe move it out here a little bit. Mr. Hankin Bacon! Is that what that was, Mr. Hankin Bacon? Hankin Bacon, yes! Thanks so much for dropping the Dragon Hammer, crushing the follow button, and becoming part of the Kismet team. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for hanging out. I'm giving out all my best tips here on how to become an awesome settlement overseer. And if you would like to know even more of these tips, you're like, Kismet, I'm not going to remember all of these, bro. I sure wish you would go make a video or something about all of this. The real next cheese, I think that is. Thank you so much for dropping the Dragon Hammer, crushing the follow button, and becoming part of the Kismet team. Welcome, welcome. I have, instead of just making one video, I made a whole series of videos called How to Become an Awesome Settlement Overseer. You can check them out on YouTube on that link I just put in the chat. If you do like them, make sure to hit that like button. If you really like them, make sure to hit that subscribe button. I do a lot of awesome videos on various stuff. All right. So there we go. Now we've got a whole bunch of it. Notice how they all go up the same ladder. But at least they won't be in my way. I can use the other ladder instead of them being in my way. Mama Murphy is now off to work. And again, I'm going to show you that trick one more time. We're going to hit the bell. We're going to go ahead and sit down in the chair. We're going to go ahead and forward it by 1 out. Oh, and now everybody's there. How cool is that? Now again, when you get up, make a beeline for that bell. Beeline for the bell. Otherwise, they'll walk off. And then you have to go find them again. Provisioner. Hey, my provisioner. Oh, we should gear up my provisioner. We should gear up my provisioner while she's here. All right. I think we got pretty much everybody. Oh, except for these 2 slackers. That guy's already done. This girl right here is a slacker. Slacker! Old Longfellow just standing right where I told him to stand. Standing there. He was standing like 4 hours. He's been standing there. Get back in your stockhold thing. Get back in your stockade thing. You too, Sturgis. Alright, so very quickly, I'm going to show you how I do my provisioner, since we have the provisioner here. And I'm going to go ahead and just hit this bell over here while I'm waiting. Okay, now for most of you who have been watching my stream for quite a long time, probably already seen this trick, but I'm going to show you right now. This is a totally legit way of knowing which provisioner is which. Now, it doesn't actually say the route on the provisioner, because that's kind of annoying that it doesn't, right? Kind of annoying. Now, what am I trying to do? Create a weapons workbench. Where's my weapon workbench? Right there. There we go. Okay, I'm going to put my weapons workbench back right here, just temporarily. so that we can do some stuff. Now I'm going to go in here and I'm going to find myself something that I want to give to this particular provisioner. What do I want to give her? I think I'm going to give her the Assaultron head because that's cool. All right. The Assaultron head, it uses fusion cells. So I got to make sure that I have some fusion cells. Do I have some fusion? Oh, I have a whole bunch. Okay. Now we're also going to get her some armor. Now normally my provisioners, I give them heavy combat armor. But right now I don't have enough of that. So we're just going to give them the normal combat armor. For those of you who were watching earlier, I had shipped all of this armor here from Spectacle Island because I did not want to have to carry it myself. I used my Kismet RDS or Kismet Robot Delivery System, which is super cool. Super cool way of doing that. I feel the Dragon Hammer coming on. Anybody else feel that? What is that? I think it's someone being awesome. Who's going to be awesome? Who's it going to be? I feel it coming on. Wait for it. Wait for it. We'll do this while we're waiting. We'll do this while we're waiting. There it is! Live to game all day! I like the way you think. Drop the Dragon Hammer, crush the follow button, and became part of the Kismet team. You're awesome. Thank you so much for hanging out in the stream. I appreciate it. All right, so we got our stuff now. And still hanging around this bell over here. You're blocking me! You're blocking me, people.
I'd like to trade some items.
Sure thing.
Okay. Now, she's got a green hat, and she's got a shotgun. Wait a minute. What's up with this shotgun right here? Why does it say RR Insane? What does that mean? Why did I name it that? Well, I named it that for one reason and one reason only, because this provisioner right here, when I roll over her like this, let me get out of here. When I roll over her in the workbench, like this, it should say, let me talk to her. Hey, get out of my way, Sturgis. It should say right here in this thing, Sanctuary to Red Rocket. And it should also say from Sanctuary to Red Rocket. Hey, where you going? Get over here. Get over here. It should say from Sanctuary to Red Rocket. So it doesn't say that. So the only way to know which provisioner is what is to actually rename their weapon and then basically give them that weapon, and then you know which provisioner it is, right? Even if you're not here at your settlement. Even if you're out and about anywhere, this is one of the techniques that I came up with to find out who's who and what with what weapon, right? So I'm going to tell her to go right here, and while I'm waiting for her to walk over here, I'm going to very quickly craft this weapon. I'm going to go ahead and take... Oh, where did that weapon go? Oh, maybe I can't... Oh, I can't modify the name of that weapon. Bummer. It's a bummer. What? What? I didn't know I could modify that. Oh, I can't modify the name. Well, we know who it is, but normally what I would do is I would actually go into the workbench, and I'll show you right here. I would go into the workbench, I would select that weapon, and I would rename it, right? I would hit T, rename, and I would name it Red Rocket to Sanctuary. So she comes from Red Rocket to Sanctuary. So she's going back and forth in that direction. That's how I know every single one of my provisioners and where they're going and where they're coming from, right? Because typically I give them a unique weapon. I could also give them a unique look. I could give them a unique outfit if I wanted to, but I like to do it. I like to do it like that because it makes it pretty easy. All right, let me get out of there. I don't want to actually rename that. Grab her again before she takes off. She already did. Get her! Run, Forrest, run! I need to catch her before she leaves Sanctuary. Come here, buddy. Keep your Brahmin under control.
Let's trade.
Sure.
Why don't you get up in my face? Get out of my face. Okay, so I've already gave her the shotgun. I've already gave her the shotgun shells, but I'm going to go ahead and give her this weapon just for the fun of it. That is a bummer. I can't rename it, though. And I'm going to go ahead and equip that. And then I'm going to give her some cells, as well as I'm going to give her some armor here. And so I'm going to give her one piece of combat armor each. Notice how the numbers, I got all the numbers the same, so I know which ones I've already done. I find that's one of the toughest things, is when you don't know which one you've done so far. So that's why I try to put them all the same number, so I know, okay, I need to do more goggles. There we go. Oh, I need to do some more goggles. Put the 7 of them back, and so on. And then I'll go ahead and equip the military fatigues, which will then give me some surveyor outfit. I'll take that out of there and equip all this stuff. And now she's ready to rock, except for one small thing. She don't have any fusion cells. So I need to give her some fusion cells. Now, I usually equip the weapon first to make sure that I got the right ammo that goes with it. Now, it doesn't matter. If you give her the right ammo and the right gun, she's going to use it anyway. But if I give her the wrong ammo, it's not going to work, right? So that's why I equip it first. So I force her to say, look, you use this weapon. And then when I give it to her, I'm going to look and see if it has a square next to it. All right, so I'm going to give her a fusion cell. Now, how many fusion cells am I going to give to her? 73? Nope. 58? Nope. 42? Nope. 25? Nope. 1 fusion cell. Now, for rockets and Fat Mens and other weapons, the larger weapons, you have to give her as many as you give her is how many she can use. But in the case of fusion cells, you only have to give her 1. Now, I'm going to give her 2 because I like to see the parentheses. It just looks weird when it's not in parentheses. That's just me. A little ADD there. But there you go. Now I've got a rockin' provisioner who's got one of those Assaultron heads. She can shoot at people now, which is totally cool. I can't wait to just be randomly coming through here, and then she's shooting that Assaultron head. And there we go. My provisioner is ready to go out into the wasteland and protect my settlements and produce those goods. My kill box up here, doing a good job. Oh, and I forgot we hung that stuff under there. Cool. Cool. So there we go. So we just equipped that settler as well. We organized all of our settlers. We got them all doing something, except for that guy who is standing around. How do I know he's not doing anything? Because he should be in here doing some food. Get in here, bro. Get in here, bro. Do some food. I don't know what his deal is. Now, another way to tell when people are doing nothing, other than hitting the bell and looking at them, is whenever you see them, when everybody else is working, and they're sitting on the couch or sitting in a chair doing nothing. There's like, yeah, this is like a free ride, man. I'm just soaking off a Kismet here. Yeah, he's out collecting a whole bunch of stuff, dying, taking lots of damage and all sorts of stuff, and have to carry all this stuff back. And guess what I got to do? Nothing. Sit on my butt the whole time. I don't like any settlers that are doing that. I get them off that couch as quick as possible. I get them doing something. Because they should not be sitting there doing nothing. They should be doing something right this second, every single minute, for you, for your settlement. So don't let them sit there, unless you want to. Your game, you can do whatever you want. But for me, they should be doing something. Anything. I don't care what they're doing. They could be wandering around as a guard, but they should be doing something, because this ain't no free ride. All right. So that is pretty much the stuff that I'm going to build right now in Sanctuary, except for some walls. So we're going to finish this up with some walls around here. Now, typically, I'm not a great fan of walls. Notice I have not built any walls here already, except for a little bit here when I was talking about how to build this kind of kill box style. But normally, I'm not a big fan of walls. I think they're completely unnecessary in most playthroughs. Like that was a creepy look. Like in normal mode, you don't really need walls. All you need is those Kismet kill boxes. Anytime your settlements are in danger, just teleport here and the kill boxes will destroy them. It will annihilate them. But when you can't teleport, like me, in the new survival mode, you want to go ahead and then build a few walls. And I'm going to show you how to build some concrete walls. Concrete is my favorite because the kit is so awesome. Let's see. Hi, I'm mostly a lurker, but you're all very welcoming. Yes, guys, Mom, come in anytime. You can lurk, you can hang out, you can talk to all the awesome people in my stream. There is incredibly great amount of people, hanging out in my stream. All of them are awesome. We hang out in here. We talk about games. We watch all the mischief I get into, which is usually falling off of stuff and dying or blowing myself up in my own fusion cores, which is always fun. Which is always a fun thing to do. I find the hardest thing to do is use this angle one correctly, right? Is to get that angle one to go just right. Because, you know, sometimes it kind of matches up kind of funny, but that actually is perfect. That's exactly how I want it to be. Because I don't want to block the road, because look what happens. People are walking down the middle of the road. I actually am blocking the road from this. So I actually want to move that so I'm no longer blocking the road. I do not like to block the road. Because I want them to be able to move around freely here and do their thing. Now, I'm actually going to close this up eventually right there, but I'm going to show you some of the stuff I like to do. Now, watch this lady. Where's she going? She's patrolling the road. So good. She's good. And so on. I'm going to go ahead and put another wall here. Now, watch how it snaps. Like so. Perfectly. How I want it to go. And we'll get that last one. Now, there might be a gap there. See the gap? We got perfect gap filler right Right there. Come on. Oh, stuck. So what we're going to do is do this. And then try to snap one. Come on. Like that. So I kind of built out the corner a little bit and try to kind of L'd out the corner so now it's blocked off. Now the problem is, right, if there's a door back here, they could get through here. Also, they could shoot through the windows and try to get my people, right, through these windows and try to shoot them that way. So you can go in and you can do something like this. Oh, not like that, but like this. And just blocking the doorway off, especially with a concrete kit, which works awesome. Right, so we're just going to say, yo, don't go in there. That's condemned. Don't shoot me through the window. That's condemned. Right? So we don't have to run a wall completely across there. We can just block it off. And I have gotten to a point, I tried to use these, by the way, in the very beginning of the game when I started playing over 1,250 hours ago. But now I don't bother with these houses. I think you should be able to tear them down in the default without having to do mods. But I'm going to go ahead and just build a nice big old wall right here. Right across this kind of empty space. Now again, you might have to do a little L-shaped stuff right here. Again, I tried to use the most minimal amount of resources to block areas off. Now, if this was here in the beginning of the game, I would have lost my mind with this in the very beginning of the game. But they added this. This is the concrete kit that came with the Workshop DLC. It's incredibly good. Do you ever plan to make a character or a world or nothing but mods? Yes, I plan to do lots and lots of mods eventually. It's OCD, not ADD. That's right, OCD. My bad, live to gaming. About 9 hours in, I start getting punchy and my brain starts going crazy. Now, I also have sleep apnea, which means I don't sleep, and I also could just go to sleep one night, never wake up. So there we go. So I'm not going to spend the rest of my life doing what I don't like to do. I'm going to spend the rest of my life hanging out with you guys and doing lots of fun stuff, hanging out, doing games, and so forth. Because I've already done all the things in my career I wanted to do, and I have nothing left to do in there, but I've got plenty to do in gaming. I plan to hang out and do a lot of stuff. Now, the great thing about gaming, by the way, and I get this all the time, hey, old guy, what are you doing in here, Dad? Someone will come in and do that. They are completely wasting their time in my stream because I don't care. I'm 45 or 46 now. I just turned 46 this last month. I don't care about that stuff. It doesn't bother me at all if you come in and call me old or if you come in and do it. I'm just wiser and I've just been around longer. Now, am I smarter? I doubt it. But I am a bit wiser, and that is a tough thing. You don't get wisdom easy in life. That comes at a price. And usually it comes at the price of crying or pain, usually. Unless you learn from other people's mistakes. If you learn from other people's mistakes, then it comes free. I love learning from other people's mistakes. Because then you get that one for free. So when you see me make a mistake, you get that one for free. You didn't have to feel it. You didn't have to die in your game to have that going on. Now, see this concrete wall? Now, you think this would work awesome, right? They're going to make it through here anyway. So I'm going to just store that in the workbench, right? And I'm going to try to put it in the inside. Let's see if we can put it on the inside. Like this. Now, again, I wish I had this at the very beginning again. This would have been incredible. But I'm happy to have it now. So, again, notice how I'm just kind of fine-tuning it here. Trying to block that doorway. They'll still get through here, by the way. They'll still get through here. But it makes me feel better.
Huh?
Uh-oh. There's some shooting. Over there. Come on, bro. Bring it. I don't even need no power armor. I've got a Kismet kill box, baby. Sayonara, sucker. Kismet kill box for the win. Look how far that shot, by the way. That's all you need. That is it. That one thing. That turret right there. That Kismet kill box is all you need. Defends this whole side of Sanctuary. Anything comes along. Anything comes down that road, dead. Anything that comes from that way, dead. And you put another one of those on the other side, dead. By the way, we've got to tear that down. Still haven't got to that yet. Still haven't got to that yet. Let's see what it was. I think it was a raider. Raider. Or was it a gunner? I like gunners better because they drop better stuff. Just a raider. Yeah, well, thanks, bro. Sorry about your death. Sorry about your death. You probably shouldn't have messed with my provisioner.